I'm Su Mo. When Su Juinja saw that I was riding high on the business battlefield, he was upset and wanted me to disappear completely from this world. So he took the risk of designing a car accident to get rid of me. However, I was prepared for it, and not only did his plot fail, but also made him fall into a deeper fear. When Hyo Junchul received the mysterious envelope I sent him, he looked pale, but he still didn't give up on hurting me. Chapter 229, Mr. Su. There's a piece of information for you. Please check it. Other side. A car crashed into Shuima's convoy, killing 3 people and injuring 2 others. When Su Juinja started to power up, the consequences were quite serious. Both he and Liu Kaikong didn't want anything to happen to Fengxiang Jewelry. Suimo had known that they would move some of their minds, so the car accident still happened. Drove some kind of Zilla that said there were no brake pads and the vehicle was out of control. And even if someone died, it was just a matter of paying for it. Neither Su Juinja nor Liu Kaikong were afraid. Suimo naturally wasn't in the car. In fact, his car had been modified long ago. Not just any car, but a bulletproof car. He and Gu Ruashi and the others had several of them, and usually switched them around, and the one that was wrecked was just one of them. Xiejun knew, because Su Mo had called Xiejun to come over and take care of it. This kid, he's pretty tough. Send him another piece of information. Su Mo stood on a high building, watching a bunch of capitals being processed below, and narrowed his eyes. Going to force him with this matter? Gu Rongshi asked. No need. We don't have any evidence in this matter. There's no need. Just use other things. Let the police continue to come to the door once. Provide a clue to the police. Su Mo's expression was ice cold. Good. However, this matter can't consume all of our energy. Gu Rongshi was a bit worried. Of course you can't. It's just a small matter. Whether it's Su Juinja's death or Xie Bingyin's death. To us, it's a trivial matter that definitely won't affect our normal lives. Su Mo turned around and laughed. That's good. As a matter of fact, even though Xie Bingyin and Su Juinja's side had a heated argument, on Su Mo's side, the amount of time that was occupied was only a small portion of the time. A great deal of Su Mo's time is still invested in the company. This time Su Juinja counterattacked. Su Mo seems to be very satisfied. For him, Su Juinja's shot means that he has already panicked to a certain extent. The follow-up continued to increase the code can be kill. Whether it's to be killed by Xie Bingyin after she finds out everything, or you kill Xie Bingyin and then plant Su Mo, you make the choice yourself. Gu Rongshi also hoped that this matter would end as soon as possible. She didn't want the person she loved to turn into a devil. This day, a team of police really went to Su Juinja's office to search again. The reason is the same Phoenix Jewelry, suspected of money laundering, not only temporarily sealed the office of the CEO of Phoenix Jewelry, but also sealed the office of most of the headquarters staff, together with the investigation of the information inside. Su Juinja asked the police if they had any specific information. Why are they interfering with their normal work? Questioned whether the police had a search warrant. The police took one look at it and showed him the warrant straight away. We already have evidence in this regard, but we can't provide it to Mr. Su for now. We will search to the greatest extent possible, without affecting Phoenix Jewelry's normal operations. Don't worry, Mr. Su. We'll handle it impartially. The police officers who came over had a businesslike, absolutely unemotional demeanor. And even when Su Juinja asked his subordinates to slip them some money, they didn't take it. What evidence? You are wrongly accusing good people. You are interfering with our normal operations. I'll complain to my superiors that you're not following the rules. Su Juinja roared. The officer glanced at him and calmly said, This Mr. Su is at liberty. We merely got a part of the clue. Su Juinja was even more irritated when he saw his oily appearance. Especially since a message had just come through that Su Mo wasn't okay after crashing his car, sending even more chills down his spine. Although it was said that both he and Liu Kaikong could anticipate that it would be difficult for a big tycoon like Su Mo to be killed, failing like this still made it quite hard in his heart. If possible, it would naturally be most appropriate to take out Su Mo. Mr. Su, there's a piece of information for you. Please check it. A constable handed him a file. When Su Juinja took a look, his heart was startled, and he didn't know what exactly Su Mo was up to. He was suddenly afraid to open this information. Please accept, Mr. Su. The police officer saw that he didn't move and re-signaled. Su Juinja looked alarmed and could only reach out and take it. He quickly found an unoccupied place and looked at the envelope in his hand. The surface was much the same as the last one. No information. The information is inside the envelope. Su Juinja was a bit afraid to open it. There must be some horrible news in it. Su Mo was threatening him. To be honest, he had been a bit confused about Su Mo's movements lately, wondering what exactly he wanted to do. If nothing else, Su Mo should have solid evidence in his hands by now, and if he wanted the police to arrest him, he should have given them all the evidence. However, Su Mo didn't seem to do that. He seemed to want to play, he seemed to want to simmer the eagle. You want to play me? You're playing with me? Then fine, I'll play with you. Su Juinja had a sense of shame of being played with in his heart, gritted his teeth, looked at the envelope in his hand, and without hesitation, reached out and tore it open, taking out the A4 paper inside. He quickly spread it out to see what was written inside. Huang Qiuling, Xiaolong, Tianjing Park, Su Mo. With a swish, Su Juinja's face turned pale. This? Su Juinja was shocked, a creepy feeling instantly bubbling up and widening his eyes. That's the name of his birth parents, who live in Patio Park and are planning to leave the country. Su Mo? What is he doing? What the hell is he doing? Su Juinja suddenly couldn't see Su Mo's movements clearly anymore. It was elusive, seemed disorganized, and only felt very scary. Right now, the names Huang Qiuling and Zhao Long were naturally still not allowed to see the light of day, especially on Xie Bingyin's and Su Deming's side, and once they were exposed, the consequences would be very serious. Su Mo. Does he want Xie Bingyin and Su Deming to know everything? Wanted Xie Bingyin and Su Deming to abandon him completely? Absolutely. Right now his position as CEO is still unstable, and all the money he put in and hasn't been able to get out is already in the bag. Su Deming still has prestige in him, and once he wants to topple his CEO position, it's very simple. By then, he may not only lose everything, but he may be the one to carry all the charges of money laundering. Absolutely can't be like this. The name Huang Qiuling can't be exposed. Yet, Su Juinja really panicked, alarmed, and creeped out. But he was also smart enough to know that there was no use in panicking. He needed to solve the problem first. And now the solution to the problem? Since Su Mo couldn't solve it, then only the two of them, Su Deming and Xie Bingyan, could solve it. I was afraid to do it before, considering I had no way to leave the country, but now, it seems like the only way to go. One of Su Deming and Xie Bingyan dies, or both die. Only in this way, Su Mo cannot sway the Su family. The capital Xie family will be completely broken with Su Mo. The two sides no longer have the possibility of reconciliation. I still need the Chen family's help. Su Xuehui. Chapter 230. Nothing could be funnier. Other side. Su Deming wants to see Su Mo, but Su Mo doesn't see him and rebuffs. Something seemed to have happened in the Su family that made Suda visibly a bit agitated and must see him. Su Mo did not want to pull with him, feeling that it was a waste of time, presumably because of the money laundering matter, where Su Juinja begged him to save his life, so Su Deming came over. Even Su Xuehui and Su Shujing sent him a message saying that they would meet with him. Su Mo laughed coldly in his heart when he heard it, thinking that they were really in a hurry. Su Juinja was still quite important in their hearts. However, seeing how anxious they looked, Su Mo still had someone investigate a little, and the result surprised him a little. The Su family, it seems that something really big has happened. Oh, Su Deming and Xie Bingyan fought again. The two are tearing it up again? What's up? Huh? Poisoning? Palladium poisoning? Su Mo was a bit surprised about this matter, as it was something that happened a long time ago, so long that he had almost forgotten about it. A few years ago, it seemed that Su Wanting and Su Xuehui and the others had looked into these matters and even sought him out to confront him, only to be cursed by Su Mo, after which they never looked for Su Mo again. At that time, Su Mo was still mocking them in his heart, false benevolence and hypocrisy to the end, and no longer had a trace of good feelings towards them. What's the point of bringing this up now? Su Deming suddenly knew in the past few days that Xie Bingyan had poisoned him? Yes. Snap. Su Mo instantly applauded quickly, only feeling that this matter was becoming more and more interesting. How could it be so interesting? So, it's Su Deming who thought Xie Bingyan poisoned him, and then he manhandled Xie Bingyan, right? Beat it up? Beat up? Beat up! The blood's all over the place, and both of them are bruised and swollen and bandaged and torn up for the last couple of days. Ha ha ha! Snap! Su Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hadn't expected such a big event to happen after not asking about the Su family these days. No wonder Su Deming and Su Xuehui had to see him. It's still fun, isn't it? I support Su Deming to tear. It looks like the two will still tear it up to the end. Huh? Su Mo laughed. Should we fan the flames? Li Hanzhuang asked. It's best to be. Why not? Su Mo laughed with relish. Even though I said that I won't tear anything out, I still feel happy to see them tear. Didn't they get beat up pretty badly? Then go ahead and let them beat up a bit. Things will only become clear after a beating. But Xie Bingyin is no longer in the capital. She flew to Shanghai City today. Never mind where she went. Since they think she did it, she did it. Why shouldn't it be her doing? It must be her doing. Suemo laughed. Li Hanzhuang glanced at him and couldn't help but sigh slightly in her heart. This matter, in Su Mo's mind, who did it is no longer important. For him, it was Xie Bingyin who did it, and it made him a little happier because he was already dead at heart from the beginning. That's Su Xuehui. Keep an eye out. Oh, if it's possible, I'd like to get a video of them tearing each other apart. It would be very enjoyable. You go find Zhao Ma, who usually listens to me, and you give her a sum of money and ask her to contact Uncle Li to sneak it to me. Suemo laughed. When Li Hanzhuang took a look, he was speechless. What are you going to bring it for? Appreciate it. Suemo laughed. Li half-makeup sighed again in his heart. Appreciating was appreciating, but it was probably watching, crying and laughing at the same time. Perhaps there is nothing more funny in the world. Other side. Manny Su was really scared and her face turned white. Because Xie Bingyin was really planning to strangle her with a rope and wasn't joking. Manny Su had done a lot of things back then, such as the black information about Su Mo inside the group, secretly hiding Su Mo's cell phone back then, and leaving him at the scenic spot. There was also a time when Su Manny was sick, and Su Mo carried her to the hospital, which was discovered by the paparazzi and had some impact on her image. Su Manny was furious and went home to beat Su Mo up. The planting of evidence was even more needless to say. Most of it was because of her, and Manny Su was filled with loathing from the very beginning. Previously, Xie Bingyin indulged and didn't pursue the matter, but now after Xie Bingyin got serious, she became very scary. Mom, I really didn't do it. It wasn't me. I didn't poison him. Not me. Manny Su cried and opened his mouth. Xie Bingyin took a look. Her feet went limp, and she hurriedly sat down on the hospital bed. She was panting heavily. Her body was shaking. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Manny Su hurriedly ran towards the outside, and only after running to the entrance of the hospital did she pick up her cell phone to call her oldest five, Su Shujing. Old five, how exactly did you guys investigate? Why did you say Mom poisoned Su Mo? There was no such thing. Mom just tried to strangle me. When Su Shuang heard this, she frowned and said, What's Mom pinching you for? What else? Mom thought I did it, but I didn't do it. And now Mom already hates me. Whoa, whoa. Manny Su cried, only feeling aggrieved. When Su Shujing heard this, she immediately felt that this matter was very serious. The poisoning thing, not Xie Bingyin? How is that possible? When they investigated back then, they looked up a lot of information, and Xie Bingyin said a lot of things later on, even saying in front of everyone that she wanted to strangle Su Mo. So how could it be that she didn't do it? They've always felt that Xie Bingyin did it. Why else would Su Mo hate Xie Bingyin so much? So, who was that? Su Shui took a deep breath. How would I know? It wasn't me anyway. Oh, old five. How on earth did you know about this? Is it Su Mo who's messing things up? Is it him planting evidence? Manny Su cried. Wait a moment. I'll sort this matter out with second sister first. Su Shujing said hurriedly, seemingly exchanging a few words with Su Xuehui. After a while, Su Shujing spoke. Are you sure, third sister? It really wasn't Mom who did it. It wasn't her. She just thought it was me. But it wasn't me. I think this is Su Mo's bitter trick. He just wants to tear us apart. Manny Su continued to cry. I know. I'll hang up now, third sister. You take care of Mom first. When she got the accurate news, Su Shuxiang seemed a little happy. Or maybe some excitement. She quickly hung up, leaving Manny Su to mess up and cry in the wind. On the other side, Su Shujing and Su Xuehui were indeed a bit surprised. But while surprised, there was even more great surprise in his heart. If this matter wasn't done by Xie Bingyin, then there was a chance for everything to be salvaged. The two of them suddenly wanted to urgently meet Su Mo and tell him the good news. And when Su Mo knew the truth, he might not hate Xie Bingyin as much. Go see Su Mo right away. Need to go right away. Otherwise, the money laundering is going to come out. There's still a chance to go over there now. Go straight to meet him at Spell Yuki's headquarters. Su Mo must not know the good news. He must have misunderstood Mom. As long as he knows the truth, then everything can be eased. Oh, Su Mo must have misunderstood. Su Xuehui cried, only feeling incomparably aggrieved after being frightened for days. Chapter 231. Chinanqiong's script needs to be done. On the other side, Su Mo was a bit surprised that Su Deming and Xie Bingyan were fighting together. Although they had torn in their last life, they hadn't torn that much. Su Mo still remembers that when he died, Su Deming didn't dare to make a big deal out of it for fear that his status would be affected, and only dared to be buried hastily. They didn't make that much of a scene afterward, even though they went through a lot of interesting things and Hyo Juncheol ended up breaking up with the Hyo family. After getting the video and watching it now, Suemo still found it enjoyable. That's the way to hit. That's the way to slap. That's the way to rip. There are several videos, and there seems to be several fights, quite intense. Su Deming are holding the water bottle towards Xie Bingyan's head. Xie Bingyan is not convinced, also at the same time to smash him. It should have been harder. Suemo knew very well that if things hadn't changed now, they wouldn't have fought so hard at all. And in his last life, a lot of things hadn't come to light. Watching them squirm together now was over the top. But it wasn't over yet. The real brutality of it had yet to come. Suemo needs Su Juanja to be even more cruel and cold than he was in his last life. And whether it's Su Deming or Xie Bingyan, they'll all get what they deserve in the end. Su Xuehui and Su Shujing came over, but they were stopped by the security guards, and Suemo didn't go to meet them. There was nothing to see, and going there was probably just a big scolding of them. All to this extent, still they wanted to plead for Su Juanja or Su Deming. Suemo stood upstairs and watched, all feeling that their sister should experience the most cruel things. Suemo couldn't tolerate their stupidity at all. Don't see, don't see. Our Mr. Su said no one is to be seen. You guys go away. Don't make trouble in front of the company and leave. Su Xuehui and Su Shujing were pushed away. Their hearts were immediately a little anxious and desperate. Now they were very anxious. Only by seeing Suemo could they explain the truth. Please inform Suemo that he misunderstood and that it wasn't Mom who did the poisoning. Please convey our meaning accurately. We're not here about money laundering, but something else. Hurry up. Su Shujing couldn't help but urge. The security guard impatiently said, You guys should leave. If our Mr. Su comes back, we'll inform. The two men looked at it and had no choice but to leave for home first. Suemo doesn't see us, probably because of the money laundering thing, sis. I'll go to Qingbei University to look for someone. I'll look for that Gu Rongxi. Su Shujing said anxiously. Then I'll contact Lu Hongwan and see. Lu Hongwan should be able to contact Suemo. Su Xuehui thought about it and spoke thus. Good. Then let's split up for now. Suemo needs to know the truth first and then clear up the misunderstanding. Make sure to tell him that Mom didn't try to poison him. Su Shujing was full of persistence. Yes. Su Shujing immediately took a taxi to Qingbei University. Wanted to find Gu Rongxi at Qingbei University. Now that Gu Rongxi and the others were still in graduate school at Qingbei University and would occasionally go back. Su Xuehui, on the other hand, drove her own car in the other direction. Su Hongwan is already going to be an adult, is a high school and college. This year is estimated to be a college entrance examination. She has already had the address of Su Hongwan's study and previously checked the information in this regard. She needed Su Hongwan to deliver a message to her. Su Xuehui drove, while picking up speed and dodging the cars on the opposite side of the road, not seeing that there were two sedans quietly following behind her. The road to Su Hongwan High School was a bit remote. Not a lot of people. Su Xuehui drove and came to a rather spacious road, only to hear the car suddenly jammed. Nearly out of control, she hastily braked. Su Xuehui frowned and got out of the car to see what was going on. Suddenly, a van suddenly drove up and stopped beside her, and a couple of masked men came down and pounced directly on her. Before Su Xuehui could react, one of them held something over her face. Su Xuehui's eyes rolled over, and she quickly lost consciousness. Go! Get out of the capital! A man urged, dragging Su Xuehui into the van and taking off. It's on! When Suemo received the message, he muttered in his heart, This person, Chinan Xiong, should still be more or less the same as in his last life, arranging a lot of scripts for himself and Su Xuehui, and in the end, he would surely come to a hero's rescue. He will reluctantly take possession of Su Xuehui, and in the end, he will also coerce Su Xuehui to marry him, and even whitewash himself, truly murderous and heartless. So, for a short time, Su Xuehui should be safe. When Su Xuehui is kidnapped, she soon wakes up. When she wakes up and happens to meet Chen Anxiong's car on the roadside, Su Xuehui will be slapped a few times and can only ask Chen Anxiong, who is passing by, for help. When Chen Anxiong took a look, he naturally fought to kill over to save him. The kidnappers showed that they were merely seeking money, not people. And finally, the kidnappers saw that Chen Anxiong was so defiant. So they also captured Chen Anxiong and beat him severely, beating Chen Anxiong's nose and face to come to a bitter trick. In the end, the kidnappers kept the two together. This set, Chen Anxiong is very skillful, is intended to play exciting. He wants to maintain a purpose that he is very, very difficult to possess Su Xuehui, completely compelled. In the end, after Su Xuehui got pregnant, she really believed it too, and was forced to marry him only. Su Mo, at first, didn't really want to interfere in this matter. To him, Su Xuehui was entirely to blame for what happened to her. This is what she deserves. But after this matter was made known to both Gu Rongxi and Li Hanzhuang, their faces quickly changed. Gu Ruoxi in particular all walked over. You can use other ways if you want to get back at her. But this kind of thing, how disgusting. We can't let the bad guys do whatever they want. There's nothing I can do to stop this matter, and there's nothing I can do to make it better. This is a process that Su Xuehui needs to go through. If she knows the truth, then she could commit suicide. You wouldn't want her to commit suicide, would you? Even though it's said to be tough for us to do, but with a little effort, it can still be done. Gu Rongxi said, "You don't know how perfect Chen Anxiong's script is. He's meticulous and involved in all the rules and regulations, so it's hard for us to meddle in it." Suemo said, "No matter what, I don't want you to become a devil. Other things can be done, but this matter is a little too painful for a woman." Li Hanzhuang also came over and said, once Suemo heard this, he ended up being silent for 2 days without discussing the matter. Saving Su Xuehui, he naturally didn't quite want to. In his plan, this should be something to add to Su Juinja. Once Su Xuehui was done with this matter, then Su Juinja would never have the possibility of turning back. Both Su Deming and Xie Bingyan would kill him, even Manny Su. The thing he wanted most was for them to kill each other. Saving Su Xuehui didn't do him much good. However, neither Gu Rongxi nor and Li Hanzhuang wanted to see such an outcome. We have many more means. Su Juinja is already fearful enough. They will definitely achieve the effect you want. Sacrificing Su Xuehui instead is not necessary. Even so, Chen Anxiong's script needs to be done. Then just let him finish it. We can get someone else to act with him. Shit. Chapter 232, Oscar Caliber Actors. Tang Lei, what do you think? Suemo couldn't make a decision and turned his head to Tang Lei. Tang Lei is more middle of the road, hardy old bull, especially able to suffer. If Suemo cannot make accurate decisions in decision-making, generally will ask Tang Lei. His answer was more important to all three of Suemo. Tang Lei was reading a document, thought for a moment, raised his head and pushed some glasses and said, "Although it is indeed difficult to say, but if we want to keep things under our control, it is not difficult. The ones that Liu Kaikong and Su Juinja shouted at, we can change them and turn them into ours. And the follow-up will be simple." Su Mo sighed in his heart. Although Tang Lei didn't say his choice, the answer was already very obvious. They can do it, but they need to take a big risk. They first needed to wait for Su Juinja and Liu Kaikang's men to make their move, and then change their men midway through the process, before docking with Chen Anxiong, so that things could be done perfectly. In addition, a woman was needed to join in, preferably a woman who had designs on the Chen family and wished to carry Chen Anxiong's child, so that the effect would be a little better. Dim the lights a bit and choose a darker room. No matter the figure or dress, it needs to be similar to Su Xuehui. After the kidnappers are replaced with our people, we can have Chen Anxiong drugged to make his mind as less clear as possible and prevent him from seeing the faces of the women inside. This can be done. Although it is also possible to be exposed, but even if it is, it won't affect us much. If we can make it, then do it. If we can't, forget it. Most importantly, the video recordings, photographs, and subsequent statements from the kidnappers need to be in hand. Almost there, we can just as easily raise the stakes for Su Juinja. Tang Lei continued to speak. Upon hearing this, Gu Rongxi immediately looked at Su Mo with excitement. Su Mo, that's it. We can have this effect. We don't necessarily need Su Xuehui to personally go over there. Once she's trapped in it, then it can never be undone. Right, Su Mo? I heard you tell your second sister's story. She's very persistent and has been waiting for a man for 20 to 30 years' time. Once she's gotten her way by Chen Anxiong, it's bound to be very painful. This method of Tang Lei's is just fine. Li Half-Makeup also persuaded. Suemo didn't say anything as he listened. He walked over to the windowsill and looked into the distance for a long time. After a long time, he said, Do you know what Su Shuehui did to me? This. I remember. Clearly. This dear second sister of mine is no white lotus. She should suffer some consequences. Suemo said. Suemo? Gu Rongshi looked at him and paused. If we don't interfere, then Su Shuehui will be ruined for the rest of her life. You want to make her suffer? We have many, many ways to do that, and every one of them we can make her regret it for the rest of her life. But this is the only thing that I don't agree with. Raccoon Creek. I've never forgiven them. Suemo turned back. I know. Gu Rongshi walked over to him and suddenly hugged him from behind. But we've gotten by, haven't we? We can make things even better. Although it was said to be a bit different from the original plan, it was still done according to Tang Lei's plan. When the kidnappers who had abducted Su Shuei showed up, Suemo also caught the group's trail, and his own people drove directly to surround them, controlling the group before they could but heads with Chen Anxiong. This group should not have thought of the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird in the back. They are not many. It is not difficult to control them. So the kidnappers were quickly replaced, and Suemo could get the code words and details of the interface with Chen Anxiong from the kidnappers. It would cost a large sum of money, but to Suemo, it was nothing more than a hair's breadth. There was even a female anchor who looked similar to Su Shuehui that he had sought out. This anchorwoman has already had sex with Chen Anxiong and has been on money and wants to get pregnant with Chen Anxiong's child, wanting to use the child to get to the top. After Suemo gave her some money, she was very cooperative with Su Mo's plan and performed beautifully. When it's ready, Su Shuehui will suffer some pain in the early stages and will actually be kidnapped and slapped until she's sent to an abandoned darkroom. Chen Anxiong kills and tries to heroically save her, but he is caught by the kidnappers, beaten up and tied up with Su Shuehui. Suemo had detailed videos and photos taken. There are 2 people on Chen Anxiong's side, but go according to the plan. They won't resist very much and will be caught soon. If you beat it, he told the kidnapper to act out and apply some potion to look as serious as possible. Our guy agreed to his terms. It'll be harder to keep the 2 together in the back. He might recognize Su Shuehui in the early stages, so he needs Su Shuehui to stay a little longer and switch in the back. Do it. Yes. It's much easier to arrange the plan. Just follow the steps and start step by step. Suemo put this matter behind him for the time being. Su Shuehui really didn't expect someone to kidnap her, and when she awoke from her coma, she was taken aback. She was filled with horror when she saw several masked men. One of the masked men also held a knife across her neck, warning her to keep quiet and not make a sound. One with a bandage around her mouth. Su Shuehui was almost stunned. Fortunately, she suddenly saw Chen Anxiong's south car on the road to come over, and she hemmed and nodded a few times and shouted at Chen Anxiong's car. At first, Chen Anxiong didn't respond, and only later did he look back slightly, seemingly seeing her and changing his expression drastically. Immediately afterward, Su Shuehui was escorted to an unfamiliar warehouse, which was out of reach and filled with darkness. There was only one small lamp. She saw Chen Anxiong killing over and was moved to tears. Her excitement soon stops, though, and Chen Anxiong is soon caught, beaten up, and locked up with her. Your lover? So desperate to save you. We just want the money, not the people. $10 million, and we'll turn around and leave. You guys don't want to... Chen Anxiong hissed in defiance. But as soon as his words were out of his mouth, the kidnapper kicked violently towards him, turning him into a bowed shrimp. Ms. Su, think about it. You still have time to think. The kidnappers quickly left, and Su Shuei looked at Chen Anxiong, who was dying on the ground, at a loss for words, with teardrops in her eyes. With her mouth wrapped in duct tape, she couldn't speak either, and could only look at Chen Anxiong with tears in her eyes. Shuehui, I will save you. I will definitely save you. Don't worry, don't be afraid. Chen Anxiong's expression was extremely painful, and after realizing that Su Shuehui was looking over, he spoke with incomparable seriousness. Now, Su Shuehui couldn't hold back her tears. Suemo saw this scene in the surveillance video, and both thought that he had performed it really well. Oscar caliber actors. Chapter 233, Don't Be Recognized by Chen Anxiong. Follow the script. Since the matter was decided on an impromptu basis, Chen Anxiong naturally didn't know everything, and even with his great aptitude, he couldn't anticipate Su Mo's movements. The people were found by Gu Rongshi and Tang Lei. They were loyal and wouldn't have any problems, and they would follow Su Mo's requirements. The crowd watched the surveillance, in which Chen Anxiong swore to Su Shuehui's assurance, moving Su Shuehui to a mess. After a while, Sumo's men went in and dragged him out, pretending to beat him up, and naturally, Chin Anxiong exploded into a whoop of rage, expressing his defiance. As soon as he was dragged out the front door and the door to the room was closed, he stood up, pulled out a couple of cigarettes, and handed them to his kidnappers with a polite face. "Come on, have a smoke, everyone." The kidnappers took a look at it and naturally picked it up. In another room, a large table of food was being set up for everyone. When he saw the kidnappers take the cigarettes, Chen Anxiong pretended to hiss a few times in order to make Su Xuehue believe, "Don't you bully women. If you want to hit, you hit me. Xuehue, I will definitely protect you. Don't worry." The kidnappers watched with amusement. Wine strengthens one's courage. "Come on, Brother Chin, have a drink first. Drink! Everybody drink!" In order to make the scene more adequate, Chen Anxiong naturally is not good to refuse the kidnapper's toast. And in fact, he does need a few glasses of wine to strengthen his courage and make himself more passionate. After a few glasses of wine, Chen Anxiong hissed a few more times, pretended to continue to be beaten, and continued to scream that he must protect Su Xuehue. Su Xuehue was inside and couldn't see outside, so she was naturally moved. In the end, after Chen Anxiong drank a few more cups, he had someone put makeup on him and painted him in a blue and swollen look to go back in. If he can't do it once, he needs to come out a second time. It was only then that the kidnappers asked them to go to bed. When the kidnappers saw that Chen Anxiong was acting so valiantly and stubbornly, they coerced them to perform in the room with bayonets. And after Chen Anxiong went in for the second time, he naturally did so reluctantly. "The wine has been drunk. 6 glasses in all, just right." Chen Anxiong disliked that the lights inside were too dim and asked them to dim them as brightly as possible. But he was also afraid that Su Xuehue would recognize his disguise and the makeup on him, and the lights didn't need to be too bright. The play is pretty much done at this point. Overall, Su Mo was quite satisfied. Even though it wasn't his main will to save Su Xuehue, there was nothing in getting her out and arranging for the anchorwoman to go in. The kidnappers ended up arranging Su Xuehue inside another room, still pestering her mouth, and showing her the surveillance video and the live feed from the house. Chen Anxiong and the female anchor to play in the house. The process is long, to many times enough to spend a day and night to complete the script. Su Xuehue looked shocked and incredulous, not understanding what was happening. "Don't be recognized by Chen Anxiong. Follow the script. That's all we can do to help you. Close ranks. 4. Why? Who are you?" Su Xuehue had doubts in her mind. However, the kidnappers did not explain. When all the things are done, Chen Anxiong inside said to give money, the kidnappers naturally released. Su Xuehue was also sent back inside her original room. Regardless of Su Xuehue's reaction, after getting the video, Sumo's crowd began to withdraw. Overall, the effect is good. As for Su Xuehue's side will have a reaction, Sumo couldn't care less for the time being, and it didn't matter what Su Xuehue's reaction would be. Su Xuehue shouldn't be stupid. She should also want to know what's going on, so she should follow the script. Gu Rongxi laughed. "Women, they're all born actors. What the hell with her? It doesn't matter how she is anymore." Sumo was already too lazy to look. It's only interesting if she follows the script. If she's exposed, it might not be as interesting. "I don't think this Chen Anxiong person is any good." Li Hanzhuang spoke. She had seen some information about Chen Anxiong and felt disgusted in her heart about this rich second generation playing with women. It would naturally be best if she could get him in. Although Su Mo had some material from Chen Anxiong, he hadn't had the time to manage these things yet, and Chen Anxiong was a somewhat special person who might have some use for the follow-up. "Let's go back. I'm just waiting for Su Juinja to make his move." Su Mo had a relaxed face. "Other side. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Who saved me?" Following Chen Anxiong out, Su Xuehue was puzzled in her mind that the kidnappers had already left. There was no one here anymore, and the cell phone was inside another room, which she had also found. Chen Anxiong was still bruised and swollen. And at the beginning of yesterday, she was very moved in her heart, but now when she looked at him, she felt a wave of nausea in her heart. What is Chen Anxiong doing this for? Just to get her? "Xuehue, don't worry. I'll be good to you. I'll be responsible for you for the rest of my life. Those goddamn kidnappers, if we didn't give them money, they wouldn't let us go at all. Luckily, they just want money. Doing those things to you is out of necessity. Xuehui, I'm sorry." Chen Anxiong almost cried when he said it in the end, with a look of true love. When Su Xuehue heard this, she couldn't help but feel even more disgusted in her heart. Yesterday, she was in the other room, but she clearly saw how Chen Anxiong played that anchorwoman. Su Shuai knew very well that if someone hadn't saved her, the anchorwoman would have become herself. Now, although Su Shuai couldn't figure out the specifics, she still wanted to know the truth behind it. She wants to know who saved her and who was trying to hurt her. Second sister, are you okay? Oh, I heard something happened to you. Having just come out with Chen On Xiong, Su Juanjia suddenly called over to inquire, and Su Shuai paused for a moment, her body immediately shaking, her eyes fiercely wide. How is this possible? No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Soon, Su Juanjia appeared in front of her with his men. He almost rushed over, an anxious look on his face. Second sister, are you hurt? Are you not feeling well? That kidnapper, damn it. I've already heard from Mr. Chun. Asshole, find out who did this right now. Who exactly is kidnapping my second sister? I'll skin him. Su Shuai stared at Su Juanjia dead in the face, and for a moment did not react. It wasn't until Su Juanjia went to find Chen Anxiong with a grateful look on his face. Mr. Chen, thanks to you for saving my second sister. If it wasn't for you, my second sister wouldn't have come back safely. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. It's me who's sorry for Shuai. Oh, I'm sorry for Shuai. The blood in Su Shuai's entire body was as if it was frozen. Her face was full of stagnation, and a trace of coldness emerged from the cracks of her bones. Suddenly, something was becoming clearer in her mind. She was still a little disbelieving. Chapter 234. Was he really poisoned? The reason why Su Juanjia had come over was naturally because Su Shujing had been notified that Su Shuai was missing and was so anxious that he had already called him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in the first place. In addition, Chen Anxiong also wants Su Shuai to marry him, not just to cheat her body, but also to cheat her feelings until Su Shuai gets pregnant. So Chen Anxiong needs him to do Su Shuai's mind work. It was only after the above 2 points that Su Juanjia was the first to show up. As for the fact that Su Shuai didn't have much of a reaction after seeing him, Su Juanjia didn't mind, presumably because Su Shuai had been scared silly. He hurriedly greeted Chen Anxiong, then stood beside Su Shuai in a gesture of giving her support. On the other side, when Su Shuai saw this scene, her heart shook, wondering if what she had guessed was true. In her mind, Su Juanjia had always been well-behaved, always obedient, and very pleasing to the eye. Su Juanjia had been treating her since she was a child, with one mouthful and one second sister, and whenever there was a holiday, he never forgot to bring her and the others gifts or call to say hello. Su Juanjia's relationship with the sisters was definitely not as simple as ordinary people might think. They had lived together since childhood, and their feelings were extremely deep, and definitely not something that Su Mo, who had appeared halfway through, could compare to. In the past, Su Juanjia had also relied on her quite a bit, causing the Su Shuai crowd to never suspect him. And now, Su Shuai suddenly blurred. Who the person who saved himself was could not be determined for the time being. But Su Juanjia seemed to be unaware of the cause and effect of this matter. Is he really worried? Follow the script, don't let Chen Anxiong recognize it. Su Shuai's mind suddenly recalled these words. At first she didn't understand exactly what it meant, but now, suddenly, she had some idea. She also wanted to follow the script and walk through it. Su Shuai was suddenly a little scared, very, very scared, feeling a piercing chill. Because as things stand now, almost everything in the Su family has been given to Su Juanjia, and the bulk of the family fortune is in Su Juanjia's hands. In Su Juanjia, in Su Mo, this farce in the middle, what exactly is the attitude? That poison not Xie Bingyan under then? Is he? If it was him, then Su Shuai only felt that it was just a little too scary. Maybe things were that horrible from the beginning. Su Shuai hadn't been able to get an accurate answer yet, and could only use her own eyes to see it. She was afraid to see the results of her guesses, afraid that things were really done by Su Juanjia. Because not to mention that she couldn't accept it. Even Su Deming and Xie Bingyan, I'm afraid they couldn't accept it. They have invested so much in a Hio Junqiu. During this time, Su Juanjia has been the emotional pillar of Xie Bingyan. Once collapsed, she did not know what would happen to Xie Bingyan. On the other side, Manny Su was in a rage. Xie Bingyan's attempt to strangle her made her especially annoyed. Especially after hearing about Su Mo being poisoned. She felt that she had been planted. Xie Bingyan suspected that it was her that was the evidence Su Mo planted on her. This time, it was definitely Su Mo playing a bitter trick, aiming to make the Su family fall apart. Things have reached this point. Su Manny really can't stand Su Mo, and now the more she thinks about it, the more disgusting she feels. Poisoning? You want to get at me? Want to put me in jail? Then I'll let you die first. Manny Sue gritted her teeth as she thought of what happened to Sue Pandi. During this time, Manny Sue was especially afraid that something would happen. As a star, she attached great importance to her image, and back then, just because Sue Mo sent her to the hospital and was photographed by the paparazzi in a photo, she was thunderstruck. She didn't know if Sue Mo had any black material of her own in his hands, but she knew that Sue Mo was definitely a time bomb. Whether it's Xie Bingyin's current miserable state or Sue Pan D. Sue wanting, all of them are inseparable from Sue Mo, and only by solving him can all problems be solved. Manny Sue is accustomed to the darkness of the entertainment industry, and also realized that he actually many means can be dealt with. The pursuit of legal means instead has fallen into the cliché. She could take the most direct approach. Crash? Then let's make you really crash. Manny Sue had considered being less direct before, and in the end, blood was thicker than water, and it shouldn't have killed Sue Mo's life. But for things to come to this point, as if the sins were all on her, it was too much for Manny Sue's heart to bear. She knew very well that once it was exposed tomorrow that she had poisoned her own brother, then her image would absolutely collapse and all her careers would be ruined. Sue Mo must be holding her up with this, ruining his career, or sending her to jail. There was no way to know Sue Mo's specific means for the time being, but he was now worth hundreds of billions of dollars and had extremely good connections, so any means was possible. Hey, Chinan Xion, Brother Chin, this is Manny Sue. I have something I want to talk to you about. After thinking about it, she made a call to Chinan Xion. Chinan Xion was quite famous in the entertainment circle. There were people in both black and white. The live broadcasting company he operated had cooperated with Sue Manny's brokerage company a few times, and in the past, when she walked onto the entertainment circle, Chinan Xion had also given her a lot of help. Plus, Chinan Xion used to be a neighbor of their family, so Manny Sue already knew Chinan Xion a long time ago and was on good terms with him. Now, to take out Sue Mo, contacting Chinan Xion would be most appropriate. Xie Bingyin no longer cared about Sue Manny, and after recovering for a while, she felt her strength returning, so she rushed back to the Shanghai City villa. She quickly went upstairs and searched, but alas, didn't find what she was looking for. Su Wanting doesn't seem to have left his papers at home. She did not know why, but Xie Bingyin suddenly wanted to urgently see this information, the text on it. She had merely glanced at it, and as a result, she had forgotten what was written on it. She suddenly felt that that document might be very, very important to her. Unable to find the information in Su Wanting's room, Xie Bingyin thought for a moment and hesitated before heading towards a small room on the second floor. It had been a long time since she had been in this room, whether it had been 7 years or 8 years or longer and longer. Whether it was when Sue Mo was there or when he left, she never came in. And today, she wanted to get in there. The room was small, and because no one had been in it for so long, the table and bed were covered in dust, and even a few cobwebs had appeared. Xie Bingyin's footsteps were relatively light, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. She quickly searched inside and soon realized that everything in this room was gone. It wasn't clear whether it had been taken by Su Wanting or by Su Xuehue, and she could no longer find any trace that anyone had ever lived here. Perhaps he never belonged here in the first place, and he had come back here for a mere temporary stay. Indeed, after he had left, he had never returned. He seems to be leaving this hell without a second thought. Who poisoned you? Really poisoned? Xie Bingyin suddenly felt her cheeks get wet. Chapter 235E. He's our family. Capital City, Su Family Villa. There were whispers from outside the door. What? Things were done by Brother Su Mo? Where did you go to investigate, fifth sister? No way. It definitely can't be Brother Su Mo. The police must have made a mistake in their investigation. Brother Su Mo definitely wouldn't do something as bad as this pig and dog. Fifth sister, have someone reinvestigate it. I definitely don't believe it would be Brother Su Mo. Su Shuxing had just come in once, but Su Xuehue hadn't clarified the situation for the time being and didn't say much to her. It was assumed that Su Shujing had returned from her investigation and found out some information, so she was discussing it with Su Juinja outside. Su Juinja seems to think that things are very big and is afraid that she will take things lightly, urging Su Shujing to keep an eye on her, and Su Xuehue just thinks things are a bit funny. She didn't move, though, wanting to see how things would play out. She had a vague feeling in her mind that things would definitely not stop there, and that something else must have come up behind her. Sure enough, after waiting for a day to pass, Chinan Xiong reappeared, and he came over to see her with a whole bunch of gifts. Su Xuehue was naturally unwilling to see him and stayed behind closed doors. So Su Juinja was forced to receive him. Not knowing exactly what Chen Anxiong's mentality was, Su Xuehui decided to continue to take a look and waited for Chen Anxiong to leave before Su Juinja pushed the door open again and came in. Sis, he's gone. Chen Anxiong is very painful and regretful, and just now he was all desperate to apologize and say he's sorry for you. He said that he will be responsible to the end. If you don't like him, it doesn't matter. Chen Anxiong said he's willing to wait. Su Xuehui's face was pale and dull as she gave him a slight glance. Su Juinja sighed. This Chen Anxiong really deserves to die. He did something worse than a pig or a dog to second sister, and I can't wait to kill him. If he dares to come over next time, I will definitely scold him. But second sister, eat a little something. Don't starve yourself. Su Xuehui remained silent, and after a day, Su Juinja walked in again. Second sister, I met Chen Anxiong once again, bought a whole bunch of gifts over, all inside the living room. He looked really regretful. I've already told Dad and Mom about this, and both Dad and Mom were very surprised, and now Dad says, you're getting older too. Although you don't like Chen Anxiong, second sister, there's nothing you can do about it since things have already happened. Since Chen Anxiong is willing to take responsibility, I think I can consider it. Of course, if you really don't like it, second sister, there's nothing you can do. I will beat him up and drive him away. Although a few days ago, Su Xuehui's mind had already vaguely guessed, but when Su Juinja said this sentence, she still felt cold all over. She never expected her dear brother to make such plans. This good show, it seemed to be getting more and more exciting, making her want to go all the way to the end of the mirror. She wanted to see just how bad Su Juinja had gotten. I need to see Shuma. What else do you need to see Brother Su Mo for, second sister? Brother Su Mo doesn't see anyone right now. He doesn't even see fifth sister when she goes over. I can't get him to come over either. Hio Junqiul opened his mouth. I know. Su Xuehui was no longer willing to say more. There was something that she hadn't been able to confirm. She needed to see Su Mo before she could confirm it. She wasn't sure if it was Su Mo who had saved her. All of it was sparse to her. And now the only thing she was sure of was that Su Mo hadn't hurt her. Hio Junqiul? It must be him. Now it's already understandable. Waiting for Su Juinja to leave, Su Xuehui was sad in her heart, and after thinking about it, she took out her cell phone to call Su Wanting. Sister, I've investigated the matter pretty much. The poisoning back then, there was indeed an inside story. It wasn't Mom who did it, nor was it anyone else but Juinja. Only it could have been him. On the other side, Su Wanting was giving lessons to a group of children. After suddenly receiving the call, her face instantly changed dramatically. In a flash, she burst into tears, crying almost like a child. Are you sure? She asked after she finished crying. Okay, Su Xuehui replied. That. Su Wanting suddenly didn't know what to say. In their family, Su Juinja was too important. He wasn't just the heart of Su Deming and Xie Bingyan. He was also the pillar of the Su family right now. And the reason why Xie Bingyan had persevered until now was entirely because of Su Juinja's existence. For a while, only emotionally, they could not make a trade-off. If they were forced to choose between Su Mo and Su Juinja, then there was no doubt that the vast majority of them would probably choose Su Juinja. This is a reality that is extremely harsh. Blood ties may be important, but the bond of mutual affection is much more important than blood ties. Xuehui, so, then how do you choose? What kind of choice do you want to make? Su Wanting opened her mouth. Me? I don't know. Su Xuehui hesitated to speak. You don't know? So why are you asking me? I don't know if you don't know. Now what's right? What's wrong? Su Wanting cried. Now I'm vaguely aware of a problem, and that is, what exactly has Su Mo been waiting for all these years? He clearly has enough materials in his hands, but he just doesn't make a move. What is he doing? Su Xuehui asked. Su Wanting was stunned. We all know that Su Mo is very capable. It surpasses all of us. However, it seems that he hasn't been making any big moves. He must be waiting for a moment that makes all of us feel fear. Su Xuehui regained her senses. What time? I'm not sure. But if I were Su Mo, things would definitely not be just that simple. This timing, it would definitely be very scary, very, very scary for us. Perhaps Juinja. Su Xuehui suddenly didn't dare to speak further. Su Wanting was also stunned, and for a moment did not speak. Take a big breath. Hio Junqiul is scheming for our family fortune. Su Juinja wants to get everything. You, on the other hand, have already been sacrificed by him and introduced to Chen Anxiong. And if nothing else, you will marry Xiong, and the Su family is destined to fall apart. Su Juinja's target is not Su Mo, and Su Mo's target is not necessarily Su Juinja. Their target, maybe it's you, or me, or mom and dad. According to what you said, Su Mo already has evidence in his hands. So what Su Mo is going to do next? Seeing that she didn't continue, Su Shuehui blushed miserably. Juinja will change. He will become very, very powerful. He has no way to leave the country now. Perhaps the dog will jump over the wall. A dog jumping over the wall? The dog jumped over the wall? Dog, anxious. Su Wanting suddenly thought of something. Her face brush dramatically changed, but very quickly, she shook her head again. No, 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 surely it won't be like this. Juinja, no matter what, it won't be like this. He's our family. Su Shuehui did not speak, and the more she thought about it, the more cold she felt in her heart. From the bottom of her heart, she felt horrible about what Shuma planned to do. Also from the bottom of his heart, he felt scared of a human face like Su Juinja. The predictions for the future chilled her even more to the bone. This was perhaps the cruelest revenge, and the result Su Mo had always wanted. On the other side, Chen Anxiong was extremely happy with the harvest and hosted a banquet for Su Juinja. And Hio Juncheol is getting very anxious. He desperately wanted to leave the country, but Chen Anxiong didn't have a solution for the time being. So Su Juinja could only seek other solutions. And at that moment, another material was sent to him. And after Su Juinja took a look at it, his face brushed and went pale. Strike first and suffer later. Su Juinja gritted his teeth, his expression vicious to the extreme. Chapter 236, then. Let him kill it. Su Mo met Gao Kaier once, and it was Gao Kaier who requested to see him. In this case, Gao Kaier's role was crucial. Hio Junchul trusts her more, and she is the key to inducing Hio Junchul to do things in the past. And now, Su Mo was ready to show his cards to Gao Kaier. From the very beginning, Gao Kaier's goal was very obvious. She wanted money. Now that the money was trapped and there was no way to get it out, Gao Kaier was very anxious in her heart and wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible. She knew very well that only Su Mo could solve it. So after meeting her, things were much easier. If it's a matter of money, it can be solved. I can give you the portion you invested in Fengxiang Jewelry. I don't really care about how Phoenix Jewelry is doing. Moreover, I don't really care about the outcome of Su Juinja. All we're doing now is trying to end it. Gao Kaier frowned. Su Juinja can't get away now. I have enough evidence in my hands that he indeed might need to go in for a few years, or even a dozen years. Su Mo shrugged. Then Gao Kaier was baffled. You need to do what I say. Let Hio Juncheol go his way. I don't want anyone else involved in this. The way things are now, he has to do it himself. That's it. That's all. If he does, I'll give you a portion of what you deserve, and I may give you another portion, far beyond what you expected. Although Gao Kaier wanted money, she was not a fool. Wanting to fool her, naturally, would not work, and she needed to come up with real benefits to do so. She was very clear about the difference between idols and reality, and was sure of what she was going to take from the beginning. And for this kind of woman with a clear attitude, Su Mo appreciated it in his heart. Only her tactics were slightly less on the nose. Of course, that's all she's capable of. She needs to rely on her beauty to get the money she wants. Gao Kaier knows exactly where her strengths lie and is very good at playing to them. I'll let him do it as much as possible. In fact, I'm afraid it's difficult to find anyone else for this matter. Su Juinja should already have his own plans. That's good. Su Mo did not continue to say more. Gao Kaier agreed. Then the subsequent procedure is estimated to be simple. Su Mo is no longer willing to see the Su family's face. Let Su Juinja go over to kill can be. Su Mo quickly bid farewell to Gao Kaier and returned to the company. When he saw the traffic outside, he stood up and looked out into the distance. He knew very well that when all was said and done, someone was going to die, and the one that died was unlikely to be Hio Juncheol. Seriously, think about it. It's about damn time for her to do the same. To kill, you have to kill the heart. Xiuma, are you okay? Very well. Su Mo turned back to see Li Hanjuan's pretty face. After this is done, everything will be over. At that time, we can travel light and never be bound again. It's been a long, long time these past few years. Li Half Makeup came over and held his hand and said, Is she really going to die? Really want it all to end, that is, once and for all, when she dies. I just hope she'll die a painful death. Suemo turned back and said indifferently. Oh. Li Hanzhuang had a hard time listening to her heart, but she didn't advise Suemo. After all, after enduring for so many years, need to vent, Li half makeup also think Xie Bingyan early death is also good. After all, she lives as no meaning. Even her own son wants to strangle to death. She is as vicious as this early death, early life. It was only after she died that Su Mo would regain his senses, so he could concentrate on his work and never care about the Su family again. Then, let him kill. Neither Li Half-Make nor Gu Rongxi tried to persuade. Let's do a scenario. If Su Mo knew that Su Juinja had poisoned him and wanted to poison him, what would Su Mo want to do the most? On the other side, Su Xuehui was still secretly reviewing the game with Su Wanning, lowering her voice. Su Mo knew a long time ago that someone had poisoned him, and that's why he left home. You and I didn't know, and neither did Mom. Su Mo hasn't mentioned this matter all these years, but he definitely knows exactly who poisoned him. After knowing that it was Su Juinja, it seems that his first goal was not to get Su Juinja killed. Over the years, Su Juinja has been developing well, and has even taken control of Fengxiang jewelry. Su Mo waited until he was in control of Fengxiang jewelry before he snapped. The money laundering thing is obviously Su Mo forcing Junja to make a choice. He might have expected Junja to go crazy and mad. And the next step? Su Wanting, as a high school student and former group president, could not help but be openly surprised when the details of the matter were sorted out. He wants Heo Junqiul to get us all killed. No, even say he's targeting Mom or Dad. Perhaps in the beginning, Su Xuehui also made a judgment. Does he want Junqiul to betray us or betray Mom and Dad? If what happened to me was done by Juinja, then I think Su Juinja has lost his heart, and I no longer have the slightest doubt that he will make a move on Mom and Dad. Even these past few days, it's already being done. What then? Get someone to arrest Heo Junqiul first. I have no proof. These are just guesses. We need to take a look first. In any case, on Dad and Mom's side, security needs to be beefed up first. On Xie Bingyan's side, no specific information was found in the Su family villa. She also didn't want to leave the Summer Haven City villa, but stayed inside the empty house and didn't move a muscle. As time went on, her hair became grayer and grayer, her wrinkles grew, and her whole body turned pale and old. A servant saw her return and was talking and chatting with her, but she muttered under her breath, "Who? Exactly?" Soon the cell phone rang. "Mom, I was so worried about you that I flew back to see you. I bought 2 tickets. Let's go out for a walk. Things are so messed up at home right now. I'm worried." It's a call from Heo Junqiul, supposedly flying back. After Xie Bingyan heard his voice, she froze slightly and her body jolted. She didn't answer, and Su Juinja quickly returned to the Xiahai City villa. He brought back tons of gifts and quickly pounced on Xie Bingyan. And for some reason, Xie Bingyan suddenly couldn't see his true colors clearly. "Mom, don't stay at home. I'm very worried when you stay alone. The weather is nice these days. Let's go out for a walk." "What are you and Dad arguing about?" A few days ago, second sister also had an accident, and the police said that brother Su Mo did it. He kidnapped second sister. I don't believe brother Su Mo did it. I've already asked sister 5 to look into it. "Mom, I want to take care of you first." The words of her adopted son, sounding concerned, caused a trace of warmth and comfort to bubble up in Xie Bingyan's heart. Heo Junqiul, from the beginning, was so well-behaved and caring. "The car's here, Mom. Let's go out for a walk." Xie Bingyan glanced at him, thought about it, and nodded. Chapter 237. Mom hasn't given you enough over the years, has she? There was no doubt that the arrival of her adopted son had restored some sanity and hope to Xie Bingyan. Once in the car, listening to my foster son talking, it was as if nothing mattered. The matter of Su Mo could thus be left behind. As long as the favorite adopted son is in front of them, any difficult hurdle can be overcome. Back then, that's how she broke through. At that time, she had been unable to sleep for several days and nights, and when she closed her eyes, she could hear her child's cries, which nearly drove her crazy. Later, after adopting Su Junqiul back, the sound of the child's cries was in her ears, causing a strong motherly love to rise up in her heart. This kind of emotional attachment cannot be understood or clarified by ordinary people, but after encountering Su Deming's betrayal, all her emotions are invested in her adopted son. She might have felt more comfortable if she hadn't realized that the emotion would soon dissipate. For a moment, she reveled in that security, unable to stop herself. Su Juanja was naturally comforting Xie Bingyin, even though Xie Bingyin didn't say much. Su Juanja was very clear that there was no turning back for himself. He had to separate the relationship between the Su family and the Xie family, and he had to send Su Mo to prison as soon as possible. Only after sending Su Mo to jail could he be at peace. Chen Anxiong assured that he could help Su Mo solve the problem as long as something happened to him. And even if something went wrong, it wouldn't threaten his position. Both Gao Kaier and Lu Kaikong supported him to do so, so a new script was born in his hands. The one who responded this time was naturally Su Mo. The car was driving towards the scenic area, getting more and more remote, and since it was out for a walk, it was only natural to go farther away. Su Juanja was telling Xie Bingyin to keep her away from her troubles, and Xie Bingyin nodded slightly, already agreeing resentfully. As for the front of the convoy, it was not unusual for a few cars to suddenly appear. Even with those few cars, which pretty much surrounded their car, Su Juanja didn't change his attitude much. In order for things to go smoothly, Su Juanja didn't let his bodyguard follow him over, who was a bit far away from them. And there were only two people in the car, him and Xie Bingyin, besides the driver. Dealing with Xie Bingyin is not the main purpose. The main purpose is naturally to plant evidence on Su Mo. In order to achieve such a purpose, Su Juanja had found a few people who wanted money, but not life on the side of the Spelling CC company. Su Juanja originally wanted others to do it. He would just wait for the result, but when he heard that he wanted Xie Bingyin to die, instantly not many people dared to do it. Su Juanja hesitated for a long time, never able to decide, and finally had no choice but to do one thing or the other. One has always been a tool man anyway. The Su family no longer meant anything to him anyway. Anyway, Lu Kaikong has been forcing him, not letting him go, to wait for Fengxiang Jewelry to get the money. Lu Kaikong said that he has some information on Su Mo in his hands, which can allow the police to find out that it is Su Mo who did it and can cooperate with Chen Anxiong together. When things were pressed down, Su Juanja had no scruples in his mind. Perhaps this is a relief for Xie Bingyin. She was in too much pain for this to be the best outcome for her. A car surrounded them, but did not make a move, and the crowd tried to drive on. It wasn't until a car slightly crashed into both of Su Juanja's cars that the two of them looked up in shock. What happened? Hyo Juncheol asked, pretending to be flustered. The driver said, "Someone is following us. There are cars in front and behind us that seem to want to do something." What? Su Juanja was surprised and had a panicked look on his face as he quickly looked back and forth before he said to Xie Bingyin, "Mom, someone's coming over. I wonder who it is? It shouldn't be Brother Su Mo." Xie Bingyin was stunned. Brother Su Mo wouldn't be so heartless. What happened to second sister was definitely not his doing. Who are these people? What do they want? Could it be that someone else is trying to deal with us? Su Juanja panicked. Seemingly seeing that Xie Bingyin didn't respond, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and called his bodyguard to come over faster. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll protect you and never let anyone hurt you, no matter who that person really is." Brother Su Mo, do we really have to do this? As another car crashed over, Hyo Juncheol roared in anger, his face white. Xie Bingyin turned her head to look outside with a face of indifference, watching from afar as a car suddenly accelerated and continued to crash towards the two of them. It seemed to be looking for a spot to run their car right over. She didn't know why, but this scene suddenly became very, very slow in her eyes, as if she had pressed the slowdown button so much so that Xie Bingyin could even see the faces of the riders on the opposite side of the road clearly. She turned around slightly and could even see her seatbelt snapping and slowly bouncing off as the limo suddenly flipped over, glass shattering. She continued to turn her head slightly to see Hyo Juncheol suddenly holding his head and picking up a pillow to block his head as his entire body shrank into a ball. She saw in very slow motion images the airbag being deployed, rapidly expanding, the car and glass flipping several times in a row in the air, and she had gone flying, the airbag no longer able to protect her. Then the car hit the ground hard, making several violent noises. Xie Bingyin didn't expect this result. After the car was knocked over, she crashed from the back to the front, but the car's performance was pretty good. She didn't faint and was merely injured. Hyo Juncheol seemed to be injured as well, letting out a hiss of pain as his arm seemed to be scratched by the glass. The driver, on the other hand, was a bit more serious and was out of breath. Xie Bingyin didn't know how badly she was injured. She felt that she didn't have much sensation left and realized that things had stopped and the vehicle had stabilized, so she crawled outside slightly. Mom, where are you? Just after climbing out of the limousine, Su Juinja's shouts came from behind him, and Xie Bingyin looked back, only to feel a coldness in her heart. She was also injured. One arm was unconscious and her head was bleeding. She couldn't climb much farther, and when she reached a tree, she stopped and lay down by it, looking at the vehicles in the distance. The road was not crowded, and some people had stopped after seeing the crash. Su Juinja searched in a panic on the other side and didn't find Xie Bingyin before he finally found his way over to this side of the bush. He rushed over. Mom, how are you? Are you okay? Xie Bingyin looked at him, stunned, and for a moment, many things that he had not understood seemed to be understood in this instant. She opened her mouth, wanted to ask Su Juinja why, but suddenly it felt like she couldn't make a sound. Her throat had gone dry and thirsty. Mom dash! Heo Juncheol shouted out hastily, more than a little surprised to see that she wasn't dead. This time, in order to complete the whole thing, he had made a bitter trick, and his right hand was almost broken. Xie Bingyin's seatbelt broke off long ago. It's a miracle she survived such a serious collision. Heo Juncheol complained a bit about the performance of that car. Juinja, come accompany Mom to lie down for a while. Just lie down for a while. Xie Bingyin opened her mouth morosely. Su Juinja looked at her face and realized that she was covered in blood. He was stunned, and a hint of ecstasy bubbled up in his heart. But he quickly called out with a worried face. Mom, wait, I'll call for an ambulance right away. The ambulance will be here soon. No, it doesn't matter. Junchul, already, it doesn't matter anymore. Xie Bingyin's face was pale, staring blankly at her adopted son, her breath weak. Juinja, you tell Mom? What Mom has given you all these years is not enough, is it? Chapter 238. Junchul, me, my good son. Hearing these words, Su Juinja was stunned. He hadn't expected Xie Bingyin to ask this now, and panic instantly appeared on his face. Originally, in his conception, even if Xie Bingyin did not die, it was nothing as long as her body was seriously injured. If she died, it was even better. For how Xie Bingyin would react, instead, it no longer mattered. Now hearing her say this, Su Juinja quickly calmed down between the panic, recalling which aspect of his own did not do enough. Let Xie Bingyin suspect himself? But after thinking about it, and not coming up with an answer, he hurriedly said, trembling, Mom, what are you saying? I can't understand. Can't you understand? You can't hear. Xie Bingyin seemed to have lost a lot of blood. Her breath was dying and breathless. She supposedly felt uncomfortable and struggled slightly before continuing to look at Su Juinja and sighed. Juinja, all these years, has Mom treated you badly? No. Mom, you're bleeding. Just stop talking for a second. I'll bandage you up. Su Juinja said hurriedly, seemingly about to cry. Don't cry. Juinja, that seatbelt, it's been cut. It's broken. Xie Bingyin continued to speak. Su Juinja's entire body shook. Xie Bingyin continued to look at him with a tired face, and after seeing this expression on his face, he seemed to be even more desperate and laughed miserably. You're still like this. You can't hide anything from Mom. Mom is just being pissed off in the brain, taking it lightly. Heo Juncheol didn't say anything. His body was trembling, as if he was desperately trying to hold something back. And the other day, your father and I were arguing about the poisoning. I checked and searched and found no one. Your third sister said it wasn't her. Xie Bingyin's tone was calm as she closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them again, covered in blood and full of exhaustion. Then who was it? Who poisoned him? Juinja. Who poisoned your brother Su-mo? Su Juinja's face bristled and went pale, becoming bloodless. Already it's been years. Your big sister and second sister, they never mentioned it. I only remembered it now. Xie Bingyin wiped the blood from her face with her hand. Juinja, no matter what, poisoning is wrong. Su Juinja's face changed and changed, already bloodless, and he fiercely clenched his fists in death, trembling. Mommy, what the hell are you talking about? What poisoning? Junchul, don't you deny it. Mom knows it's you. You tell Mom, why did you do it? Which one of the hell are you upset about? Xie Bingyin broke off. When Su Juinja heard these words, his heart and mind jumped, and it was as if his entire being was instantly plunged into darkness, knowing that he could no longer hide it from Xie Bingyin. She seems to have checked out. After thinking about it, Su Juinja picked up a glass shard on the ground and took a few steps towards her, his expression becoming indifferent. Which article of dissatisfaction? Which one of my grievances do you think I have? All of this was originally supposed to be mine. Everything was supposed to be mine. You. At this reaction of his, Xie Bingyin seemed startled. I'm just a substitute, aren't I? From beginning to end, I was only a replacement for Su Mo. You suddenly picked him up and brought him back. You know full well that he's better than me. Su Juanjia stared at Xie Bingyin in death. He shouldn't have come back in the first place. He should have died in the orphanage. Why didn't he die? Why do you all do everything and hide it from me? Xie Bingyin was stunned. I've known it since the year I got into college. I'm nothing but a tool man. I could be replaced at any moment. Everything I once had at my fingertips could disappear. You ask me which one I'm dissatisfied with? I'm dissatisfied with everything right now. Su Juanjia hissed. The year I got to college. Xie Bingyin seemed to recall. You won't forget? Will you? What did Su Mo say to you at Qingbei University back then? And what did he say to me? If I didn't work hard, I'm afraid I would have lost it all long ago. Now, all of it was forced on me by you. All of it was forced on me by Su Deming. If it wasn't for you comparing me to him, I probably wouldn't have made it this far. Su Juanjia was like a maniac. Xie Bingyin was stunned, staring at her adopted son with wide eyes and dead eyes, her heart in disbelief. Originally, she still didn't quite believe that Su Juanjia would do such a thing to her. And just now it was only a slight test, however, she didn't think that Su Juanjia would even admit it. For a moment, Xie Bingyin's sky spun. You should die? Only when you die will Xie Zhen completely break with Su Mo. Only then would Xie Zhen let his guard down and even go and arrest Su Mo into the police station again. Only when you die will Su Mo break with Su Deming's family, and I won't become a scapegoat. I'm not a scapegoat either. Su Juanjia was hysterical. Xie Bingyin looked at him dumbfounded, slightly raising her hand to point at him with a trembling hand. Juanjia, this is the reason why you want to poison. That's because of you. Su Juanjia hissed. That poison, you gave it. Don't deny it. But this matter has already passed. I can't remember the exact details anymore. Back then, everything had you in it. Why do you think Su Mo hates you so much? You think Su Mo doesn't know anything? You were wrong. You're dead wrong. Regardless of anything, stakes and all, you played a major role in it. If Su Mo really died, then you must be the culprit, no doubt about it. Xie Bingyin opened her mouth, and her face became even paler. So the only way to end this is for you to die. I'm only doing this out of necessity. If I didn't, I'd be the one going to jail. Su Juanjia sniffled and stared fiercely at Xie Bingyin again. So, Mom, you'd better die. Only if you die, Su Mo won't be hating our family anymore. Xie Bingyin's face was like ashes. Original. It turns out that you have so many grievances. It turns out that all of it is really you. Jun Chulmai, my wonderful son. So, what if it's me? Don't think I'm not aware that you've been comparing me to Su Mo, but I don't want to compare myself to him. I'm not a tool person. Su Juanjia roared. So that's how it is? So? You want? Mom, it's better for you to die. If you die, everything will be turned upside down, and Su Mo will definitely not be able to escape suspicion. So you dash. Su Juanjia was about to continue towards the bottom, when suddenly his body stiffened, and he felt a stabbing pain emerge from his small abdomen. He froze and looked down, only to see a dagger stabbed in the small of his back. Instantly, Su Juanjia stared at Xie Bingyin with wide-eyed disbelief. Mom? Xie Bingyin seemed to be startled as well, hastily withdrawing her hand and stepping back slightly before staring at Su Juanjia dead in the face. Mom, you. Xie Bingyin looked at him, her expression suddenly becoming very soft and compassionate. Chapter 239. What is Manny Su going to do? From Wawa to learning to walk, from his first day of kindergarten, to entering elementary school, to getting into college, to his first time bringing his girlfriend back full of joy. He grew up along the way. On that day, the family held a grand wedding banquet, and although Xie Bingyin still didn't like Gao Kaier's family background very much, she put up with it since the two of them loved each other. Little by little things seep into her mind. She remembers that summer day, holding her child and playing with the cartoon cars. Relaxing, she remembers that birthday, and taking him to the zoo to see the animals. She remembers that in kindergarten he got first place, and was so happy with himself that she took him on a cruise. All that is a memory. Holding it in her hand for fear of dropping it. Holding it in her mouth for fear of melting it. With this child around, it was as if nothing mattered anymore. Everything in her eyes was him. Blood spilled from the wound, and Su Juanjia's expression changed from shock to panic as he couldn't believe that Xie Bingyin had hurt himself. He hastily covered his stomach and took a few steps back slightly. Ah! He had a premonition of great things to come, and the imminence of death gave him the creeps, and he hastily turned his head to the far side of the room and shouted, "Help! Help! Help!" His face had gone white, and he was enduring the pain, stumbling towards the crowd, a few of whom were naturally his people over there. When he heard him shouting for help, he couldn't help but turn his head to look over. "Help! Help me!" Su Juinja cried out, fear having seeped into the marrow of his bones. Xie Bingyin watched him stagger away, her mind recalling that rainy night when she heard the child's cries and was overwhelmed. She put on her heavy raincoat and determinedly went out with her baby in her arms to take a cab and walked a long, long way around the block. He was still crying nonstop, and she just felt so upset that she left him next to the stinking ditch. The rain was falling, the air was cold, but her heart was even colder. She didn't even look back, resolutely left, and from then on almost a dozen years, there was no more news of that child. He's grown, taller again. Despite not having the love of his parents, he grew stronger than anyone else. He thrived from inside the trash heap, step by step. "That's my boy." Xie Bingyin saw a few men coming towards her, and Su Juinja, who had already climbed to the side of a car, looked back with eyes full of fear and said something to the men. The men turned their heads this way in shock, and Xie Bingyin didn't know what they were up to, but just looked at them with a deadpan expression. She no longer had the strength to move and lay there breathless. The men seemed to realize that something big was wrong and quickly rushed over, while at that moment, another bodyguard car stopped not far away. Xie Bingyin suddenly just felt tired and closed her eyes, not looking at what was going on outside. For a moment, the sky swirled and her head swung, and she was unconscious. "It's pouring down rain. It's pouring down rain." The uncontrollable cries of the child added to the irritability of the moody man. For a moment, it was as if she had relived that day, or that cottage, that room, and she pushed open the door and saw the baby. Who wouldn't he stop crying, as if it were a lifetime ago? Manny Su met with Chen Anxiong. For this matter, she specially flew back from Xiaohai City. In the past, Chen Anxiong helped her quite a bit at work, and Chen Anxiong himself dabbled in the entertainment industry by opening a live broadcasting company, which once recruited a number of third-tier actresses to do live broadcasts. His connections in the entertainment industry were very wide, involving both black and white, and right now, Manny Su only had one idea, and that was to make Su Mo be punished. She wanted Chen Anxiong to do this for her. Chen Anxiong was also quite surprised by Manny Su's arrival, and his heart was all happy, only finding it extremely interesting. If it was about posture, Su Manny was naturally inferior to the young Su Xuehui. The young Su Xuehui was as beautiful as a heavenly goddess, a country of beauty, completely inherited her mother's beauty. Su Manny was still a little bit worse. This is the reason why Su Manny has not been hot all these years. If Su Manny has Su Xuehui so beautiful, I'm afraid that it would have been on fire all over the country. Of course, even so, Chen Anxiong was not picky, and Manny Su was a nice big beauty. "You want to do all this? But this one's illegal, and it costs a lot. Manny, what price do you want to pay?" Chen Anxiong asked. "I have money. Any amount will do. You find someone." Manny Su huffed and spoke. "It's not just about money. If it's just about money, then it's very easy to solve. If you really want to do it, I'm afraid you'll need other conditions." Chen Anxiong smiled and opened his mouth. "What more conditions?" Manny Su frowned. "Wait until you make up your mind. Right now you're probably not mentally prepared." Chen Anxiong found this matter more and more interesting. For Manny Su to automatically come to his door, Chen Anxiong's heart was all happy. Imagine beautiful sisters who don't want them. Only Su Xuehui's side of the matter has not yet been determined. Chen Anxiong temporarily do not want to make trouble, so first delayed. "I need to as soon as possible. Right now I feel sick just thinking about him." Manny Su spoke. "Don't worry. When you make up your mind, we can talk about it. Anything can be done, as long as the price can be paid." Chen Anxiong laughed, the corners of his mouth all curled up, his eyes filled with lechery. He didn't want to cause trouble, but if Manny Su agreed, he could also get a script or something to blindfold Manny Su. As long as she can afford the price. What's the harm in helping her once? It was very unwise to offend a big brother of $100 billion group, but with his family background, he wasn't scared of Su Mo. "This thing, can we do it to Su Mo?" "It can be done. Only the effect on him may be minimal." Very impressive. Borrowing a sword, and really borrowed it. In Shu, in a room, news came back and several people looked at the information and discussed it. After a few words, silence set in. What about Su Deming's side? No one made a move on him? "There's no one yet. Su Deming has always been in the capital, and Su Juinja didn't make a move on him. Right now, he doesn't know everything. Funny, not even at this level. Truly a waste. It's a pity that this thing wasn't done in its entirety. Yeah, too bad. On the other side, Suemo also received some news. Manny Su came back and had a face-to-face meeting with Chunan Xiong. Manny Su is furious. Oh. Upon receiving this news, Suemo was surprised for a moment and frowned. What is Manny Su going to do? Li Hanzhuang asked. Suemo didn't say anything and turned his head to look at the clouds outside the window, only to feel that there really was a reincarnation in the heavens. Manny Su committed suicide in her last life, and there was a lot going on, not just because of the revelations about Suemo, but also because of the number of things that had come up in her own life. Su Juinja tells her the reason why Su Xiaohui married Chunan Xiong, and then exposes that she slept with her brother-in-law, causing her image to be tarnished and people to be evil. Manny Su couldn't accept it for a moment and didn't have the face to see Su Xiaohui, so she jumped straight off the building. Chunan Xiong has put some effort in her, too, to enjoy the sisterhood exclusively. Foolishness, when it's really stupid. A thick chill emerged in Su Mo's eyes. Chapter 240. Do you know that Su Juinja's real mother is called Huang Xiuling? But Su Mo couldn't care less about Manny Su. And if Manny Su was really gotten by Chunan Xiong, it was only her fault. To have hatred for him would simply be a death wish. Su Mo was concerned about Su Juinja's side. However, he couldn't predict Su Juinja's specific movements. He wasn't a god, and he naturally couldn't interfere much with how Su Juinja would lay out. He just kept pressing Su Juinja to get things done. As for who died, or both, Suemo didn't care at all, as long as one of them died. Now that the news hadn't come back yet, it was estimated that it would take a few more days. Suemo wasn't in a hurry and took his time. In fact, he's been a bit busy lately. The business found an attack some time ago, and he contacted some people to check it out, and the results are in. Suemo glanced at it, and it wasn't out of his expectation. His dear great-uncle, Su Bohan, finally intervened. From the time Su Bohan did not oppose Su Junja on the stage, Suemo has already detected something wrong. This time the main target of the investigation is naturally Su Bohan. Did not think that the results are similar to the expected. Su Bohan as a person is actually a bit cold-blooded. Seemingly well-mannered, hobby culture, but there is a kind of indifference in the bones. He for Su Deming has always been high. Press simply looked down on, if not when the Xie family insisted. Su Deming simply cannot be divided into Fengshan jewelry. Elder Master Su and Elder Lady Su also favored the eldest son Su Bohan. For Su Deming care is not much these years. There is also little interaction. One could say that the reason why Su Deming turned into a playboy and insisted on indulging himself had a lot to do with Old Master Su and Old Lady Su's lack of concern. How much damage did we do in the last attack? Counting so far, at least $20 billion has been lost. Although our stock price is still rising, the momentum has slowed down because of this incident. I know. This is a debt to be settled on Su Bohan. Su Mo could be said to have no grudge against him, not even seeing him a few times. But this eldest brother poisoned him at this critical juncture. It's good, it's perfect. Meet Su Deming. Su Mo turned back to Li Hanzhuang. I'll meet with him. Li Hanzhuang was stunned. You want to see him? He's disgusting, but he's still useful. There are some things that I feel I need to talk to him about. Su Mo was filled with indifference. Li half-makeup sighed. Then I'll inform him to come over. He's been waiting down there the whole time. Yes. Su Deming had used every means possible to see him during this time. Suemo did not see, so he came every day to the company hall side, refused to go, also do not know where to bring a chair, just sit there. Suemo was already overwhelmed. As things stood, there was nothing to hide, and it was time to show down with Su Deming. Xie Bingyin probably didn't know that the nastiness in Su Deming's heart was far more than she had imagined. Xie Bingyin had underestimated this man's disgustingness. Su Deming naturally waited down below, and after being notified, he was overjoyed and immediately took the elevator up on his ass. Su Mo, he exclaimed after walking into the office. Sit. Su Mo gave him a faint look, his eyes revealing ice coldness. No, it's fine for Dad to stand. Su Mo, listen to me explain. Dad didn't know about you being poisoned before, and Dad didn't know. Don't say it for now. I understand. Su Mo stopped him from saying any more. This matter is already past. It's not that important anymore. This? Su Deming's face stalled. Speak about your business. Su Deming. What are you going to do? Suemo looked at him. Su Deming was surprised and hurriedly said, Dad came over today because he wanted to apologize to you. Dad never thought that your mom would do such a thing. There must be a misunderstanding here. I feel certain that your mom wouldn't have done such a poisonous thing. Oh. The corners of Sumo's mouth rose slightly as he looked at him with contempt. But it's possible. I want to find out the truth before I say anything. No matter what, we're sorry for you in this matter. Su Deming hurriedly said when he realized Sumo's expression was not right. Su Mo instantly laughed, smiling somewhat happily. Su Deming, back then, when Su Juinja was adopted home. How did you feel? This? Su Deming was stunned. Did you ever get angry back then? Did you pursue it? Also, did you let anyone investigate back then? Suemo looked at him with a smile. Su Deming's face was grave. A lot of things happened back then. I let people check, but again, too busy and have been checking also no results. Don't you lie to me. I know. Suemo sneered. I know everything, including the fact that Su Juinja's real mother is called Huang Qiuling. Su Deming. Do you know that Su Juinja's real mother is called Huang Qiuling? With a swish, Su Deming's face changed dramatically. This? You do know, right? Su Mo laughed more and more happily, full of mockery. That model. She had a great body and was pretty. You won't easily forget that model. Even if you're old and senile, you must remember it clearly. Panic bubbled up on Su Deming's face. This, who told you about this? Why do I need someone to tell me in order for me to know? If I want to know, I'll naturally know. Suemo laughed. Suemo, you listen to my explanation. I didn't know most of the things that happened back then. I only found out later. At first, I didn't expect this matter at all. Su Deming hurriedly explained. Yeah, you really didn't expect it at first. If someone hadn't told you, you wouldn't have known much about it. You have always been rather dim, but in the end, isn't it obvious? You had your own plans in mind all along. Suemo sneered, then spread his hands. I wasn't willing to talk about these things before, and I'm too lazy to reveal anything about you. But Su Deming, you should be clear that I, for one, know. And it's crystal clear. Su Deming instantly had a look of disaster on his face. Of course, I didn't come over today mainly to talk to you about this matter. Rather, I want to talk to you about the Su family in Shuzhou. How much of a master can you be over the Su family in Shuzhou? Suemo asked. When Su Deming heard this from him, he was like an amnesty and hurriedly said, Suemo, you want to go back to Shuzhou? That's fine. Your grandfather will soon celebrate his 70th birthday, so I'll take you back with me at that time. This time, we'll go back to the Shuzhou Su family in style. Zumo laughed again at that moment. Do you feel the scenery? Of course it's scenic. As long as you go back with me, it will be scenic. Let's go together to witness the state of the Su family. We, the Su family, still have many people. Su Deming quickly said. What about for Su Bohan? How sure are you? This? Su Deming remembered Su Bohan's gloomy face and immediately trembled a little. He was more afraid of Su Bohan since he was a child. Suemo was happy and sneered. Just as well, I guess I can't rely on you for this matter. This good elder uncle of mine is still quite direct and cruel. I reckon he's definitely more than that. What did he do? Su Deming was surprised. Chapter 241, because indeed, it was he who moved his hand. It's a lot to do. If the momentum of Pound Yum Yum can't be curbed and switched to another business, it's going to be a disaster. Suemo was well aware of how much Su Bohan's actions had affected the business. It directly caused nearly $20 billion in losses, caused many people to be unable to log into their accounts, and problems with the app, which was scrutinized by the ugly country's stock market. If it was an ordinary business, it would shed its skin even if it didn't die. And it was entirely because Su Bohan had underestimated how strong pieces of CCCC was that he was unable to curb Su Mo's development. Su Mo didn't have any luck in his heart. Su Deming said this to Su Mo. His heart was immediately hard. No father would want his son to look down on him, especially someone like Su Deming who wanted to save face. He hurriedly said, This pot can help you. No matter what you need to do. Dad can go back to Shuzhou in advance to say hello to your grandparents in Shuzhou. As long as you are willing to go back with me. Su Mo glanced at him, although he couldn't look at him. He had to say that right now, Su Deming still had some use for him. At least Su Bohan quota of things needed to go through him. Tell me more. I'm too tired to talk much today. Su Mo, Dad is really sorry about the poisoning. Dad didn't expect such a thing to happen. The main reason I came here today was to ask you if you still have any health problems. Are there any after effects? Su Deming saw Su Mo's expulsion order and hurriedly asked. Su Mo looked at him, feeling nothing but sarcasm and amusement in his heart. Perhaps Su Deming didn't even know Su Juinja's true identity now. He still thought that Su Juinja was his son, and Su Mo was too lazy to reveal these things to him. He thinks, so let him think. You don't need to worry about how I am. You're still worried about your other sons. Su Mo sneered. This? Su Deming sniffed, his heart flustered, thought for a moment, and had to say stiffly, Xiao Mo, Dad is sorry. However, you also know that the Su family requires a condition to be in charge of the family, and also requires a legacy. The family property, most of them are passed on male, not female. Dad has no way, can only sorry your mom. Psst. Su Mo instantly burst out laughing, but he quickly stopped it and waved his hand and laughed. This matter is really funny, but it's fine. I've been trained that no matter how funny it is, I won't laugh. You go back first. I think, at this moment, it's not me you should be worried about. Oh, who should I be worried about? Su Deming was surprised. My good brother, Hyo Jun Chul. You must be worried. Su Mo's eyes revealed coldness and ruthlessness, not intending to talk to him much. Su Mo, come home for dinner sometime. Have a chat with your second and fifth sisters. Su Mo, Dad, all these years, I'm sorry. I'll have your mom come over and apologize. When he saw the bodyguards pushing Su Deming out, Su Deming gave a hasty cry, looking anxious. Su Mo, however, didn't even look at him and turned his head to look at the city in the distance. On Hyo Jun Chul's side, the ending should be coming out. He doesn't have days to struggle, and at this point, he's definitely scrambling. Su Mo needs to prevent Siejun from coming over before he can do so. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Su Deming to leave, and a large group of people came underneath the office building. A dozen or so cars quickly stopped downstairs, with Siejun taking the lead, charging across the street and straight into Sumo's office, seemingly wanting to arrest someone. Siejun repeatedly requested that Xie Bingyan should not be allowed to have an accident. Once Xie Bingyan had an accident, he would be extremely annoyed. Siejun at this moment must have received the results. So much so that after he led his men to rush into Sumo's office, they all stared at Su Mo with murderous eyes. Su Mo, you're so cruel. Su Mo watched him come over, more or less understanding in his heart that he really was still the most impulsive and liked to solve problems in a direct way. Is Xie Bingyan's problem? Is she dead? Su Mo desperately wanted to know the result, so he could celebrate. Su Xuehui and Su Shujing were the first to receive the news. When they heard about it, their faces brushed white, incomparably panicked. Where would be the time? Directly from the capital to fly Shanghai City. Su Xuehui had anticipated it yesterday, but both she and Su Wanning felt that there was still some time left, and even if things were more pressing, there certainly wouldn't be a problem for a while. Where did he think that in the blink of an eye, Xie Bingyan would become this? What happened? Su Xuehui and Su Shujing were puzzled in their minds and asked the police. There was a serious car accident. That car was hit and flipped back and forth. She had several broken ribs and damage to her internal organs. She fell into a coma because she was bleeding so much. When the vehicle caught fire behind her, she had already climbed out of the car, so she picked up a life, the police said. Strangely, though, there was supposedly another passenger in the car, but he was not found at the scene. He's missing. Su Xuehui and Su Shujing looked at Xie Bingyan, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed, and for a moment did not speak. Xie Bingyan was injured very seriously, and the doctor said that if she was saved slower, she was afraid that she would die, but in the end, a few bodyguards ran over and gave her first aid. Not only were his ribs broken, but so was one of his legs, and he had scrapes all over his body. Where's Ko Junchul? Su Xuehui and Su Shujing didn't know, and could only stare blankly at the person in the hospital bed. Did Su Mo do it? Su Shushang asked, lowering her voice. Su Xuehui glanced at her, and thought for a moment without shaking or nodding her head. This matter is estimated to wait for Xie Bingyan to wake up to say. The vehicle has been severely burned and exploded. The inside of the things are burned a little bit left. If Xie Bingyan does not wake up, no one knows the answer. Wait! Things had come to such a pass, and Su Shuhei despaired in her heart. She didn't want to believe that such a thing was done by Su Mo, but there was no doubt that Su Mo had the most motive. As for Su Juinja, his motives were also great. She had discussed it with Su Wanning and felt that Su Juinja's change was very scary. But if they were talking about killing Xie Bingyan, both of them felt that Su Juinja wouldn't dare. The most Su Juinja could do was hurt Xie Bingyan and frame Su Mo. And now, even Su Juinja is in the car. The two together were overturned and crashed. The suspicion on Su Juinja became much less. Su Shuehui and Su Shujing were waiting in the hospital room. It didn't take long for Manny Su to rush over as well. She looked at it and immediately gritted her teeth. I know who did it. It must have been him who did it. It could only be him. To do it to his own mother. He's heartless and beastly. Second sister, how much longer do you want to defend him? Su Mo, most of all, wants mom to go to hell? Su Manny's heart hated the urgency. And seeing Su Shuehui defending Su Mo, her face was full of scorn. Junchul's motivation is also huge. Su Shuehui emphasized. Junchul? What motive could Junchul have? Second sister, are you crazy? Juanja loves mom the most. How could it be Juanja? I think it must be Su Mo who took Juanja away. That devil. Su Manny roared. I must make the police arrest him. Definitely. Su Shuehui and Su Shujing exchanged a glance. They also felt that the incident was not normal. If it is said that Su Mo did not have a hand in it, it seems impossible. Su Mo must have also laid his hand. Let's wait for mom to wake up first. Mom must know the truth. The devil. The devil. On the other side, Xiejin was so angry that he almost smashed Sumo's office. Sumo just looked at him and smiled without making a move. Xiejin was right to suspect that he had done it, because indeed he had. However, Xiejin couldn't help him. Chapter 242, the report shows that everything is normal. Xiejin didn't have any evidence, and merely vaguely guessed that Sumo had moved. In his mind, no matter what, Xie Bingyin was Sumo's mother. And even if it was no longer the case, he shouldn't have made a move. Xiejin came over to vent and roar. Sumo watched him get angry and didn't do anything to him. Xiejin is still useful. For the time being, he's much better controlled than Xiao. Xiejin has obvious flaws, while Xieyun is an old fox who is difficult to control. It's just a pity that Xie Bingyin didn't die. Sumo thought that this time, she would definitely die. I don't know if Hyo Juncheol is dead or not. Sumo is also lazy to care about these things for the time being. Due to too much business, Sumo intends to transfer the position of the president of Pising Shi and hide himself behind the scenes. The short video platform side was developing in full swing, and he needed to take out more time to deal with it, and for him, short videos became more important. Currently, Sumo's pick is Gu Rongxi, letting her serve as the CEO and just retaining the position of chairman himself. Piecing together the Yishi, he has long since gone through a shareholding reform where the founders have great voting rights, so even having someone else as CEO would not affect the normal operation. In the past few days, Sumo had made some requests to the major shareholders, and the major shareholders were very opposed to Sumo's withdrawal. Especially Zhang Yundong has been contacted to make several phone calls to him, so that he does not return, and now Pinyin rising momentum is very fierce. Once Sumo returned, it will seriously affect the confidence of consumers, will seriously affect the stock price. However, for the sake of the arrangements later on, and in order to cultivate Gu Rongxi, Sumo still decided to stay hidden behind the scenes. Next, I will go all out to develop the short video platform and push it to the top of the world. We've been brewing for so long, and now short videos are fully ready to explode, especially abroad, and the explosive power is still very high. Although my focus has shifted, you guys are still mainly spelling CC. Tang Lei's side continue to lead the research and development. This piece, we're going to invest $100 billion or even $200 billion in the next. You're backing off a little fast. Is it that tiring? Tang Lei didn't want him to back off. After all, he was already used to Su Mo cooperating with him and dealing with problems. With Su Mo in, the company has a linchpin, and once Su Mo retires, pieces of Ishii may also decline. Everyone believes in Raccoon Creek. Raccoon Creek has the ability to lead the company to take off. She will do even better and better than me. I also implore all shareholders to give her more encouragement. Raccoon Creek is one of our 4 founders, following us together as we grew up, and we had traveled through countless trials and tribulations to get to where we are today. Sumo said to the crowd. When Zhang Yundong saw that he was determined to go, he had no choice but to smile and say, Sumo, if there are problems with the company, I still want you to come back and take over. After all, the group's rising momentum cannot be slowed down. Of course, I'll still be staring. Sumo laughed. The shareholders were indeed a bit disgruntled, and neither the Buckle Company nor the other investors had much faith in Gu Rongxi's ability. They thought that Gu Rongxi was a woman, and that if she wanted to control a company of $100 billion or even several $100 billion, she was still not capable enough. However, since Su Mo said so, they could only promise to give Gu Rongxi a chance to give it a try. It doesn't fit, then replace it. I find it a bit difficult myself. The company is too big now, and it's hard for me to juggle it all. Gu Rongxi didn't really want to take over this position either, and only felt that her burden was much heavier again. You can do it, Su Mo calmly said. You'll adapt for a while, and I'll give you a year to grow. After a year, you should be able to gain everyone's recognition. What about you? Gu Rongxi looked at him. Me? I can relax and unwind. I have other things to do. Su Mo gathered up the papers on his desk. Once Gu Ruashi heard this, she thought for a moment and looked around. Seeing that everyone had already gone out and the door to the room had been closed, she walked towards Su Mo. Su Mo, don't say it. I understand. Well, Gu Rongxi choked and seemed a bit exasperated, so she continued to move forward and fiercely reached out to hold him in her arms. Su Mo was a bit confused. Gu Rongxi hugged a little tightly. Xie Bingyin's coma didn't last long. After being treated, she woke up after only 2 days in a coma. She was still on in 4 due to her more serious injuries. After Su Deming received the news, he was also taken aback and hurriedly rushed to Shanghai City to ask what the situation was. But Su Xuehue couldn't say one way or the other. There was a car accident. I don't know if it was an accident or something else. The police said that Junshul was with Mom, but Junshul suddenly disappeared and couldn't be found for a while. Su Deming's face suddenly changed. Juanja is missing? Good. Mom was also seriously injured, but just now Mom has awakened, and I went over to ask a few questions about what was going on, but Mom didn't answer. Su Xuehue had a worried look on her face. Su Deming glanced towards the inside of the ward, only to see Xie Bingyin lying motionless inside. She had obviously awakened, but her eyes were empty and her face was pale, a lifeless look that made people worry. Did the doctor say she had problems? Su Deming asked. Just now, Shuji called the doctor over to check, and Shuji checked it herself. Mom doesn't have much of a problem. Her head hasn't been seriously hit. It's just that I don't know why, but she's not willing to speak. Su Xuehue also glanced towards the inside. I'll go in and take a look. Upon hearing this, Su Deming pushed open the door and headed inside. For Xie Bingyin to look like this, Su Deming didn't expect it and didn't know who made the move. He definitely didn't want to see Xie Bingyin having problems. He quickly walked towards the front and shouted a few times to Xie Bingyin, who didn't look at him, her expression dull and empty, staring at a certain place in the ward, not reacting to his arrival. What the hell is wrong with her? Why doesn't she want to talk? Su Deming turned back to Su Xuehue. Summon Old Five over to me. Where did Old Five run off to? Su Xuehue hurriedly said, I'll go call her over. Old Five just went out with the report to analyze it. Damn, what the hell is going on? Our cars, which are crash-proof, are usually hard to be wrecked. And even if they are wrecked, it's hard to start a fire. Su Deming questioned. Su Xuehue had no way to answer and could only go out to find Su Shujing. Su Shuxing seemed to have finished analyzing and was rushing back, and after seeing Su Deming come over, she hurriedly said, Mom doesn't have much of a problem. It's just that she's not willing to talk. The report shows that everything is normal. Oh. Su Deming glanced at it, then looked back at Xie Bingyin. Xie Bingyin, how the hell did you get it? You're dead, you? Where's Juanja? Is he with you? Where did he run off to? Xie Bingyin was like a puppet. After hearing Su Deming ask such a question, she turned her head slightly towards him and looked at him, her face still stagnant, and she still didn't make a sound. Chapter 243, He'll beg me to spare Su Juanja. Su Deming was annoyed when he saw that she didn't move and wanted to continue questioning, but Su Shujing hurriedly pulled him back. Xie Bingyin was still injured and on a drip. Her emotions couldn't fluctuate violently, and she needed to be allowed to rest first. Wait until Mom is better. Mom still needs to recover. Su Shuxiang, wearing a white coat, also gave Xie Bingyin a grave look. Seeing this, Su Deming couldn't help but clench his fists. Quickly have the police investigate. I want to know where Juanja went. The car was overturned. How could the person be missing? The police say it's possible that it fell off the cliff the moment it crashed over. But it still needs to be checked before it can be done. Su Xuehue had just exchanged words with the police, who also had questions in their minds. Then urged them to find Juniper as soon as possible. Su Deming was impatient in his heart. Su Xuehue saw that he was in a hurry. There was some doubt in her heart, but Juanja was really important. Now Juanja was the CEO of Fengxiang Jewelry, the heart of Xie Bingyin and Su Deming, who wouldn't be worried if he suddenly disappeared. Su Xuehue didn't bother to continue asking more questions. Looking at Xie Bingyin, who was lying on the hospital bed with her forehead and body wrapped in bandages. Her heart was worried. I hope this matter has nothing to do with Sumo. I really hope it has nothing to do with him. Otherwise, Su Shuhei didn't know what should happen to end it. In the end, Xie Bingyan was Su Mo's biological mother. Recently, the World Internet Conference was to be held again, and Su Mo was invited to attend the conference. In fact, in the market, spelling CC Group is very low-key. Su Mo and various executives are rarely go to the meeting, but also rarely participate in business exchanges. Even the headquarters of spelling CCCC almost did not do it, giving people an extremely mysterious feeling. In the past, Sumo was trying to prevent Xie from freaking out, and later, because part of his energy was on the Su family, Sumo was too lazy to work on the group as long as he could get by. This low-profile, pragmatic style, pieces of Shi will have to do in the future, must be rooted in the lowest level, the pursuit of the lowest level of e-commerce growth. This time, he was not only invited to participate in the internet conference, but also to participate in a business exchange meeting. Sumo needed to speak on it, mainly about his entrepreneurial experience and personal experience, and it was said that there would be a lot of students and members of the community to come over to listen. Sumo naturally didn't have any opinions, this kind of scene. He was already kind of used to it. Gu Rongxi wasn't suitable to go for the time being. It was better for him to go. Those who invited him said that his story was a bit more legendary and tried to share as much as possible, in detail, to enlighten people. In the future, let's minimize this kind of business exchange. It doesn't feel particularly necessary. It's fine for our executives to attend trainings, but exchanges with their peers, there's no need for that. It's a complete waste of money and time. There's only one thing we have to do: be pragmatic, keep our heads down, and do the right thing, Sumo said to Gu Rongxi. Gu Rongxi was wearing a pill head. A few fluffy hairs fell around her ears. Her skin was fair, her face was clear, and the black suit was worn on her, outlining the young girl's figure in a delicate way. In business, her beauty had brought her some unnecessary trouble, and now there were a lot of rumors out there that she relied on her beauty to get to the top instead of relying on her ability, and Sumo needed to let her prove that she had the ability to take control of a group with a market value of $200 billion. Then what did you say in the past? Gu Rongxi's eyebrows rose slightly, her delicate lips revealing a hint of crystal color. Speak casually, I don't have a belay. The current situation is still interesting. Sumo sat down on his butt on the table and picked up a document and glanced at it. Interesting? You're talking about what happened to the Su family. Gu Rongxi pushed her black-rimmed glasses, and her entire person became even more dignified. Not bad. If we don't get it right, Su Deming will come over to trouble us. If not, Xie will even come over a second time. It's a pity that he didn't die. It's really too bad. Sumo only felt regret in his heart. He had put in a lot of work to get to this point, and he had thought it was about to end, but he hadn't expected them to be so fatal. If they come, then what? Gu Ruashi was a little worried. Xie is also a smart person. He must have already known that I meddled in it, but he had no proof, no way out. So come as you are. As for Su Deming coming over, there's no need to worry. He has even less evidence. Most of him is probably just worried about his good son. Good adopted son. The corner of Su Mo's mouth rose slightly, drawing out a hint of mockery. He'll beg me to spare Su Juinja. It's pathetic. Yeah, it's pathetic. Makes you want to laugh. Su Mo looked into the distance, and although his mouth said laughable, his eyes were as cold as ice. Su Deming may one day learn the truth. Well, definitely no. Not dead is even better. It seems we have to continue. It's not that easy for them to end things like this. We have to continue doing this. Sumo turned around and laughed. This is for you. Gu Rongxi didn't answer his question and suddenly took out a red box and handed it to him. What? Sumo held the box in surprise. Open up. Pick up what's inside. Gu Rongxi turned to him, a hint of crimson suddenly emerging on her pretty face. Sumo was surprised and opened the box, only to see a gold ring laying inside. This is, he said, amazed. Wear it on my hand. Gu Rongxi brought her slender, white hand over. Her pretty face seemed to redden even more, and between her eyebrows, she was all shy. Sumo turned his head to look at her and couldn't help but freeze without making a move. Hurry! Gu Rongxi saw that he didn't make a move. Her heartbeat accelerated, slightly inclined her head, and didn't dare to look at him. Her pretty face had already reddened to the roots of her ears, and her pair of large eyes fluttered about. Sumo was happy and laughed proddingly. Rongxi, do you know what the people outside are saying right now? They're saying that you're here because They say I'm your mistress. I don't care. Put it on. Gu Ronshi held up her small white hand. Suemo couldn't help but cry and laugh, and after thinking about it, he laughed. Fine, just as long as you don't mind. With that, he put it on her hand. Gu Ruashi took a look and hurriedly drew her hand back to look at it, the corner of her mouth quickly curling up, full of joy. Work! She didn't look at Sumo either. As soon as the papers were spread out, she began to work with her head down. That pretty face was all red, only to have her toes stubbing the ground in shyness. Suemo was happy to see her like this, and a warmth couldn't help but bubble up in his heart. The internet conference was held, and Suemo went over to attend, and nothing much happened. But in addition to the internet conference, there was a not-so-big business sharing session. It was invited by some senior leaders, specializing in some students and entrepreneurs enlightened to speak about Sumo's entrepreneurial experience. Suemo didn't have a belly full of words, and after he stepped up to the front stage, he began to write with his hands. The story is long. I'm going to talk about the experiences of our 4 co-founders. We used to grow up together and get through difficult times together. My partners, Tang Lei, Gu Rongxi, and Li Hanzhuang. We worked together to get through the hard times. Back in the day, we were in an orphanage. Yes, all 4 of us grew up in the orphanage. Right in the east of the city, we used to beg together, set up stalls together, and were chased by city officials together. We used to get our noses and heads beat up just to beg for a job, just to earn a few bucks. We've come through those incredibly difficult years, and there was a time when we thought that we might never grow up. But today, we walked out. We're standing on a higher stage, looking into the distance. The Spell Yuki Group already has a market capitalization of $250 billion. It started growing from a feeble sapling and has grown into a huge tree, a growth that won't stop. It continues to grow taller and taller until it tops out. The experiences of our childhood have made us exceptionally appreciate what we have accomplished today, and we are still moving forward with thorns and thistles. On the other side, in the Shanghai City Ward, the television was turned on and suddenly tuned to this station. Chapter 244. Back then, Sumo's situation was indeed difficult. The child who has no one to hold his umbrella can only go forward in the rain by himself, rushing through the storm and stepping over the obstacles. We know very well that there is no chance for us to fail. And if we do, we will go to pieces and step into the depths of hell. So, even so, my team and I remain dedicated. At one time, a lot of people got us killed, tried to strangle us, planting, poisoning, throwing dirt. They used to tell us blatantly in front of us that they wanted us dead, that they wanted us to go to hell. But today, we can no longer see them. One by one, they have fallen on the path of our growth. So be sure to stick to the right path. No matter what others say, no matter what others say, go forward, stick to it all the way, and only then will you see the rainbow. Xie Bingyan had been recovering for several days and was transferred to a light ward to continue her recuperation. And because her family had money, she had a ward all to herself. Su Xuehui took a knife, peeled an apple, and put it on a plate. Just now, Su Shujing walked over to check on Xie Bingyan's condition, and seeing that she had recovered more or less, she turned her head and went out. On the way out, the TV station was tuned in, and it was showing a business networking event. Xie Bingyan still refused to speak. A dead silence, just like a wooden person. No one knows what she is actually thinking. Su Deming was more anxious and contacted Xie Zhun and others to look for Su Juanjia. But so far there was no result. No one knows where Hio Junqiol ran off to. Just now Su Deming came over for another trip, asking Xie Bingyan questions and wanting Xie Bingyan to open up, but Xie Bingyan didn't even pay attention to him, driving Su Deming crazy. Su Xuehui was peeling an apple while talking to Xie Bingyan about something, wanting Xie Bingyan to talk, when the TV suddenly heard Sumo's voice. He appeared at a networking event with many students and community members seated on stage. When she heard his first words, Su Xuehui's face instantly stalled and stopped, and Xie Bingyan turned her head and stared at the TV screen. In the past few days, Su Deming suspected that Su Imo had kidnapped Su Juanjia, and Su Xuehui and Su Shujing also had some speculations in their hearts, wanting to get an answer from Xie Bingyan. But Xie Bingyan didn't say anything, and there was nothing that the crowd could do about it. However, now that she saw Su Imo appear inside the television, her expression immediately appeared to fluctuate a bit. Su Xuehui took a look and didn't turn the channel. As you can hear, Xuma shared a lot during the exchange. They had a very bumpy ride to begin with. Su Xuehui still remembers that year. Su Imo was still selling fruits and seafood to earn the first bucket of money, poor and almost no food, And when he started the bike sharing later, he was still stopped and mocked by them until he earned the first bucket of money of 5 billion. His route to growing up with them has truly been one of countless trials and tribulations, with numerous obstacles and setbacks. If it were anyone else, when they encountered so many obstacles and setbacks, I'm afraid they would have given up or backed off long ago, but they didn't. They were still fighting tenaciously, still trying their best to grow up, because they knew very well that there was no back way out for them. Once they stop, countless people will want to tear them apart. The Su family and the Sief family both did this. It's always been that way. As Su Shuehui listened, her eyes couldn't help but redden. Sumo's sharing starts with what happened when he was a child, then to high school, to college. At that time, the Su family wanted him to go bankrupt as soon as possible. Su Deming and Siebian even cursed at him for sharing his bike business, accusing him of being a loser and intending to drag down the Su family. A forest of things were recalled by Su Shuehui, making her unable to resist, covering her mouth as tears forced their way out of her eyes. Soon, however, she suddenly heard a voice from the side. Su Shuehui turned around and saw that Xie Bingyan was also staring at the TV screen, her eyes already blurred with tears. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Su Shuehui asked with a hurried sob. Xie Bingyan didn't say anything, still staring at the TV with a deadpan stare, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling, showing that her emotions were fluctuating fiercely. Su Shuehui saw her disappearance, could not help but worry, hurriedly holding her hand and said, "Mom, it's okay. The car accident, it's already fine." Xie Bingyan, however, grasped her hand with a death grip, very hard, and her old tears were like rain. Take me to him." The voice is hoarse. "See who?" "Mom, who are you going to see?" Su Shuehui was stunned when she heard Xie Bingyan suddenly speak. Xie Bingyan had been silent for nearly 10 days, and for those 10 days, she had stared blankly at the ceiling in a dead silence, not uttering a single word. Now that she finally spoke, Su Shuehui was overjoyed. "Take me to him." Xie Bingyan continued to speak, her voice seeming like a desert traveler who hadn't drunk water for 10 days. Su Shuehui looked at the television and froze, saying, "Mom, Sumo doesn't see us. The last time we went over, he didn't see anyone. Take me there." Xie Bingyan persisted. Su Shuehui was a bit embarrassed. "Mom, you're not well yet. Let's wait until you're better." Moreover, Dad went over, and Sumo was equally invisible. Second uncle also said that he smashed Sumo's office a few days ago. Sumo is probably very angry right now. "It's not appropriate for you to go over there." Xie Bingyan's entire body trembled, turning her head slightly to look at her, her gaze filled with sternness. "Take me over there." Su Shuehui saw that she had a death grip on her hand, extremely hard, so she had no choice but to say, Fine. Mom, if you want to go over, I can arrange for you to go over. But Mom, you need to recuperate your body first. Your body is just recovered." Xie Bingyan seemed relieved to hear her say that, and continued to deaden the TV tears. Su Shuehui glanced at it, and there were some reports on it, of the host introducing Sumo's experiences growing up and explaining the rise of pieces of Ishii. Many memories come to mind. Back then, Sumo was in a really tough situation. For him to have grown to this extent, he is definitely called a legend. Only what did Xie Bingyan mean by wanting to see him? Su Shuehui was a bit puzzled, knowing that Xie Bingyan, that day, had said in front of everyone that she wanted to strangle Sumo. Going to see him now, she was only afraid that she would argue again. Xie Bingyan's body hadn't fully recovered yet, so if she quarreled again, it would definitely affect her body's recovery. After thinking about it, Su Shuehui hurriedly went to find Su Shujing. Su Shujing was also a little surprised that Xie Bingyan wanted to go to the capital, but with Xie Bingyan's resolute attitude, she had no choice but to contact the hospital and the airport side to arrange for Xie Bingyan to fly there. Sumo doesn't seem to be in the capital these days, but in Wuzhen for a meeting. Many schools have invited him to give lectures. In addition, Sumo has stepped down as the CEO of Piecing CC, supporting Gu Rongxi to the top, seemingly because of the attack on Piecing CC, which resulted in a loss of over $20 billion. I saw a news report saying that Spelling CC had suffered heavy losses due to a hacking attack that affected countless users who were unable to log in. This matter, it was Su Manny who found someone to do it. Su Shuehui and Su Shujing also already knew about it, and now that it was said, the people's hearts were not in a good mood. He probably started to step down because he was afraid of affecting the growth of the Spellbound group's performance. He said he was no longer fit to stand at the front stage. Chapter 245. Oh, Xie Bingyan, you're not dead. Xie Bingyan naturally knew about this matter. At that time, she specifically asked Manny Su to find someone. From what I can see now, the impact was huge, probably because he went through some internal discussions or pressure from shareholders to force Suemo to resign. As a powerful family, Xie Bingyan knew some of the internal operations of the business. And this one was the most likely, otherwise Suemo wouldn't have been so young that he wanted to back off. Thinking about it seriously, over the years, there were not a lot of such things, just as Suemo stood on the stage and said that they had experienced countless wild storms. And most of these raging storms are brought to us by them. Su Xuehue saw that Xie Bingyan still didn't say anything and remained dead silent and desperate. Her heart was helpless. She had originally thought that Xie Bingyan had already opened her mouth to speak, so they could inquire about Su Juinja and ask where exactly Su Juinja had gone. Who would have thought that Xie Bingyan still wouldn't say anything? Several of the girls didn't know what to do. Without further ado, several people flew to the capital together and went to the branch of Su Mo's company. Suemo was in Wuzhen for a few days for a meeting and attended a few lectures to say something about the state of the internet today. Naturally, there were no high-sounding arguments. In fact, he remained relatively low-key, not attending any parties except by special invitation. Just as he was planning to return to the capital, Gao Kaier suddenly flew over to see him. Gao Kaier is a little alarmed that Su Juinja is missing and has contacted the police to look for him. But she fails to find out where Su Juinja has gone. She could only fly over to see Suemo. Of course, her main purpose wasn't to ask about Hyo Juncheol. Rather, she wanted, above all, to take some of the money. Suemo classmate, some time ago, you talked to me about things? Gao Kaier looked a little shy, her pretty face scarlet, hesitant appearance. It seemed that because she was talking to Suemo about this matter, she didn't want Suemo to think that she was too vulgar and looked timid. It will be given to you. For a short period of time, I won't stop the internal division of Phoenix Jewelry. If there are no surprises, the portion you want to get will be credited to your card as expected. Suemo said, well, that's good. Money, in Gao Kaier's mind, was much more important than anything else. And Suemo wasn't surprised to hear Suemo say this. Her heart immediately put down a big stone. Shyly, he spoke again. Ru, if student Suemo has any needs in the future, he can still look for me. I hope that I can help fellow student Suemo in the future as well. Tell me more, Suemo said, not saying much to her, taking Gu Rongxi to fly to the capital. He also wants to find out where Hyo Juncheol went. Is he dead? But the police couldn't find out, so naturally he couldn't either. In the end, Suemo is not a god, and Su Juinja is either dead or has found a place to hide. Also, Suemo didn't even know if Su Juinja and Xie Bingyan had a showdown. Maybe there was a showdown, maybe there wasn't. The fact that Xie Bingyan didn't die was a big miracle in itself. Suemo, a notice just came from the capital branch. Xie Bingyan and Su Xuehue and the others have arrived in the capital and want to see you. While sitting on the airplane, Gu Rongxi suddenly transmitted the news. Oh, Xuemo froze. It still looks like it's in a hurry. Xie Bingyan seems to have been injured quite severely and came over with bandages wrapped around her. Gu Rongxi opened her mouth. Suemo sniffed and thought for a moment, then suddenly clapped and snapped. I see what she's trying to do. I can see that she has to die again. Going to see them? Gu Rongxi frowned. Let's talk about it when we get back. I still want to see their expressions. Suemo laughed. The situation is not fixed right now. We have no way of knowing how Juncheol's suicide operates for the time being. Now that Su Juinja has disappeared, the suspicions are very high. It seems that Su Xuehue and Su Deming, a few people, aren't clear about the inside story either. Gu Rongxi laughed. Suemo laughed. I think something big must have happened. Only Xie Bingyan doesn't dare to say it. Oh, are you sure? Gu Rongxi was surprised. For sure. Suemo laughed. Maybe it was Xie Bingyan who finished him off. Rongxi, don't underestimate this woman, Xie Bingyan. As a matter of fact, she was also very clear in her heart that Su Juinja was really just a tool person. Her love for Su Juinja seems to be deep and passionate, but it's superficial. Most of the time, it was merely compensating for the deficit in her heart. It's just that she's not willing to admit it. Gu Rongxi was stunned and sighed. Then this is cruel. Maybe she's wised up in the last few days. A tool person is a tool person. The corners of Sumo's mouth turned upwards, and a thick mockery bubbled in his eyes. Again, with a hint of a piercing chill. It's good that you're okay. Gu Rongxi suddenly held his hand. Shuemo nodded. Many people thought that Xie Bingyan loved Su Juanja. Even Xie Bingyan herself thought so. But yes or no, Suemo knew best. In the beginning, Xie Bingyan's purpose was to make Su Deming suffer, and so far, she had never forgiven Su Deming for betraying her. She could do something like abandoning her own son and even saying in front of everyone that she would strangle her own child. So you can imagine how vicious this woman is. The cold-bloodedness and condescension in Xie Bingyan's bones had long since penetrated into her marrow, and she absolutely would not allow others to betray her, only that many people could not see it. When Su Mo returned to the capital branch, it was already the third day that Xie Bingyan and Su Shuehui had come over. For the last 3 days, they waited in front of the company. The security guard wouldn't let them in. Because of Xie Bingyan's insistence, Su Shujing had almost moved the hospital bed over. Originally, the security guard replied to them that Su Mo did not see them and told them to leave quickly, but they insisted on waiting until Su Mo appeared, so they waited here for 3 days. In these 3 days, Xie Bingyan barely uttered a word and barely ate or drank, causing Su Shuehui and Su Shujing to worry. Even after Manny Su heard about it, she came over for a visit and cursed at Su Mo, making sure that Su Mo would get his comeuppance. Later, Manny Su had something to do and could only leave in a hurry. Su Mo's fleet of cars slowly stopped in front of the company. After returning to the capital, Su Mo didn't come to the company's branch at the first time, but went to meet a few people, talked about a few businesses, and even went to the headquarters of the short video platform to deal with a day's worth of things before he had the time to drive over to the side of Pising Xiuxiu's branch. In fact, seeing or not seeing Xie Bingyan was not important to Su Mo at all. He might be a little happier just to see it. After all, it took so many years of hard work to see so much as a glimmer of results, and now you need to test your results. While things didn't go as you planned, it's pretty much the same, and now there are a few minor flaws that can just be followed up with a couple of patches. If Su Juanja really wasn't dead, then Su Mo wouldn't mind getting him killed himself. So, after the car door opened and the group headed towards the front door, Su Shujing suddenly rushed out to stop her. Immediately after that, Su Shuehui also rushed over. Su Mo looked up and also saw several bodyguards and nannies, following Xie Bingyan around, still holding IVs and various medical equipment. It's funny, nor did they wait to see how they reacted. And even more so, they didn't care what they said. Su Mo looked over to Xie Bingyan and sneered. "Oh, Xie Bingyan, you didn't die, Xie Bingyan. You didn't die." The tone of his voice was thick with suppressed anger, almost word for word, words coldly popping out of his teeth, gritting his teeth. When Xie Bingyan and the others heard this, a thick chill immediately seeped out of their bone marrow, and it was as if the hairs on their entire body immediately exploded. Xie Bingyan suddenly realized that Su Juanji's sudden attempt to kill himself was no accident. Rather, Chapter 246, the results of the battle are still obvious. Come over with anticipation in your heart. She also has a son by birth. Can't wait to see him and explain it all to him. Even confess. That was her own son after all. And even if it was no longer the case, blood was thicker than water, and she admitted that she'd done wrong all these years, terribly wrong. Su Juanji's matter made her not come back to her senses for 10 days, and her heart was like ashes these 10 days. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of why Su Juanja would become like this. She gave almost everything to Su Juanja, and Su Deming pretty much did the same. From childhood to adulthood, it was the highest grade of elite education, with the best tutorial classes, the best tutors, and annual trips abroad planned to broaden horizons and knowledge base. Ever since they were young, whatever Su Juanja wanted, the couple bought everything. So for the past 10 days, Xie Bingyan has been unable to figure out why Su Juanja is like this. Even though she said that the matter had already passed, she still couldn't accept the fact that she was betrayed by Su Juanja, and her heart was like ashes. In the past 10 days, her tears dried up until she suddenly saw Su Mo appear on TV. A moment of chagrin, shame, and regret came over her, and she immediately realized that she had done something irreparable and desperately wanted to see him and explain it all. And at this moment, Xie Bingyan froze in place. She knew Su Mo very well, almost better than she knew herself. Su Mo's character was almost carved from the same mold as hers. Things are either done or they're done. The suffering from childhood has taught him to be stoic enough and possess enough patience to solve problems. 7 years had passed since he was 18, and he was ready for anything. "I'll kill Junchul Su. I said so. and Jesus can't keep him. Xie Bingyin, you'll get what's coming to you. Your favorite son? Is it really that good? At that time, Suemo looked at her full of ridicule and derision, and even some mockery and anger. Xie Bingyin didn't feel anything, and the two had already fallen out at that time. Even in the capital detention center, Xie Bingyin said she wanted to strangle him. Suemo did not get angry, merely looked at her with a calm face, not sad or happy. He didn't even show any mood swings at that point, not even a hint of anger. Xie Bingyin felt that things had already passed and didn't bother to think about what would happen in the future, as long as Su Juinja was well. However, she didn't expect Su Juinja to suddenly give her the heaviest blow. All of this, it's Su Mo's doing. It's Su Mo forcing Su Juinja to do it. He wants her to die, or Su Juinja to die. Everything, Xie Bingyin suddenly understood. Su Mo is naturally not afraid of Xie Bingyin to understand that Xie Zhen came over to question him. He is not afraid, for Xie Bingyin naturally do not care. Of course, there were some things that could be done, but not said, and Suemo knew exactly what the difference was. Yes, it was you. You forced Juinja. Xie Bingyin stared at him. Sumo's face regained its calmness, and his heart only felt free. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words, they can't be spoken indiscriminately. Xie Bingyin, I'm still a little surprised that you didn't die. How I wish that a thunderbolt would suddenly appear in the sky and strike you on the head. Didn't he do it? Xie Bingyin suddenly had some doubts in her heart. I don't know what you guys are doing here. You are not really welcome here. If you've come here to cry and howl, I suggest you leave early so that I don't have to have security throw you out. Suemo clearly didn't intend to talk to them much. Xie Bingyin looked at him all of a sudden. Her eyes couldn't help but blur, her mind suddenly remembering many, many things. Su Juinja's backstabbing made her body ache all over, and only despair remained in her heart. And seeing Su Mo at this moment, it seemed to have become even more desperate. That's her boy, her own son. Since he was a child, he had not enjoyed a single ounce of warmth, had not had a decent birthday, and had never received any attention from his parents and family. He, however, rose in unbending, thrived from the muck, and eventually grew into a great tree. He was so good, so dazzling that he could already shine and be worshipped, and countless people regarded him as an idol. Yet he wanted to kill her, trying to take her and Hyo Juncheol out together. Xie Bingyin does not know exactly how Suemo operates inside. It can be guessed that it is estimated that it is because of the money laundering thing, forcing Su Juinja to obey. Su Juinja, this adopted son that she loved the most, but wanted to sacrifice her for a portion of the benefits. Xie Bingyin suddenly figured out something that she hadn't figured out a few days ago. Yes, Su Mo wanted to kill her, but didn't want to do it himself, instead forcing her favorite adopted son to do it and give her the most brutal revenge. She had mentioned Su Juinja's name in front of him many times, and had once been very proud of Su Juinja. So Su Mo was going to make her suffer the most cruel pain in the world. He did. Indeed it did. At this time, Xie Bingyin looked at Su Mo in a daze, with hatred in her heart, but she didn't know why. But the hatred suddenly and gradually dissipated at this time. The blood in his entire body was like freezing, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Suemo didn't just talk about it, but really wanted her dead and gave it to be carried out. Just how much despair was in his heart to make him make such a decision. Just what kind of cruelty had he experienced to finally make him righteous, with not a single expectation in his heart anymore. No matter what the cost, no matter what the consequences, no matter what the effort, just want to kill her. Let Hyo Juncheol kill her. Suemo knew exactly what Su Juinja wanted. On my child pro-life. Xie Bingyin's whole body is shivering. Her lips are white, intermittent. After thinking clearly about all this, her face is like a dead gray. Suemo watched and knew that she had thought it through. There was no surprise in his heart, for this was a matter that he had not intended to hide. Xie Bingyin is not stupid per se. However, for Xie Bingyin to react so quickly, Sumo's heart was also a bit surprised. It seemed Su Juinja had already shown his cards to Xie Bingyin. Congratulations! If Su Juinja hadn't already shown his cards to Xie Bingyin long ago, it was estimated that Xie Bingyin would have pounced on him and shouted at him. Looking at her mental state, it must have been Hyo Juncheol who gave her the heaviest blow, and it may not be possible that she killed Hyo Juncheol when he disappeared. Thinking of this, Su Mo instantly smiled in his heart. The results of the battle are still evident. At least initially, the goal has been achieved. At this moment, Xie Bingyin's entire body seemed to be drained of strength. Her entire body went limp, and she slid down from the wheelchair. The nanny and bodyguard next to her were taken aback and rushed to support her, only to see that she had almost turned into a puddle of mud, without a trace of strength. There was no longer any life in his eyes either, merely staring at Su Mo with a deadpan stare. "Mom, what happened to you?" Su Shuehui and Su Shujing turned around and were shocked. "Ah, my child, that is, my child, my child." Xie Bingyin suddenly voiced out, suppressed his voice, obviously has suffered the heaviest blow. "Get lost! Don't die here!" Su Mo was also a bit surprised by this reaction from Xie Bingyin. He didn't bother to look and turned around. And seemingly seeing Su Mo leave, Xie Bingyin seemed to be in a hurry, struggling a bit and reaching out in the direction he left. My child, my child." She seemed to be trying to hold on to something, but couldn't hold on to anything. Chapter 247, she's going to die again. Really die once. Not many tears were shed, but it seems to be repressed for a long time, cannot vent, this time directly catharsis out, crying for a long time, painful. She refused to leave. Su Shuehui and the nanny dragged her to let her go. She refused. In the end, Su Shuehui and Su Shujing too can only hold her paralyzed on the ground and cried in pain. Part of the pain in her heart was brought on by Su Mo, but the vast majority of it shouldn't be him, but rather Su Deming, Su Juanja, and the two of them. To kill someone, you have to kill your heart, and if you don't kill your heart, then there is no point in killing her. Su Mo knew what kind of person Su Juanja was from the beginning and has been planning for it all along. How did she die in her last life? Su Juanja likewise looked for a showdown with him, telling many things. Su Mo's death is naturally not all Su Juanja's reason. Su Deming and Xie Bingyin cannot get out of the relationship, so Su Juanja hated them, put all the blame on them. It also has the effect of killing people. The difference was that in the past, Su Juanja had taken 20 years to showdown with them, but in this life, it was done by Su Mo in just 7 years. Xie Bingyin was still pampering Su Juanja last month, holding it in his mouth for fear of melting and holding it in his hand for fear of dropping it, so it should be even more painful now. Her tears were definitely not all for Su Mo. Therefore, Su Mo returned to the office with Gu Rongxi and the others, stood in front of the window, and watched the girls hugging and crying below, with a silent face, without uttering a word. The office fell into a dead silence, suppressing a terrible atmosphere, and neither Gu Rongxi nor Li Hanzhuang spoke or were silent. Watching Xie Bingyin and the others below cry for a while, Gu Rongxi looked up at Su Mo, knowing in her heart that he felt equally bad in his heart. Given the choice, he would never want this outcome. He's like desperate. There's been no way out. From the beginning, Su Mo did not have any choice but to keep doing it and continue to do it in order to stay alive. And if he stopped, then the one who died might be him. Su Mo was well aware of the strength of the Su and Xie families, and it was unlikely that Xie Bingyin and Su Juanja would let him go as long as there was any slightest chance, so he could only move forward. But that was family after all, that had a blood relationship after all, and even the cruelest of means could not deny that relationship. Although Su Mo's heart was as cold as iron, at this time, his heart was inevitably sad. Su Mo, Gu Rongxi thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak. "She's going to die again. Really die once." Su Mo turned his back to her and said coldly. Gu Rongxi was stunned and hurriedly moved her head to look, but Su Mo inclined his head to keep her from looking. Gu Rongxi sighed in her heart. Su Mo would not forgive Xie Bingyin. Absolutely no. No one can describe the pain. It's one thing to say it, it's another to actually do it. Especially after linking everything together, the matter of Su Juanja's poisoning 7 years ago, and then doing some serious math, Xie Bingyin felt like her whole body was about to crack open. Because of the struggle, there seemed to be wounds ruptured and blood spilled, but it was still no match for the pain in his heart. 25 years, a full 25 years. She had hated it for almost 25 years. Even 11 years ago, when she picked Su Mo back up, she was still hating in her heart, wanting to take things to the extreme, wanting Su Deming to feel complete pain. She was like a paranoid maniac, crazily hurting her own children and giving her husband the most brutal revenge, because it was the only means she had to give Su Deming his revenge. But she neglected to realize that it was a child, that it was a living, breathing human being who had emotions and needs, and even more expectations. He was not a wooden man. When he was picked up, he was desperate for parental love, because from birth until now, he has never enjoyed it. A lot of things happened after that. She didn't want to admit she was wrong. For her, she was right, and even that didn't matter. Even if she said strangling him in front of everyone, it didn't matter. She didn't realize how terrible the consequences of that statement were. Vicious, cruel, ruthless, and with a heart like a snake. The neighborhood and the circle of noble women were discussing the matter, and she could still not take it seriously, for she had an adopted son to fall back on, even if it meant losing a son she did not love. At the time, that was how she comforted herself. But who knew things would ensue? She thought she didn't love this son. Not at all, and loathed him so much in her heart that she couldn't wait for him to die sooner. She only loved her adopted son. However, she could fool others but not herself. After all, it was the child she gave birth to with great difficulty in September, her only biological son. Even when it was almost difficult to give birth in, even when there was pain in the heart, it was hard to hide this well of emotion. Especially this time when you're hurt and helpless. Xie Bingyan began to bawl uncontrollably, disregarding her image. Seeing this, Su Xuehui and Su Shujing couldn't help but cry out as well. Su Mo did not expect that they not only did not leave, but instead made more and more noise. And in his heart, he only felt annoyed and asked the security guards to go over and drive them away. They still refused to leave and continued to cry, and finally a red sports car stopped at the door and Manny Su drove over, which picked them up. As Su Manny was leaving, she glanced towards the road with hatred in her eyes. Where's Su Deming? Where did he go? He's in Shanghai City, checking with the police for traces of Su Juanja. Su Deming looks very angry and nervous, and has transferred many people over to look for him. Li Hanzhuang said, "Leave him alone." Back then, there were many things Su Deming was not clear about, including the fact that he secretly went to do a paternity test, and there were people who gave him a hand. This woman, Huang Qiuling, was very vicious, and she hated Su Deming with a passion. Since Su Deming wanted to look for it, then let him have a good look for it. And if Su Juanja really wasn't dead, then Su Mo could only consider taking action himself. In any case, he didn't want the man to remain alive. Now that Xie Bingyan's matter should be almost over, the spearhead needs to be turned on Permit Deming. By the way, Su Bohan and the head of the Su family, Su Mo decided to visit the Su family in Shuzhong. He put things aside for the moment and got back to work. On the other side, due to Xie Bingyan's emotional breakdown, Xie Zhen heard about it and went to visit Xie Bingyan once more. It was also unknown what Xie Bingyan had said to him, and Xie Zhen was thunderously angry, once again swooping into Su Mo's office, shouting and fighting. This time he naturally didn't smash Su Mo's office, merely roaring angrily and questioning what Su Mo had done to Xie Bingyan. What had he done to Su Juanja? Since he had already been here once, Su Mo didn't take him seriously this time and didn't bother to answer any of his questions. In the end, Xie Zhen could only leave angrily. Su Mo originally thought that this matter would end for the time being, but he didn't expect to go home that day, when a Hummer suddenly rushed over from the side of the road and ruthlessly crashed into Su Mo's car, directly knocking his car over. Su Mo quickly climbed out of the car and looked outside with a calm expression. Su Manny. Chapter 248. I shouted for a car and almost ran Su Mo over. Of the several siblings, Manny Su had the best relationship with Juanja Su and was the one who loved Juanja Su the most. In the past, Manny Su and Su Xuehui and the others didn't have the time. Only Manny Su was free, and she often drove Su Juanja to go out. Heo Junqiul was kind of brought up by her. When Su Juanja had questions, he also liked to ask her, and generally speaking, Su Manny would give answers. After spending a long time together, Manny Su had long since treated Juanja Su as her own biological brother. And being in the entertainment industry, Su Manny was naturally different from White Lotuses like Su Xuehui and Su Shujing. She had seen the darkness of the entertainment industry and experienced some people's traps. She was very adaptable to the environment of the entertainment industry. The driver who rushed over did not admit to hitting anyone on purpose, and the police had come over to deal with the situation, which he said was a mistake. But Su Mo understood that Manny Su definitely wanted him to die. Su Manny was unaware of the poisoning incident back then, but to say that she didn't have any slightest premonition in her heart was simply impossible. That palladium potion was what she had taken from Su Shujing's room and given to Su Juanja. Xiuma, are you okay? It's okay. Let's go back first. Today was fun. Well, very happy. Su Mo patted the dust on his pants leg, his heart cold. Unfortunately, that car was modified. Not just any car. The quality is really good. Keep contacting Manny Su. Since Manny Su wants to do it, then cooperate. Yes. Watching Su Mo's car being overturned, Manny Su took a vicious breath. It had been too long a time for her to be repressed. Su Juinja suddenly disappeared, and Xie Bingyin became like this, not saying anything, and howling at the door of the Pising Shi group, making the anger in Su Manny's heart climb to the extreme. She had long guessed that it was definitely Su Mo who dominated Xie Bingyin and Su Juinja's crash. And it might have been Su Mo who kidnapped Su Juinja, so after hesitating for a day, she struck hard. Her intention was naturally to teach him a hard lesson, give him a heavy blow, and let Su Mo taste the power of their sisters. Su wanting Su Xuehue and others do not dare to lay a hard hand. She dares Su wanting Su Xuehue and others do not dare to do things she dares to do. Manny Su was far more decisive and direct than the other sisters, and had inherited Xie Bingyin's cold-bloodedness and viciousness. Although it did not hit Su Mo to death, but for Su Manny, it is still out of a mouthful of bad gas, and the subsequent things are slowly resolved as. She returned to the Su family villa. Xie Bingyin is still silently shedding tears, silently crying, did not say a word, and now the police are still checking on Su Juinja's trail, but Xie Bingyin did not answer at all, and no one knows exactly where Su Juinja has gone. Seeing Xie Bingyin like this, Su Manny instantly resembled a cockerel that had won a battle, filled with pride and unrestrained joy. I taught him a lesson. In the name of me being his sister, he deserves to die. Su Mo must have kidnapped Su Juinja. He also wanted to cause a car accident and kill Mom. It's tolerable. What can't be tolerated? You don't have to say anything, second sister old 5. If I don't teach him a lesson, I can't swallow my breath. I hope that this time, he will break a leg and an arm. The two of them, Su Xuehue and Su Shujing, were surprised in their hearts when they heard Manny Su say that. And Manny Su had already walked up to Xie Bingyin, speaking with hatred. Mom, I've already avenged you, and Su Juinja. I shouted for a car that almost ran Su Mo over, and I wanted to kill him. Hearing this, Xie Bingyin, who was still crying, froze and turned her head to look at her. And create something about poisoning. Tolerant. Who poisoned him? He must have planted me, planted the others, and planted Juinja. In these few years, the harm he has done to our family is just too great. I can't stand what happened to Su Hongwan, and I can't stand what happened to you and Juinja. I'll kill him sooner or later. I'll definitely kill him. Su Manny spoke with indignation. Xie Bingyin was visibly dumbfounded, her eyes wide with tears. Her hands began to tremble. Her pale face became even whiter, and a strong sense of fear and dismay bubbled up in her expression. Manny Su took a look and became even more complacent. Just wait, Mom. I will avenge you and Juinja. I will also avenge Lao Si. The others are afraid of him, but I definitely won't be afraid of him. I still have people I'll continue to contact. Pa! Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Bingyin suddenly raised a slap and slapped her hard on the face. Manny Su was stunned and hadn't reacted yet, but Xie Bingyin pounced over and choked her. Su Manny was shocked. Mom, what are you doing? Ahem. What are you doing? Do you want to strangle me? Oh! Xie Bingyin cried while strangling Su Manny's neck, a thick despair bubbling up in her eyes as if she really wanted to strangle her to death. Manny Su had experienced this scene just a few days ago. The difference being that a few days ago, Xie Bingyin was so powerful that she literally almost choked her to death. But this time, Xie Bingyin was weak and didn't have much strength, and Su Manny hurriedly stopped her, trying to break her hand away. The two beside her, Su Xuehue and Su Shujing, were also surprised and hurriedly helped Xie Bingyin up. Mom, what are you doing? Why are you pinching Manny? Xie Bingyin looked at Su Manny, her eyes containing a strong sense of despair, and when she was stopped by Su Xuehue and Su Shujing, she didn't stop and tried to pounce over. Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Manny Su took a look and a trace of panic bubbled up in her heart, only to feel aggrieved in her heart. Xie Bingyin also wanted to kill her. Lao Wu, press her over. Xie Bingyin opened her mouth with a deadly stare at Su Manny, her voice hoarse. Su Xuehue and Su Shujing were startled and hurriedly said, Mom, what exactly do you want to do? That's Manny. That's Lao San. What did she do? What did she do? Xie Bingyin kept opening her mouth, her eyes filled with despair as she gritted her teeth. What exactly did she do? Manny Su felt weak when she saw her, as if she was going to eat herself up. Lao San, what did you do? You let someone drive? Xie Bingyin's entire body was trembling, as if she couldn't believe that Manny Su had done such a thing. Upon hearing this, Su Manny hastily straightened her neck and said, That was Su Mo who tried to kill you and Juinja. I'll avenge you. Ah! Upon hearing this, Xie Bingyan struggled and tried to pounce towards Su Manny. But Su Xuehui and Su Shujing hurriedly stopped her. Manny Su was startled and hastily retreated a few steps back in a row. I'm gonna eat you up, Lao San. If you dare to hurt him a bit, I'll eat you up. Manny Su couldn't help but be surprised when she heard this. Su Xuehui and Su Shoying were also puzzled and turned their heads to look at Xie Bingyan. Xie Bingyan, however, didn't say anything else, merely staring at Su Manny with a deadpan gaze that truly seemed to be filled with hatred, as if she wanted to eat people. Su Manny was stubborn and immediately bluffed. Then what do you want me to do? Su Mo has gone to this extent. What more do you want me to do? He also hurt second sister. Now Juanja has also disappeared without a trace. It must be Su Mo who kidnapped him away. I'm gonna save Juanja. Hearing her say so, Xie Bingyan screamed again and was about to pounce on her with her teeth and claws open. Seeing how angry her mother was, Manny Su could only flee, finally escaping through the doorway in ashes. Chapter 249, it's the same as back then, no big deal. Xiuma was injured. When I got back from the scene of the crash, I went to the hospital for a full-body checkup and then had the nurse bandage my wounds. On his right leg and right arm, a wound appeared on each. It wasn't fatal, but it bled quite a bit, all staining the clothes on his body, and was bandaged up to lessen the pain. Li Hanzhuang and Gu Rongxi ran over to take a look and all furrowed their brows, their faces full of heartache. Suemo didn't want them to worry, waved his hand, and said it wasn't a problem, then followed them home. He turned his head and looked out the window at the cars coming and going, not moving a muscle, and wondering what he was looking at. Li Hanzhuang glanced at him, worried in her heart, so she held his hand. Suemo, don't worry. There's still us. Suemo looked back at her and gave a hard smile. This matter has actually been anticipated for a long time, only that I didn't expect it to happen today. The quality of the car is really good, otherwise it would be very serious. Not in vain Suemo spent a lot of money in it. Now the most hateful thing, the murderer does not recognize intentional murder, insisted that it was an accident. Su Mo temporarily take him no way. When Li Hanzhuang saw him turn his head and smile, a pang went through his heart, not a taste. Li Hanzhuang knew very well that although Su Mo was smiling, he was actually very sad and upset in his heart. And even if his heart was as cold as iron again, it was impossible for him not to take it seriously in the face of the murder of his loved ones. She just wanted him to be strong. Be strong again. Same as back then, no big deal. Xie Bingyin's tears had dried up. She was already desperate in her heart. Not thinking of Su Manny suddenly doing such things, her heart was even more desperate. If it was only verbalized before and not paid to implement, that was fine. However, today Su Manny had already made things happen. It was hard to imagine the extent to which this matter would hurt Su Mo. Su Mo definitely knew that it was Manny Su who did it. Su Mo. At this time, Su Shujing suddenly walked in quickly, looked anxious, hesitated before speaking. Su Mo has injuries. It is said that there are wounds on the arms and thighs, but also went to the hospital to do a full-body checkup. The blood flow all stained the clothes red. Hearing Su Shoying say this, Xie Bingyin's heart became even more desperate. She couldn't imagine what kind of grievances Su Mo had endured over the years. Over the years, Su Mo should have indeed felt the threat to his life. Xie Bingyin wanted to cry, but suddenly realized that she couldn't shed any tears at all. Crying or whatever was completely useless against this level of damage. Xiuma would only hate them completely. My child, ah. Xie Bingyin suppressed her sobs, her voice already muffled. Su Xuehui and Su Shoying took a look and were filled with gravity. They also felt that they should go and apologize to Su Mo, just on behalf of Manny Su, otherwise this matter would definitely not end. As for what happened on Su Juanja's side, Su Xuehui and Su Shujing no longer had the time to pursue it. And now let this matter stop first. Whatever Su Mo did to Su Juanja must stop first. On the other hand, Su Deming spent several days in Xiahai City, following the police in their search for Su Juanja's whereabouts. But the lack of results for several days in a row made him very irritated. Su Juanja is now the CEO of Fengxiang Jewelry. If something happens to him, then Fengxiang Jewelry will be leaderless. The police can't find anyone, so they have to notify Su Deming to ask Xie Bingyin, who may know where Su Juanja is going. He had already made several consecutive phone calls to Xie Bingyin and the others, but Xie Bingyin had kept her mouth shut so far, causing Su Deming to be annoyed in his heart. He was also a bit skeptical about whether Su Mo had moved, but Su Deming had no evidence and no way to go to Sumo's trouble. so he could only fly to the capital first. Xie Bingyan, what the hell is wrong with you? Haven't you already recovered? What exactly happened that day? Say it. Xie Bingyan, say it. Where the hell has Juanja gone? It's been 10 days, and I still can't find him. I'm dying of anxiety. However, no matter how Su Deming roared, Xie Bingyan looked at him as if he were a puppet, not moving a muscle, not uttering a word. Yesterday, people from the hospital came over and found that Xie Bingyan's mental state was not quite normal, and had already instructed Su Xuehui and Su Shujing to keep an eye on Xie Bingyan. Now, who knows what she really thinks? I heard you want to see Xiuma? How? What did you go to him for? Su Deming asked angrily, holding back the anger in his heart. Xie Bingyan, I'm telling you, you have to explain to me what exactly happened that day. Were you and Juanja out together? However, Xie Bingyan still didn't open her mouth. Su Deming had no choice but to turn back to Su Xuehui and Su Shujing and ask, did you two know? She didn't even say anything. Su Xuehui and Su Shujing shook their heads. Damn it! Su Deming couldn't help but become even more anxious as he took a look. Since Su Juanja had already disappeared for 10 days, Fengxiang Jewelry still had things to deal with, and Su Deming had no way to stay here at Xie Bingyan's place for much longer, so he could only go to Fengxiang Jewelry to preside over the big picture first. He came back this time. No matter what, he had to pry open Xie Bingyan's mouth and make her talk. Xie Bingyan indifferently watched him leave and didn't make an exit to retain him. She got Su Shi to get photos and video of the crash scene to look at. The car was flipped over on the ground and turned over several times, similar to her crash. Su Mo was indeed injured as well, his hands and feet bleeding, but when he climbed out of the car door, he was full of calmness and didn't show any emotion. Xie Bingyan read it a few times and tossed it aside. Don't worry, Mom. Su Mo should be fine. He merely suffered a small injury. Later on, second sister and I will go over and apologize to him. Su Shujing hurriedly said. Xie Bingyan was still in tears yesterday, but by this time, the tears had dried up, and her expression was filled with despair. She didn't respond to Su Shouying, merely looking into the distance with an empty expression. Seeing that she didn't respond, Su Shuxiang could only leave first, leaving her to be quiet for a while. Seeing her go, Xie Bingyan struggled slightly and slowly walked towards the outside. She was shoeless, barefoot, unkempt hair, cloaked, and in a hospital gown. She didn't take the elevator either, but instead climbed one floor at a time towards the upper floors, gradually arriving at the top of the building. She wanted to walk out, but suddenly realized that the doors of the hospital were locked. Even the windows were mostly locked. None of them could be opened, and some of them only opened a small half. Xie Bingyan pushed a few times and saw that she couldn't push, so she came down and slowly walked towards another tall building. Heo Junqiol is dead, stabbed to death by her. She killed her adopted son with her own hands. She couldn't explain this to anyone. It was after all the child she'd raised in a handful of years, and she'd once gone to great lengths to make him grow up. The other side, however, was even more desperate. She had failed to protect her child, and even more so, she had no face to meet him. Everything and anything that had ever happened made her feel guilty. Now he's injured. Sorry. I'm sorry. Chapter 250. Xie Bingyan doesn't have any evidence to prove that you want to kill her. A series of blows so that Xie Bingyan mental collapse. These days, her mind constantly recalled many years ago. Her own hands did many sins. Su Juanja said that she under the poison. In fact, did not say wrong. She once did want him to live as bad as death. They say that blood is thicker than water. Yet when it came to her, it wasn't at all. She stabbed her adopted son to death with her own hands, and the cruelest thing in the world was nothing more than the killing of flesh and blood. Su Mo wouldn't let her go. Surely not. And Xie Bingyan could no longer face this. She was still holding some photos in her hand, unable to give them up, but as she walked, she tore them up and dropped them to the ground because her right hand was too hard. It was a photo of a car accident. Su Mo was at the scene. Feeling the photo in her hand had been torn to shreds, she was stunned for a moment. Looking back, her heart was like death. Ignoring the photo, she continued on her way and soon came to a tall building next to the hospital. On the other side, Su Shujing was the first to realize that Xie Bingyan had disappeared. She had just come back from pouring water when she suddenly realized that Xie Bingyan had disappeared and was taken aback and hurriedly inquired about it, finding that Xie Bingyan was heading towards the upper floors. She hurriedly rushed up to take a look and found no trace of Xie Bingyan, and when she looked towards the bottom, she realized that Xie Bingyan was already below the hospital. This time, Su Shuxiang was incomparably flustered and hurriedly made a phone call while rushing downstairs. In just a split second, chaos broke out next to the hospital as countless people shouted and fire sirens sprang up. Su Shujing frantically rushed down, recklessly rushing towards Xie Bingyin's side, and soon rushed over there. Her face had gone white, and she saw Xie Bingyin standing right next to the building. "Mom, what are you doing? Don't you scare me. Come back quickly." Su Shujing shouted hurriedly, incomparably flustered. Xie Bingyin looked back at her, her eyes filled with emptiness, and she looked back down again, her heart ashen. The fire department had rushed over, and someone had opened an air mattress and was shouting at the top with something. Xie Bingyin couldn't hear what they were shouting. The wind up there, it was so strong it messed up her hair. "Mom, come back. Don't scare me, come back." Su Shujing continued to shout. Xie Bingyin looked back at her again. Her face suddenly became calm, and she slowly spoke. Old 5, in a few days. You go pick up your big sister and come back. She should go home." "Mom dash," Su Shujing cried instantly. "What are you doing? Mom did something wrong. Mom bears the consequences herself." "Old 5, in a few days. You go to the detention center to see Old 4. Tell Mom's news. Tell her that this is Mom's own chosen path. It has nothing to do with anyone. And tell her not to hate Su Mo or anyone else." Xie Bingyin continued to speak. "Mom, you're back. Oh, you come down." Su Shujing cried out. Xie Bingyin suddenly raised her head and smiled, but her smile was tinged with tears. "In the past, Mom was also sorry for you. Always forcing you to study, always forcing you to attend cram schools that you don't like. Mom only wanted you to become excellent, to prove that Mom's choice was not wrong. Mom, just for herself, for the sake of vanity. Mom, both your big sister and your second sister. Mom merely wanted to tell them that Mom was right." Xie Bingyin laughed and shed tears as she spoke, raising his head again. "But today Mom was wrong, dead wrong. Everything Mom did was wrong. From the beginning, he was irreplaceable. He told Mom that even without her help, he could be just as good as ever. Mom, you come back." Su Shujing didn't dare to get close and hurriedly knelt on the ground and cried out. "Old 5, don't cry. Even though Mom did wrong, Mom didn't cry. Mom hopes that you can bring a message. You help Mom bring a message to him, to Su Mo." Xie Bingyin sniffled and eased her tone before continuing to speak. In fact, for so many years in Mom's heart, she was once proud of herself. Whoa, you come back. You come back," Su Shuxiang shouted. Xie Bingyin gulped and turned back to Su Shujing and smiled. "Don't blame Mom for being strict with you in the past. Mom was merely trying not to lose out to anyone. You go back. Old 5, good boy, you go back. Don't hate anyone. Tell Laosan not to hate Su Mo. This is Mom's own choice." "Wow!" Su Shuxiang cried out. A few people suddenly rushed out from the side. Who else if not the firemen? They all turned pale as they pounced towards Xie Bingyin. But Xie Bingyin glanced at them, and a hint of determination emerged in her eyes, unexpectedly jumping towards the bottom without hesitation. "Mom!" Su Shujing cried and shouted, almost scared silly. Her legs were soft. "This is the 15th floor. Do you want to take it all back? Do you want revenge? Do you want to get back the money you invested? Everything and everything again, including the former glory and status, you can get back." "That's right. It was Xie Bingyin who stabbed you." There were some sounds coming from his ears, and Hio Junqiu opened his eyes and swept them open, struggling slightly to get up. But there was some sharp pain coming from the small of his back that stopped him from moving. "We've investigated, and now Su Deming is frantically searching for you. Su Deming had suspected your identity before, and I don't think your mother told you about it. We went abroad to look for her and got some information. It's interesting." The visitor opened his mouth at him with a flirtatious expression, a look of eating him up. Hio Junqiu immediately looked up. "You went to them?" "Of course. We need to find some information. There is some information that you must not have expected." The white-shirt, flat-headed, burly man laughed, clapping his hands together and handing him a document. "Back then, Su Deming suspected your identity and got someone to do a paternity test, identifying that you were related to Su Deming by blood. Very interesting." Hio Junqiu looked at it and frowned. "What do you want?" "Obviously, we want everything." The white-shirt, flat-headed, burly man continued to laugh, dimples on his face. "What everything?" Hio Junqiu didn't understand. "In a nutshell, everything in the Su family. Everything of Su Deming. Everything of Su Mo. Everything. We need it all, and you are the key to it." The white-shirt, flat-headed, burly man smiled. "I still don't understand. I've lost my rightful identity, and Xie Bingyin already understands everything. Su Juinja said in fear. It doesn't matter what Xie Bingyin understands. What matters most is what Su Deming understands. No matter what, Su Deming will definitely insist. The white-shirt, flat-headed, burly man was confident. If you promise, we'll help you get the Phoenix jewelry back and help you solve the money laundering threat. As long as this fiasco passes, you'll be able to appear brightly. Hyo Juinja was stunned. We predict that Su Mo will not report the money laundering because it concerns both Su Deming and Su Wanting. As long as Su Mo doesn't expose it, then you're no threat. Even if Xie Bingyin wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be breaking the law. Xie Bingyin doesn't have any proof that you tried to kill her. That is to say, as of now, other than Xie Bingyin, there is no one who can judge you. The matter of poisoning has been over for many years, and the evidence has long since disappeared. Besides, Suemo didn't die, and nothing happened. How? When Su Juinja heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. Yeah. In addition to money laundering things, he's Su Juinja, no crime, and then money laundering things. He is only part of the crime, the greater crime, in fact, Su Deming. He's the one who led the money laundering. As for the covert operation of Su Pandi and Su Wanting, this should instead be considered a credit in the eyes of the police. Chapter 251. Why did Xie Bingyin want to kill Su Juinja? Why? Previously, the fear that Su Deming, Xie Bingyin, and the others were biased in favor of Su Mo. After all, Su Mo is their biological son, was forced to make a decision. The crazy growth of the Spelling Yuzu group has put a great deal of pressure on him. Fear of Su Pandi Su Wanting's matter was exposed, because once Su Pandi and Su Wanting's matter is exposed, Xie Bingyin and Su Deming will definitely find him to showdown. He chose not to do anything and strike first. Now, if he abandoned Su Deming, Xie Bingyin, and the others, not caring about their attitudes and backgrounds, then he, Su Juinja, hadn't committed many crimes at all. He is still the CEO of Fengxiang Jewelry and holds a large amount of equity. The previous board reform is still continuing, and Lu Kaikang's side has also gained a portion of equity because of financing. These two parts together were enough for them to successfully push for the restructuring of Phoenix Jewelry. The only problem now is the money laundering issue that Su Mo took out. It might get him in for a few years, but with money in his hands, it's not that big of a problem for him to resist unawareness. Cooperate. Happy cooperation, then. To each his own. Su Juinja looked at the burly man and nodded. There was no doubt that after being stabbed by Xie Bingyin, he did panic and worried for days on end, not daring to let anyone know. Xie Bingyin, in the end, had raised him for decades, was his adoptive mother, and if he didn't have to, he definitely didn't want this outcome. After the showdown with Xie Bingyin was countered, Su Juinja had been worried that Xie Bingyin and Su Mo would drive him to extinction. Now, after stopping for a few days and realizing that nothing had happened, he was gradually calming down and thinking normally. He wasn't going to show up just yet, but he decided to contact Gao Kaier first, so that Gao Kaier could cooperate with Lu Kaikang first and take control of Fengxiang Jewelry. Gao Kaier is his wife, qualified to preside over the big picture. Fengxiang Jewelry, for the time being, cannot return to the hands of Su Deming. In addition, he also contacted and inquired about the movements of the Su sisters and found that nothing major had happened to either of them. Because of his disappearance, the Su family seems to be in a bit of a panic, and Xie Bingyin is all but hospitalized because of the crash. What pleased Su Juinja the most was that Xie Bingyin didn't seem to be telling people like Su Xuehui and Su Deming about him. It seemed that it was because of the murder, the killing of an adopted son who had loved him for decades, that Xie Bingyin could not speak. But yeah, under these circumstances, it would be a hell of a thing if Xie Bingyin dared to tell the police. Now it was no longer a matter of how Xie Bingyin took him, but rather Xie Bingyin stabbed him, and it was a matter of how he, Su Juinja, took Xie Bingyin. Since Xie Bingyin did not show her cards, then things can be manipulated space. Fengxiang Jewelry needs to be firmly controlled in the hands. Su Mo is definitely checking up on me. Definitely can't let him know about my situation. Otherwise, he will definitely come up with evidence of money laundering, as well as poisoning. Although I have already deleted the video, there is no guarantee that Su Mo still has some evidence in his hands, and needs to be cautious. The Su family is no longer useful. Completely useless. Now, I have the Qin family's help, Lu Kaikang's help, and S help. I can get back on my feet and compete with Su Mo. Kick the Su clan's ass completely before you can go into battle with ease. Su Juinja's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He knew very well that it was only a matter of time before his affairs were exposed, as long as he was strong enough, then there was no need to fear exposure. Whether it is the biological parents or not, Su wanting Su Pandi, or even Su Shui Hui's matter, there is no need to worry. He's already had a showdown with Xie Bingyan. There was only one enemy now, Su Mo. This biological son of the Su family still doesn't know what he wants to do. Su Juanja also knew that if he didn't die, then the one who died would definitely be himself. He started to move. The hospital was in chaos, with countless people surrounding it and a burst of sirens emerging. 4 Xie Bingyans jumping off the building. Some people who knew the inside story also began to talk about it. Said he tried to strangle his son, was hated by him, etc. to the point of despair and jumped to his death. Some people couldn't help but sigh after hearing Xie Bingyan's story. Su Wanning walked out from the crowd, her face pale. She had just traveled from a remote mountain village to the capital city in the dust. Hearing about Su Xuehui's claim that Xie Bingyan hadn't poisoned her, coupled with the fact that Xie Bingyan had been in a car accident, made her have to make a trip back. She hurriedly rushed to the hospital, only to see the hospital's emergency room lit up. Xie Bingyan was sent in for resuscitation. Su Xuehui isn't here. She seemed to have stopped here for a while, before going out to look for Su Mo. Su Shujing was waiting here, and it was rumored that Su Shujing had informed Su Yuehuan to come back from abroad. Su Wanning looked at the lights of the emergency room with a tired face and sat down on the floor breathless. Su Xuehui was so anxious that she rushed into Su Mo's office in a flash, ignoring the security guards. She shed tears and cried, telling Su Mo about Xie Bingyan's jumping off the building and bawling as she spoke. 15th floor. She jumped from the 15th floor. Su Mo. Mom tried to kill herself. It's in the emergency room now. Su Xuehui was crying so hard that it was as if she couldn't stop her tears. Su Mo was also a bit surprised to hear it, but he had a calm face. Xie Bingyan is a little early for him to be jumping. He thought she'd be jumping after a while. Dead? Shuama asked. It's still being resuscitated. Whoa, Su Mo, please go see Mom. Su Xuehui cried. Su Mo gave her a faint look. Su Xuehui, I said that I would watch her die, and not a single tear would flow. Su Xuehui was stunned and stared at him all of a sudden, seemingly in disbelief. You go back. If I die, I'll still have to set off firecrackers. Su Mo had a cold face. For me, this is already the best outcome. When Su Xuehui heard this, she hurriedly said, Su Mo, Mom didn't poison you. She didn't want to poison you to death. The poisoning wasn't done by Mom. Oh, Su Ma looked at her. Mom never did any of those things. It was a misunderstanding. Mom never wanted to kill you. You're Mom's own son after all. Su Xuehui cried. Su Mo sneered. Is this matter important? This? Su Xuehui choked. I don't understand why you guys keep bringing this up. This matter is long past for me. It passed 6 or 7 years ago, Su Mo said as he held his cup and looked into the distance. Su Xuehui was instantly unable to speak, and after a moment of silence, she said, Then you go see Mom. Mom's been sent to the emergency room. Su Mo glanced back at her and instantly scoffed. Su Xuehui, you're all so stupid. Why do you think Xie Bingyan jumped off the building? You said that it wasn't Xie Bingyan who poisoned her. So who was it? Who could have put it down? Su Xuehui's delicate body shook. I guess. Something big must have happened. Su Mo scoffed. This big event has put Xie Bingyan over the edge. In the last 10 days, the police have been investigating it as well. You tell me, what's the big deal that's making Xie Bingyan feel bad? What exactly did she do? Su Xuehui couldn't help but nearly choke, thinking of a possibility. Not bad. Xie Bingyan took out Su Juanja. Seeing that she had understood, Su Mo laughed happily. You guessed it too, right? It must be Xie Bingyan who took out Su Juanja. You can also guess why Xie Bingyan took out Su Juanja. Why? Chapter 252, because Su Juanja also want to finish her It's Junchul. Su Xuehui's face turned pale. Clever. Su Mo laughed. So, things are now clear at a glance. Su Juanja has disappeared, and Xie Bingyan is in the hospital. The police are investigating. Xie Bingyan couldn't handle the pressure and jumped to her death. It has nothing to do with me. Su Xuehui, it has nothing to do with me. When Su Xuehui heard this, she went ice cold. Su Mo, you. How can you say that? Mom is because... Because of what? Because I didn't die. Su Mo stared at her. Because she didn't finish me off? Su Xuehui, I've already given you many chances, and there definitely won't be any more in the future. Mom tried to strangle Manny the other day. She thought it was Manny who did it. And if it was Junchul, Mom would have been even more angry. It won't. She definitely won't be more angry. Moreover, the reason why she wanted to kill Su Juinja wasn't just because of this matter. Suemo laughed. You must be wondering why Xie Bingyin wants to kill Su Juinja. It's because Su Juinja wants to finish her off as well. Su Xuehui froze. How is that possible? Why is it impossible? Suemo knocked on the table and laughed. Su Xuehui, you don't think that when things have come to this point, the Su family is still the original Su family, do you? Let me tell you, the Su family has long since changed. Now the result is Su Juinja want to kill Xie Bingyin, and Xie Bingyin also want to kill him. The result now is that Su Juinja has been killed, or else he wouldn't have disappeared for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Su Xuehui's eyes widened, and she immediately stared at Su Mo with a deadly stare. How is this possible? This can't be possible. Why would Juinja want to kill Mom? The corners of Su Mo's mouth rose slightly as a sneer emerged. Because he had to kill. Because Su Juinja has biological parents. With a swish, Su Xuehui's face changed dramatically. Biological parents? Not bad. Suemo slapped his palm and laughed. You don't think that Su Juinja popped out from inside a stone, do you? He has biological parents, and a long time ago, Su Juinja had already found his biological parents. Only that he didn't tell you guys, didn't tell Xie Bingyin. Su Xuehui's face couldn't help but turn even whiter. She never expected there to be an inside story. Yes, Su Juinja does have biological parents. Su Juinja cannot be popped out from inside the crack of the stone, and now Juinja is to find their own biological parents? He found his real parents. What does it have to do with Mom? Su Xuehui asked hurriedly, her voice trembling. Suemo laughed. Of course this is relevant. Without his biological parents, he would only be in the Su family. And with biological parents, he would need to consider even more, including how to get as much of Fengxian Jewelry's assets as possible, and how to get more of the Su family's assets distributed. People with desire and purpose. He will begin to do whatever it takes. He'll just keep moving, keep conceptualizing, and keep asking for help. That my thing. Su Xue's whole body was shivering, staring at Su Mo dead on, wanting to see flowers in Su Mo's eyes. Oh, your thing, the one about Chinanxiong. Su Mo suddenly laughed even more happily. I thought at the time that it was best to stay out of it. No matter what happens to you, it has nothing to do with me. But there's no way around it. Some people are very dissatisfied with this matter, and they're also very disgusted with Chen Anxiong's acting. So they just kept on chirping in my ears, asking me to check it out. I watched some of the surveillance, and it's still pretty good. At least plot-wise. It went the way Chen Anxiong wanted it to go. Chen Anxiong has been kept in the dark so far. Snap! Su Xuehui's cell phone fell to the ground and stared at Su Mo in shock, not reacting for a moment. She was so impressed with her kidnapping that there were a lot of things in it that she hadn't been able to figure out, and now that Suemo had said so, she seemed to more or less understand. Gradually, her body began to turn cold. It's Jun Chul. You can guess. Suemo laughed. What's the point of always coming to my side for answers? Su Juinjin knows that I am powerful. He more or less dares not deal with me. He desperately needs help from outside forces, and Chen Anqiong's Chun family is good to him and is willing to provide help. Put it this way, do you understand? Su Xuehui had thought about this matter in her mind before, but there was no evidence and no way to do it. And now, after being told by Su Mo, seriously thinking about it, behind this, it seems that only Su Juinja is indeed suspected. He's similar to Chen Anxiong in that he wants you to get pregnant. Chen Anxiong's demand is that you marry him. For this reason, they went out of their way to arrange the script. You can take a look, now that he's still making moves. Don't rule out the possibility that he'll still be attentive to you in a few days. Suemo laughed. So, then why didn't you say anything before? Why would I say that? Suemo looked at her with a disgusted expression. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. I even hope that Chen Anxiong gets it. When Su Xuehui heard this, her blood was like freezing. Yes, it's because of this matter that Mom wanted to kill Juinja? No, not this matter. With another hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth, Suemo gulped a mouthful of tea before continuing to laugh. I guess it's because of what happened with Su Pandi and Su Wanting. Su Juinja might have already shown his cards to her. Big sister and oldest? What does this have to do with Juinja? Su Xuehui asked in surprise. What do you say? Why do you think Su Wanting was sentenced back then? Sumo's heart was once again filled with disgust when he heard her ask this. This is you. Su Shuehue paused and looked at him. Oh, it was me. Su Mo became even more disgusted in his heart. But unfortunately, I didn't do it. Of course, I had hoped before that you guys would think it was me who did it, and I was too lazy to care. However, there's someone else involved in this matter, and he wishes to have sole possession of Fengxiang Jewelry's equity and doesn't wish to share it with Su Wanting. So Su Wanting must go. Su Shue's legs went limp and she stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Suemo looked at her without reaching out to help. So he got control of Fengxiang Jewelry very smoothly and managed to squeeze Su Wanting out. If it was me, Su Wanting would definitely not just be sentenced to probation. I would want her to go in for a few years. That old for. Su Shuehue could not believe this matter. Shaking, her voice has become dry. Oh, Lao Xia. He utilized the self-publishing platform to hype it up. He wanted me to break with the CF family, and I watched and recognized it, so he did it. In other words, I knew what he wanted to do, but I didn't stop it. Suemo laughed. So, old for went in? You must be wondering, why didn't I stop it? Why didn't I clarify? You're right to think so. You're doing this for? Su Shue stared at him dead in the face, a glint of horror emerging from her eyes. You're trying to get Juinja to kill Mom? Suemo looked at her and laughed. Words can't be spoken. I don't have any communication with him. All of this is what he wants to do on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 253, Keep Living, Keep Watching. Su Shuehue didn't know about these things before. She didn't think about it so much. And now that Su Mo had said so, she only felt that it was really too dark. She had previously thought that all of these things were done by Su Mo, that only Su Mo had this motive. She hadn't thought that Su Juinja's motive was greater, much greater. Thinking back in the past few years, Su Juinja had looked like he was all obedient and well-behaved in front of them, and was very caring about them, talking and laughing every time he came back, and bringing gifts. In their hearts, even now, Su Juinja's status was far higher than Su Mo's. Then what's all this concern that Hyo Jun Cheol has shown for the sisters over the years? Is it Hyo Jun Cheol's disguise? It's so dark and scary. Well, what about Dad? Does Dad know about these things? Su Shuehue gulped a bit and said the tears on her pretty face hadn't dried up yet, and her makeup was already smudged. Suemo shook his head and laughed. Su Deming is still quite interesting. He's been doing more interesting things lately, but I can't control him for now. Interesting. Su Shuehue didn't understand what he meant. Su Shuehue, just wait. There are definitely stories to be developed in the future, and your family is definitely more than just that. May Xie Bingyan die or not? Suemo smiled faintly. Su Shuehue's heart jumped. Suemo, Mom is already in the emergency room. What else do you have to be upset about? Do you hate her that much? That poison clearly wasn't planted by Mom. Yeah, it wasn't her. But you don't think she's responsible? Suemo stared at her. This? Su Shuehue choked. You don't want to be here. You better go back. If Xie Bingyan dies, you notify me, and I'll rush to buy firecrackers to celebrate. Suemo gave his expulsion order. There are still a lot of things you're not clear about. But in my opinion, there's no need for you to figure it out. I didn't expect so much. I guess with my big sister before, and I guess that Juinja might change, but I didn't think it would become so powerful. Is he really dead? Su Shuehue stared at Su Mo with a pale face. Maybe dead, maybe not, but he certainly won't show up anytime soon. He's probably going to see that things stabilize. Su Mo laughed and looked at her again. Xie Bingyan didn't tell you guys about these things, right? Did she show her cards to you guys? No. Su Shuehue shook her head. No is right. There are some things that Xie Bingyan doesn't know either. For example, she definitely doesn't know about Su Pandi's matter. So after Su Juinja sees that nothing has happened, he will definitely slowly show his head. Suemo said here, the corner of his mouth drew out a cold sneer. He will definitely still contact you guys. He is trying. Su Shuehue was surprised. Don't you forget, he's still the CEO of Fengxiang Jewelry. Su Deming will do his best to help him stabilize Fengxiang Jewelry. Suemo mockingly laughed. Dad? How can that be? I'll inform Dad of these things right away. Su Shuehue hurriedly shouted, quickly taking out her cell phone. Suemo laughed and interrupted her. Don't be delusional. You can't interrupt Su Deming. Do you know why? For why? Su Shuehue's heart jumped. Because Su Juinja is related to Su Deming. Suemo paused and smiled prodigiously. Huh? Su Shuehui was shocked. Although he wasn't born to Xie Bingyan, it doesn't mean he wasn't born to Su Deming. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have anything to do with Su Deming. Su Shuehui, what are you thinking? Suemo looked at her with a mocking expression. Su Shuehui was instantly confused. She finally realized why Su Imo hated Su Deming and Xie Bingyan so much. Su Deming had regretted it before and asked Su Imo to go home several times, but Su Imo ignored him. The last couple times, didn't even bother to see him. So here it is, there is this relationship. No wonder Su Deming had, in the past, ignored the stops of Su Bohan and the others and insisted on passing Feng Xiang jewelry to Su Junjia, and no wonder Su Deming wasn't at all worried about the loss of the family fortune. All of this, it turns out that there is a reason. It turns out that Su Deming's side has already made arrangements. Then Mom knows about this matter. Su Shuehe suspected Right Xie Bingyan wanted to kill Su Junjia because of this. I don't know. Su Imo laughed. Don't think too much. Xie Bingyan definitely didn't know about this matter right now. She thought that Su Junjia was really just Su Deming's adopted son. But in the future, who could say? Maybe she will know, maybe she won't. I still hope that she will continue to live and watch. When Su Shuehui saw him smile, she felt cruel in her heart. In Sumo's heart, he definitely hated Xie Bingyan. Hated her for being biased, hated her for discarding herself, hated her for saying she would strangle herself. Obviously, when Suemo came home in the past, his heart was so expectant, so excited, so happy. But when things went through over and over again, all that was left in his heart was despair and revenge. If it wasn't a deep-seated hatred, Suemo certainly wouldn't have watched it all happen, and certainly wouldn't have not interfered with Su Pandi and Su Wanning's affairs. All of them, the sisters, are to blame. Suemo, second sister, is sorry. Su Shuehui once again reddened her eyes. Suemo picked up his eyes and glanced at her faintly. Don't do things that are beyond doubt. Su Shuehui, there's some wounds that can never be healed. Once you think back, the piercing pain will remain in your heart forever. I don't care about that anymore. I only wish to watch her slowly gulp her breath and die slowly. If she doesn't die today, then she definitely won't be able to live much longer in the future. Su Shuehui's heart was touched as she listened to these words. They really have done many, many wrong things over the years now. These wrongdoings are definitely not solved by an apology or two. There are some wounds that really don't heal for the rest of your life. Because, well, it just hurts too much. Some words Su Shuehui could no longer speak. She could only leave Sumo's office and slowly go downstairs, slowly waiting for the car. Disoriented and hollow-eyed, she needed to reorganize things in the Su family, and the shock of what Suemo had told her today had been too much. Whether it was Xie Bingyan, Su Junjia, or Su Deming's attitude, she couldn't imagine it. When she came outside and looked out at the sun, there was a blank look in her eyes. Su Shuehui didn't know how she got back to the hospital. The emergency room was still lit up for resuscitation when she returned to the front of the room. Su Wanning sat paralyzed and waited, with Su Manny and Su showing nowhere to be seen. Xie Bingyan is also some life. Fell inside the green belt, above the very complete tree branches trimmed, slowing down the speed of the fall. Otherwise, there is no need to rescue. When Su Wanning saw her return, she glanced at her, but did not move or get up. Her expression was dull, and her tears had dried up. More than a year had passed without seeing her. Su Wanning had obviously lost a lot of weight. A weak look, it was hard to imagine how much torment she had endured for more than a year. When she saw her big sister, Su Shuehui couldn't help but feel aggrieved to the core in her heart and leaned towards her. Su Wanning couldn't help but hug her and cry bitterly. Chapter 254. All that is a disguise. Just now I want to see Su Mo and talk to him about many things that we don't even know. Mom, maybe really kill Junchul. Oh, sis, you don't know? There really is a lot of inside information here. A lot of things that I didn't expect. It turns out that Juinja had found his real mother long ago. He's in our family and just wants to get more. Juinja asked Mom to go for a walk, presumably because he wanted to make a move on Mom, framing Su Mo and separating Su Mo from our family and second uncle's family. But for some reason, Mom killed him back. Mom probably didn't expect Juinja to backstab her, so she didn't dare to say anything. That's why she went to find Su Mo. Mom must be regretting it very, very much. And then Manny let someone drive into Su Mo and added a fire. And Mom was completely desperate. Su Shuehui cried as she said, "Oh, I didn't think that there would be so much going on here." What happened to you and Lao Si was all done by Junja. He only wanted to get more of the family fortune. All of it was a disguise. Upon hearing this, Su Wanting's delicate body trembled violently, and her face became even paler. Junchul, it's all camouflage. It's all a lie. Mom wouldn't have killed herself at all if it wasn't like that. Only Juanja has the strength to do that. Su Shuehui burst into tears. Su Wanting also didn't expect there to be so much inside information in this. Thinking back, in the past, Su Juanja had a good relationship with them. Although they also learned that they had framed Su Mo, but in general, they were very well-behaved and obedient, which made people like them. In the past, every time she came home, she was very sweet-mouthed before her big sister and after her big sister. And now that Su Shuehui was saying this, she didn't dare to imagine it. So, what about Shuemo? Su Mo said to let us watch. Just watch well. He didn't even bother to reach out and interfere because Su Mo knew what Juanja wanted long ago. Su Shuehui sniffled while shedding tears. He didn't just set us up, he betrayed us, and now most of Fengxiang Jewelry's assets are his. Su Wanting looked down at her. Then Dad. Big sister, you don't know, Juanja is actually also our younger brother, just not born by Mom. With a swish, Su Wanting couldn't help but turn even more pale, and her already thin body immediately faltered. Are you telling the truth? It's true. Otherwise, how could Dad give all the Phoenix jewelry to Juanja? Dad already knew Juanja's identity a long time ago. Su Shuehui saw that she was about to fall and panicked in her heart, so she hurriedly helped her. I know. Su Wanting cried and didn't know what to say, only feeling an incomparable despair in her heart. So much was going on, far more than she could have imagined or taken in. It's too dark, especially now that Xie Bingyin is still being resuscitated in the emergency room. The two of them rustled around while chatting about something. Su Mo told Su Shuehui still more, and she was going to tell them all to Su Wanting. As Su Wanting listened, her face became whiter and whiter, and her body collapsed more and more, as if all her strength had been drained away. In the end, Su Shujing and Su Manny also rushed over. Manny Su was also very shocked and extremely angry when she heard that Xie Bingyin had crashed. Just now when she came over, she kept clamoring that it was Su Mo who did it. It must have been Su Mo who forced her to do it, and just now it was said that she went out to contact someone to do something. Manny Su was now also driven completely insane. As a member of the Su family, Manny Su had always been a wimp to no one. In the past, in the entertainment industry, when she said she would not give face, she never gave face. And with the Xie family as a background, countless people had to pursue her, and she had been unscrupulous. Where would she be afraid of Su Mo? Su Shuehui saw her come over and told her about Su Juanja's betrayal of Xie Bingyin. And when Su Manny heard this, she said angrily, "This is planted evidence. It must have been Su Mo's diversionary tactics. He kidnapped Juanja." Su Shuehui frowned and said, "Manny, you'd better think seriously. Why has Mom been silent these past few days? Whether Mom opens her mouth or not, these words are definitely Su Mo trying to divide us. Juanja couldn't possibly hurt Mom. Absolutely not." Su Manny gritted her teeth. "What about Junchul's real mother? Did he ever find it? I haven't heard anything like that. Junchul didn't say either. I'm hearing it now. This demon Su Mo has done everything he can to alienate us. He doesn't just want to drive Mom to death. He wants to drive us to death as well. He has lost his heart." Manny Su screamed, his face full of disbelief. "What if it's true? I said what if?" Su Shuehui also got angry. "Manny Su, when are you going to get your head around this? Are all these things just empty rumors? Why haven't I been thinking? I've been thinking all along. Second sister, you can't doubt Juanja even if you doubt anyone. It's obvious that Juanja is so good to you and so good to us." Su Manny gritted her teeth and said angrily, "All of this is definitely Su Mo's trick. He's just trying to force us to die. I definitely don't believe in his tricks." "Manny Su, can you still calm down?" Su Shuehui was furious. "Why can't I be calm? Second sister, you want to whitewash Su Mo? No way. I know what he wants to do. He just wants us to not die well." Manny Su disliked Su Shuehui back. Right now, the only way for things to end is to take Su Mo to jail or get him killed. "You!" Su Shuehui was furious and was about to speak. Suddenly, however, a slap appeared from the side and viciously slapped Su Manny's face. "Pop!" Su Shuehui was stunned. It was her elder sister, Su Wanting. "Lao-san, I've put up with enough from you. You're the one who shouted for someone to hit him, right? Su Wanting stared at Manny Su as if she wanted to eat her up. Big sister. Su Manny somewhat couldn't believe Su Wanting slapped herself, paused, then resolutely said, "Not bad, I did it. But it's a pity." Before her words could fall, Su Wanting lunged towards her, seemingly picking up a nearby shoe and smashing it towards Su Manny's head. Ah! Manny Su was smashed around and couldn't help but scream a few times. "I say the same thing even if you beat me to death. Even if you beat me to death. I still think so. Eldest sister and second sister. You've all fallen for Su Mo's divisive plan. He's just trying to divide us. Jiunja, it's impossible to hurt Mom. I definitely don't believe it. Su Mo has lost his heart. I definitely won't let him have a good time. You guys wait." Ah! Hearing this from her, Su Wanting couldn't help herself completely. Using the sole of her shoe wasn't enough. Suddenly she saw a broom and a pile of garbage next to her, picked it up, and swung it towards Su Manny's. Where did Manny Su dare to fight back? After being smashed a few times, she hurriedly scrambled around, screaming miserably, and finally crashed into two old men. Su Manny turned around and was surprised. Grandparents? Su Wanting stopped in a hurry. Chapter 255. How can this not be hateful? Pop! Suddenly, another slap emerged and slapped Manny Su's face hard. Manny Su was in severe pain and hurriedly looked. It was Siejun. "Manny Su, what have you done? You want to kill someone?" Siejun stared at her, his face full of rage, like an angry man. Manny Su was stunned, immediately covering her mouth and unable to speak, tears quickly forcing their way out of her eyes. She was historically more afraid of Siejun. When she was young, Siejun was often dressed in military uniform, extremely dignified, let her respect from a distance. After growing up, Siejun also served in a very high position, holding power, causing her to be more afraid. Now that Siejun was angry, she instantly didn't dare to say anything. Oof. The two old men also looked at Manny Su, very dissatisfied. The old man, named Escalating, was already old and gray and could hardly walk, only being helped to walk. Now Siejun was holding up one person, and grandmother called Zhao Chunmei, the same white hair. They generally in the Xie family courtyard retirement, rarely go out, hand and foot inconvenience. Presumably heard that Xie Bingyan hospitalized, they specially come over a trip. "Where's Su Deming?" Siejun asked. Su Wanting replied while shedding tears. "Dad just came for a bit and stood guard here for a few hours. Then something happened with Fengxiang jewelry, and he temporarily left. We'll come over later." "What's the situation now?" Siejun asked with a frown. "It's still unstable. Luckily, there are green vines in the way, or else it would be very serious." Su Wanting sat down next to her. Su Xuehui hurriedly brought a few chairs and handed them to Grandpa Escalating and Grandma Zhao Chunmei, telling them to sit down first. "What about Su Mo?" Siejun asked. "He didn't come over. He's been hating." Su Wanting spoke. Why don't you bring him home?" Grandpa Escalating held his walking stick, and after hearing about this matter, he tapped it hard and trembled. When Su Wanting and Su Xuehui took a look, they didn't dare to speak. "The old man is from the military and used to be extremely murderous. It is good that he is not angry. If he is angry, no one dares to speak." "Wanting, tell me what's going on here? From beginning to end. Tell me all about it." Grandmother Zhao Chunmei was also angry. Su Wanting glanced at it, hesitated, nodded, and then started with Su Mo being abandoned. "Mom did it wrong. She was so wrong. Su Mo wasn't a wooden man or a tool to use to hurt Dad. When he realized all this, he left with hatred. That child is aggrieved." When Zhao Chunmei heard this, her eyes seemed a little red. A great deal of aggravation. No one in his family liked him, so he went out on his own and signed some kind of severance letter. After he went out, he started an independent business, starting from scratch and walking to today. Su Wanting said, and her eyes reddened. "What a good boy. Siejun, what a good boy. How could Xie Bingyan be so confused to this point? Siejun, how could you serve a tiger?" Xie Dating was furious, and he violently tapped his cane, nearly shattering the floor. Siejun hurriedly said, "Su Mo's achievements are his and have nothing to do with me. But he wants to hurt Xie Bingyan. I won't allow it. As for him suffering and being aggrieved. Manly, what's a little bit of suffering? What's the point of complaining?" Confused. Xie Dating was furious and raised his cane to strike Siejun hard on the head, and Siejun hastily reached out to block it. "That's not suffering and aggravation. That's abandonment and abuse. How can that be considered suffering and aggravation? He has been abandoned since he was a child." Siejun didn't speak anymore, his expression full of heart. "And What else did he suffer from before? Zhao Chunmei listened to Su Wanning. When Su Wanning heard her grandmother ask this, her eyes couldn't help but turn even redder, and she took a deep breath before speaking. Someone poisoned him, trying to poison him to death. Huh. Hearing these words, Xie Dating and Zhao Chunmei and the others were greatly shocked. Even Xie Zhen was startled. What did you say, Wanning? Poisoning? When did this happen? Xie Zhen didn't know about this matter at all. It was a long time ago. 7 years ago. The year Suemo had just left. At that time, he had not long been picked up and was still very excited about everything at home. Even though it was said that Mom, Dad, and us didn't like him, he was still very happy to stay at home and please everyone until, one day, it was discovered that someone had poisoned him. Su Wanning's tears had already forced their way out, cutting through her pretty face. It's palladium poisoning, heavy metal overload. Once it reaches a certain level, it will be paralyzed or life is worse than death. Suemo had a full-body checkup at that time. Both Xie Dating and Zhao Chunmei's faces went white. That child, being aggrieved isn't all. He wants to poison him to death. Zhao Chunmei's body trembled. Not bad. Su Wanning nodded her head. Sins. When Zhao Chunmei heard this, she jumped to her feet in anger. This Xie Bingyin, what kind of sins has she done? Is this something a human can do? When was this? How come I don't know? Xie Zhen asked with a frown. 7 years ago. We all suspected that Mom had poisoned her, but then we found out it wasn't. She was also furious when she found out about it. She should have suspected Juinja did it. Su Wanning didn't know what had happened to the two of them. She was just guessing. Su Juinja did it right? A thick glare emerged from Xie Zhen's eyes. He had always thought that he knew the inside story. If it was just abandonment, or if Xie Bingyin had been a little more strict with Suemo in the past, it was nothing to him. A man should suffer, but the matter of poisoning really scared him. Surprisingly, he didn't know that Suemo was in here and had suffered so much. No wonder Suemo hated him, and Xie Bingyin, no matter what he said. Can this not be hated? How can this not be hateful? We're now analyzing also Junchul. That's why Juinja is missing. Su Wanning swallowed her tears. Juinja should have wanted to obtain all the family property and started ostracizing Su Mo from the moment he came home. At that time, none of us knew or realized. Sins. Xie Bingyin is just sinning. Xie Dating tapped his cane as if he felt heartbroken. I was saying what happened to make such a big deal out of it. I told you that Xie Bingyin's temperament needs to be changed. Look at her. She's even sinning on her own son. Zhao Chunmei's whole body trembled. That child has grown up now. Good. He grew up. He's so much better than anyone else. He became stronger than everyone. Despite saying that he has experienced countless things, he still hasn't fallen. Now he's the boss of $200 billion groups. Su Wanning burst into tears. Good boy. Is really a good boy. Zhao Chunmei burst into tears, trembling with old tears. Xie Bingyin, such a good child. You desperately drive him towards the outside. You've done this to yourself? She cried. Chapter 256. Are the most beautiful colors in the world. After hearing everything, the old man only felt sad and aggrieved. Feeling aggrieved for Xiuma. There is so much injustice here, so much. This is a good child, smart, hardworking, and self-reliant. An ambition. How many people cannot even beg for a lifetime to beg for such a child but Xie Bingyin sin? In the past, the two of them were in poor health and had inconvenient arms and legs, and were unable to visit the Su family, so much so that for so many years, they had never seen each other. It was said that Su Mo had only stayed in the Su family for a mere 4 years. If the two of them had gone over earlier, it wouldn't have been so bad that the Su family would have gotten to this extent, no matter what they did. As long as there was someone to back them up, it would be good. Not so bad that everyone would give him a poisonous hand. Elder Master Xie and Elder Lady Zhao listened to the stakes Su Wanning said, and then began to talk about Su Mo's high school entrance exams, carrying out entrepreneurship, and earning his first bucket of gold. When old Master Xie heard this, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling with excitement. Good. This ambition, this vigor, really good. Xie Zhen, if you had this kind of vigor and vision back then, I would die in peace. You can't compare to him. Xie Yin can't compare to him either. He was just born at the wrong time. He has this kind of vision and vigor to embark on the career path, and none of you are his match. This child is really too excellent. The sins Xie Bingyin has done are too deep. Old Lady Zhao couldn't help but feel even more heartbroken for her grandson, her eyes tearing up, itching to swear at Su Deming's side. Mom also despaired, so she jumped. Down. Su Wanting cried and spoke. Speaking of this, the two old men couldn't help but sigh. After doing such a thing, even if you jump down, I'm afraid it would be difficult to atone for your sins. If it wasn't for that child's strength, I'm afraid that all would have been lost today. Old Master Xie spoke. Xi Jina, you are also unable to distinguish between right and wrong. Why don't you ask a little more clearly? Old Lady Zhao stared at Xie Zhen, very dissatisfied. Xie Zhen hurriedly said, I thought that Xie Bingyan was just talking about it, that it was nothing more than gas. I didn't think that there was an inside story. Here, you just can't tell right from wrong. It's a good thing that child wasn't cynical about you, or you would have been skinned if you weren't dead. Old Lady Zhao said angrily. Xie Zhen was instantly choked. In retrospect, this was a very irritating time for him indeed. After the drop in position, he was very uncomfortable and kept thinking about how to get it back. When he caught Suemo the other day, he even went to his office and made a big fuss, but Suemo didn't pay any attention to him. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel even more guilty. You apologize to him. Apologize properly. That boy, as I see it, is a good boy. It's just that no one cares about him. No one cares about him. That's why he's like that. Wanting Shuehui. There's still a diary, right? Old Lady Zhao opened her mouth. Su Wanting nodded. Suemo has written a lot in the past, and I've read them all. In the past, he admired us. That's good. That's good. That boy is not a heartless person, but he was forced by you all. It's all because you guys forced him to go out of his way. Only by doing this will you all think of him and remember him. Old Lady Zhao instantly put things into perspective and burst into old tears. Su Wanting and Su Shui's delicate bodies shook. Grandmother, you mean? Can't you guys see that by now? From beginning to end, he has never harmed you all. Even though you guys hated him and apologized to him all these years, he still didn't hurt you guys, including the Shuehui thing, didn't he? Old Mrs. Zhao said. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui stared wide-eyed. He merely wants you to remember him, because that's the only way you'll remember him, so you won't forget him. What a good boy this is, and how much he has suffered. Old Lady Zhao cried again as she spoke. Wow! Cries suddenly came from behind them, and Su Wanting and Su Shui turned around to see that it turned out to be the oldest five, Su Shujing, crying. Su Wanting and Su Shuehui both froze, recalling Su Mo's events over the years, which really hadn't caused them much harm. Even though it was said that Su Wanting's Divina was no longer available and had been given a suspended sentence, and Lao Si had gone to jail, it was all Su Juanji's doing. Shuema himself did not harm them. Just let us remember him. How? How is it possible? Su Wanting couldn't believe it, and as she listened to Su Shujing's cries, her tears were forced out uncontrollably, instantly cutting through her pretty face. Su Shuehui hurriedly and quickly skimmed her face, not wanting the others to see her face. When Xiejin saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. This family with the mess. He only felt a headache. He should have known better than to get into this mess. Xiejin, accompany us to see that kid later. There's no one to back him up. Grandparents back him up. In a person's life, they won't be alone forever. Old Master Xie spoke. Good. Not knowing why, Xiejin reddened his eyes and also felt his nose sour. With that said, the lights in the emergency room suddenly went out, and a doctor pushed open the door and walked out. Who's Su Wanting? I am. Su Wanting hurriedly greeted her, tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. The patient has woken up and is now past the danger zone. She refuses to rest and is calling for you to come over, the doctor said. As soon as Su Wanting heard this, she looked at the people around her before walking towards the front. Be careful. The patient is still very weak and can't take too much shaking. It's fortunate that the head and heart weren't injured this time, or else the gods wouldn't be able to save him. Thanks, Doc. With a look of gratitude on her face, Su Wanting wiped her tears and headed inside. I just saw some other doctors busy inside. Xie Bingyan was lying on the hospital bed with a ventilator, her face pale and in pain. The doctor explained, she's already been anesthetized, but I don't know why, but she insists on refusing to close her eyes and insists on seeing you. So be careful. Su Wanting's eyes reddened again when she looked at it, and she took a few steps towards the front, coming in front of Xie Bingyan. Xie Bingyan's breath is dying, breathless, having just completed surgery. I don't know what kind of fortitude she had to insist on keeping herself awake. Mom, Su Wanting shouted. Xie Bingyan's face was covered in sweat, and when she heard her voice, she turned her head slightly, her sanity seemingly blurred. Old boss man documents. Su Wanting was stunned. What papers do you want, Mom? File. Xie Bingyan was breathless, as if she was going to pass out at any moment, and said in a broken voice, Su Mose. Su Wanting was stunned, her delicate body trembling violently, and she immediately covered her mouth, nearly bursting into tears. Tears forced themselves out uncontrollably. Immediately understanding what Xie Bingyan wanted, she nodded and quickly searched inside the bag she was carrying, finding a document and handing it to her. Mom, over here! Fight! Open up! Xie Bingyan was incredibly weak. Su Wanting's tears blurred her eyes and slid down desperately. She nodded vigorously, then gently turned over the first page of the document. My mother's eyes are like stars, her eyelashes are like the moon, and her hair is like a waterfall, all of which are the most beautiful colors in the world. Chapter 257, A Little Child Carries Gold Through the Downtown. The time of writing was May 6th, 2010. On that day, Suemo had just turned 15 not long ago, and it had been more than a year since he had been taken back to the Su family. He wrote this on his Snap journal. Back then, no one knew this. There was a dead silence in the hospital room, made all the more so by the sound of dripping. Xie Bingyan stared deathly at the words on the document, gently lifting her hand as if she wanted to do something. But she couldn't lift her hand. Tears had already blurred her eyes and were rapidly dripping down, and her breathing began to catch. Seeing that Xie Bingyan's emotions were not quite right, the doctor hurriedly and quickly gestured towards Su Wanting, telling her not to let Xie Bingyan's emotions get too emotional. Xie Bingyan's condition is very wrong. Su Wanting took a look and nodded gently, turning a page with teardrops in her eyes before putting it back. That page, write something more. Originally, Su Wanting long intended to give Xie Bingyan C, but Xie Bingyan, the first time to get, as if to get garbage almost, reach out on the young, do not care. Now all of a sudden I have to read it, so I guess I've been looking for it for a long time. The electrocardiogram was rising and falling violently, like a roller coaster with ups and downs, and the doctor next to her saw that Xie Bingyan was starting to shake, so she hurriedly and quickly held Xie Bingyan's hand, suppressed her movements, and drew out a tube of needles, hitting her arm. That's a tranquilizer. Terrible. Terrible. What did she just look at? Why did the heartbeat become so strong? The doctor saw Xie Bingyan's ECG gradually slowing down due to the tranquilizer and asked Su Wanting. No, it's nothing. Seeing that Xie Bingyan had gradually regained her quietness, Su Wanting took a deep breath with teary eyes and put the documents away. It's probably too late to look at that now. If I had seen it a few years earlier, it might have been okay. She turned back to the emergency room and quickly left it. Xie Bingyan needed to continue with the surgery, and she realized that she could no longer hold back her tears. Su Juinja secretly contacted Gao Kaier and found that the Su family really didn't have any movement. Recently, Gao Kaier hadn't returned to the Su family either. It was said that Xie Bingyan was being hospitalized, presumably due to the car accident. Su Juinja didn't bother. He needed to remotely control Gao Kaier, sell off the stake in Fengxiang Jewelry, and transfer the money to his account. Fengxiang Jewelry hasn't been able to push for reform of the board of directors, so now it can only sell off its shares as soon as possible. After all, who knows what will happen to the Su family? The sooner he gets the money, the more favorable it will be, and Su Juinja needs to cut himself off from the Su family completely. Gao Kaier was visibly surprised after receiving his message and asked where he was now. Su Juinja couldn't tell her the exact location just yet. He wasn't comfortable with anyone right now. Right now, in my name, I have roughly 25% of Phoenix Jewelry's shares. On your stepfather's side, it's roughly 25% as well. Phoenix Jewelry's current operating condition is very good. I've already found a candidate to acquire the shares. You need to sign a contract with him on my behalf. Su Juinja opened his mouth. Gao Kaier was surprised. Who? The Chun family. Chen Anxiong. He has agreed to acquire the shares in my hand in full, but we need to sell it to him at a 20% discount, which is around $4 billion. After his acquisition is complete, Phoenix Jewelry is his call. Su Juinja said. Does the Su family agree? Gao Kaier asked. Whether they agree or not, I need to get the money as soon as possible. Chen Anxiong has already informed me that his team will contact you tomorrow. Su Juinja spoke. For money laundering, Su Juinja uneasy. Want to get rid of as soon as possible. Now nothing is important. The most important thing is how much money can get. The only way to feel secure is to have the money in your hands. Gao Kaier was silent for a moment and responded, Good. I can get in touch with him. But what about stepfather's part of? If you're not there, Fengxiang Jewelry stock price will definitely plummet, and stepfather's side will definitely lose a lot of money. I'll make up for his losses later. Tell him not to worry. For now, let's get the money as soon as possible. Su Juinja spoke impatiently, not wanting Gao Kaier to inquire too much. Gao Kaier didn't want Lu Kaikong to lose money, but now there seemed to be no other way but this option. Su Juinja already showdown with the Su family. Continue to stay in Fengxiang Jewelry is obviously no longer possible. It would be better to cash out and leave the market, introduce the Chen family, so that the Chen family and the Su family to fight the ring. I just don't know what Suemo will do. Will he stand by and watch the Su family's ancestral property go down the drain? Gao Kaier thought about it and decided to send a message to Su Mo. After all, Su Mo had already promised to give her a large sum of money, a sum of money that exceeded the money Su Juinja had given her. Su Juinja 25% of the shares sold, according to Fengxiang Jewelry, now more than 20 billion market value. And then a discount probably can only take about 4 billion. With this 4 billion split in half again, the most she could get was 2 billion, and Suemo promised to give her all she could get, which was definitely more than 2 billion. She began to maneuver. For Su Juinjo is fine. Suemo has more or less guessed in his heart. After all, the police have not been able to find Su Juinja's body. With Xie Bingyin's physical ability, I'm afraid it would be a pipe dream to kill Su Juinja. He can more or less predict the action of Su Juinja. Su Juinja certainly do not dare to come back in a short period of time. So sell off the equity of Fengxiang Jewelry has become the best choice. Now these shares are in the hands of Su Juinja, not to mention him. Even Su Deming is afraid that he cannot stop Su Juinja's sell-off. I guess I can only watch and let Chen Anxiong buy it at a low price. This was nothing for Xiaoma. After all, that $4.5 billion in assets. In his eyes is a hair if he needs wholly owned acquisition of Fengxiang Jewelry are not any problem. But this Chen Anxiong person is disgusting enough. He reckons he doesn't just want to get into Phoenix Jewelry. He also wants to use this to coerce Su Xuehui or Su Manny. What to do? Gu Rongxi looked at him. Su Mo thought for a moment. It's still a bit hard to trip him up. There's still a bit of fire left. Most of all, I'm afraid that after I make a move, it will affect our development. The Chen family is a very big family after all. Besides, Su Juinja is still alive. No killing. Gu Rongxi stared at him and said. Su Mo glanced at her and laughed. What are you thinking? I definitely won't kill anyone. Killing is against the law. That's good. Gu Ruashi couldn't help but feel relieved. But, do you think it is possible for Lu Kaikong to kill someone? Su Mo asked. Gu Rongxi was stunned. Su Juinja doesn't have any shares in his hands, and after cashing out, he has a large amount of money stored on his bank card. This money, at least $3 to $4 billion. That's a lot of money. Isn't Lu Kaikong salivating? Su Mo smiled faintly, playing with his water cup. Gu Rongxi thought for a moment and said, It's hard. Yeah, it's hard, but it's still possible to do it, isn't it? As long as Su Deming doesn't interfere and the others don't interfere, then this possibility is very high. Su Mo laughed, a hint of coldness emerging from his eyes. A little child holding gold across the downtown. Itself won't have a good outcome. Gu Rongxi sighed. If you want to do this, first of all, you need to solve Chen Anxiong first. Only when the backer arrives will he lose his reliance, and Lu Kaikong will be able to make his move. Su Mo glanced at her and nodded, his face full of approval. Then, start with Chen Anxiong. I find this person disgusting anyway. I've been putting up with him for a while now. When Gu Rongxi heard this, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. She was still more aware of what was going on in his mind. Chen Anxiong, if he really acquired Su Juinja's shares and moved into Fengxiang Jewelry, then he was destined to be his enemy. And now, even if he is still a little short of the fire, then Su Mo can only think of a way to bring him down first. Chapter 258, Don't Say It. Roll! Due to the fact that there were people watching him now, Su Mo naturally couldn't do anything illegal or criminal, let alone kill someone, which would easily be caught by others. At his current level, it would be most foolish for him to take matters into his own hands. For many things, if he gave an order, someone would naturally solve them for him. Even though it's a little harder to say what happened to Hio Junqiol, it's still possible to operate. Suemo didn't want to send him to jail right now either. He just wanted to get him killed. For the acquisition of Phoenix Jewelry shares, Chen Anxiong and the capital behind him were naturally very happy. Fengxiang Jewelry is a traditional jewelry tycoon with a very high brand value. The shares are premium shares, and it is also one of the traditional industries of the Su family, which has been in business for hundreds of years. Can buy 25% of the shares at a low price. Not to mention him and Xiong, many big capital is afraid to beg. This time it was Su Juinja who was eager to sell off and clear his position, ditching the Su family and going light. Xiong has long been in contact with him, before not to mention the plan to kill two birds with one stone, and now Su Juinja is forced to this extent. He is also considered to be happy to see. There's another problem with acquiring Su Juinja's shares, and that's how does the Su family feel about it? What does Su Deming think? Su Deming and the Su family are definitely unwilling. Most importantly, the loss of the traditional assets of the Su family. This Su Mo, happy. Behind Xiong was the entire group of the Qin family. Not so much that he was afraid of Su Mo, but if he got Fengxiang jewelry, he would inevitably need to fight with the Su family, and he would definitely fight at that time. If the Su family is not happy, it is highly likely that they will use all sorts of means to get back the Phoenix jewelry. But there's no need to care about him, even if he has a problem with it. So what? With the control of Fengxiang jewelry, Su Xuehui can't escape me anymore. The corners of Chun Anxiong's mouth rose, drawing a triumphant arc, only feeling that the most pleasurable thing in life was nothing more than this. When the time comes, it's possible that Manny Su, a small star, won't be able to escape. The Su family would absolutely jump in a hurry. He began contacting Gauchoir's team. Su Deming sighed, also quickly got the news. He could not help but be openly surprised, asked to see Gao Kaier, but Gao Kaier did not see him. The reason is not in the capital. Now Su Deming was no longer the CEO of Fengxiang Jewelry, and although he was still able to handle some things in the past few days due to his previous relationship, he had lost control. When John Su wants to sell his shares, he doesn't even need the board of directors to be involved, and John Su's team can just find someone to negotiate with directly. Where does Su Deming want this thing? He wanted to inquire who gave him the right? Gao Kaier didn't answer him at first, but only told him that it was Su Juinja's order when he pushed her later. Heo Junqiu is not dead. Su Deming is naturally happy that Su Juinja is not dead, but when he thinks that Fengxiang jewelry is going to be sold, he naturally tries his best to stop it and asks for a meeting with Su Juinja. Su Deming still had some ability to give Gao Kaier some interference, and in the end, Su Juinja had no choice but to call him. Juinja, why did you sell your stake in Phoenix Jewelry? This will cause Phoenix Jewelry to lose control, Su Deming said anxiously. Phoenix Jewelry is no longer useful. I desperately need to cash out and leave the market. Can't you see? Phoenix Jewelry has a serious money laundering problem. That's no reason for you to cash out. Fengxiang Jewelry is our ancestral asset, Su Deming emphasized. What's the use of ancestral assets? Now Phoenix Jewelry needs to reorganize and reprogram its internal problems. Only by cashing out now will the funds be safe. You've really decided to do this? Su Deming didn't expect Su Juinja's attitude to be so resolute. I have to do this. Otherwise, Phoenix Jewelry is a time bomb. Once Su Mo strikes, neither you nor I will be able to escape, Su Juinja insisted. Su Mo won't make a move against you. I'll persuade him. Su Deming said. You can't persuade it. I've already made a decision. Next, Gao Kaier will find someone to negotiate with. Su Juinja didn't want to bullshit him too much. He is also investigating that Xie Bingyan did not show down with Su Deming, only to want to take advantage of Su Deming's relationship. If the showdown, he even lazily ignores Su Deming. Now he needs to put his life on the line. Su Deming originally wanted to say a few more words, but Su Juinja quickly hung up the phone, leaving Su Deming completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Heo Junqiu to press on and not listen to what he had to say. You know that in the past, Heo Junqiu used to listen to him very well. Where would he be so heartless? Su Deming had no choice but to light a few cigarettes and smoke them for a while, and after thinking about it, he could only go to Su Mo. Perhaps Su Mo is capable of acquiring Fengxiang Jewelry. Fengxiang Jewelry is our Su family's asset. Our Su family has been operating it for hundreds of years. It absolutely cannot be lost. Juinja didn't listen this time. I guess he was scared silly. He wants to sell off his stake in Fengxiang Jewelry. I can't persuade him. Su Mo, see if you can acquire this part of the equity. Su Deming stared at Su Mo and said. This time, Su Mo did not see him. Su Mo heard this sentence, took the teacup and played with it for a while, the corner of his mouth slightly curved. Don't you think? It's already late. This. Su Deming's face suddenly turned a little red. I don't know how you have a nerve to come here, Su Deming. Even more so, I don't know how you have this thick skin. Su Mo placed his teacup on the table and poured a cup, continuing to speak. What does your Fengxiang jewelry matter have to do with me? Su Deming hurriedly said. Suemo, you don't know. That's our Su family's ancestral asset. Oh, the Su family's ancestral assets. Ah, you're just now remembering that it's an ancestral asset. Suemo sneered. Su Deming's heart was weak, and he didn't dare to speak at once. Also right, Su Juanja is your son, and you even did a paternity test. Suemo gave him a disdainful look, only feeling that this person was extremely disgusting. Fengxiang jewelry all goes to him, in line with your arrangement. But you shouldn't have come to beg me. Suemo, Dad is sorry for you. Su Deming was even more vain. Suemo couldn't help but mock even more in his heart when he heard this. There are some things that can't be solved with an apology. In Su Deming's mind, he and Su Juanja are not a position at all. No matter what, Su Juanja's weight in Su Deming's mind is far heavier than him. This is true even today. Coming over and begging Suemo to take action was only because he saw that Suemo had the ability to do so. In his heart, he might not be very blaming for Su Juanja's operation. That was his good son after all. Su Deming, you'll get your comeuppance. Suemo calmly said. Fengxiang jewelry looks like it can't escape being split up this time, so you'd better stay out of it. Right now, you might as well mind Xie Bingyan a bit more. After all, she's dying. Suemo. Don't say it. Get out. Suemo gave a direct expulsion order, feeling more and more disgusted. Chapter 259, if it is possible. This account must be settled. There is a saying that you can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. Who is he to wipe his ass for what happened to Hyo Junchil? Just because he's rich? Su Deming's behavior on the doorstep now is very funny in itself. Fengxiang jewelry and the Su family property has never given him a penny. He also has the nerve to open this mouth. It was Suemo who also gave him face and didn't blow him right out. What kind of person Su Deming was, in fact, Suemo had long since seen it clearly. Back then, when he chased after Xie Bingyan, he had made very many promises. And in the end, the reason why Xie Bingyan became crazy, he was definitely the culprit. The hypocrisy of Su Wanting and Su Xuehue and the others was completely learned from him. Su Deming still wanted to persuade, but Suemo had already ignored him and had people come over to take him away. Suemo didn't even bother to reveal Su Juanja's birth to him. Why don't you tell him? After a while, Gu Rongxi walked in and asked. Xiuma took a sip of water and said, Say what? Hyo Junchio ah. I think it's better to speak clearly. Gu Rongxi opened her mouth. Suemo suddenly laughed. Why would I say that? If he thinks it, then let him think it. Why should I say anything? Gu Ruashi didn't understand. It's also quite good to let him suffer the pain of losing his son. Suemo laughed. Gu Rongxi took a look and sighed softly in her heart. Suemo estimated that not only did he hate Xie Bingyan, he also hated Su Deming very much back then. If Su Deming did not cheat, then nothing happened. Su Deming brought Su Juanja back home to raise. Itself carries a very evil intention. Originally wanted to deceive Xie Bingyan. If Su Deming did not bring Su Juanja home, Xie Bingyan would not have left Su Mo in the orphanage for more than 10 years' time. At first, Xie Bingyan guessed that she hadn't thought about it for that long. So the culprit of all this, the source of everything, naturally had to be counted on Su Deming. There would be no point in simply tearing it down, and Su Deming couldn't feel any pain. The situation is just fine now. Fengxiang jewelry is going to be gone, and Su Juanja is sure to defect, and before he leaves, he might even fiddle with him. Suemo only had to make some slight movements, and I'm afraid that they could see the scene of their father's kindness and filial piety. Going to the end, I'm afraid Xie Bingyan would like to see this scene, right? Gu Rongxi wanted to persuade, but after thinking about it, she didn't tea, and just said to him, Suemo, Xie Bingyan is fine. Oh. Suemo raised his head slightly, but quickly cleared the table absently, saying nothing. Seeing him like this, Gu Rongxi sighed softly and didn't say anything, turning around to exit the office. She felt that Suemo must have stayed by himself for a while to be quiet. Su Juanja's dealings with Chun Anxiong continued, and Su Deming was simply unable to stop them. Although Su Juanja didn't show up, Gao Kaier and Lu Kaikong stepped in to settle the matter, and the negotiations went quite smoothly. Su Deming also made several consecutive phone calls to Su Juanja, but Su Juanja did not answer, and he was so anxious that he could only go to see Xie Bingyan. As he watched them continue, Suemo was naturally not polite, and soon got some information about Chun Anxiong. Chun Anxiong opened a live broadcast platform, invited a lot of netizens and female anchors, including some game anchors, and is quite vocal in the live broadcast industry. Because of this live streaming platform, it allowed Chun On-cheon to have a high status in the Chin family and make a lot of money. The information Su Mo got now was that the gathering of people to gamble. There are a lot of people involved, including some big anchors, including the whole platform, and the amount of money involved is very big and huge. There used to be people who messed with Chin On-cheon, but the background was not as big as Chin On-cheon, so this live broadcast platform has always lived well. And now, the information had been delivered to Su Mo. He looked at it and put it away. On this day, Chin On-cheon naturally had a spring in his step. The deal with Junzi, Su has not yet begun, but negotiations have begun, and only specific details need to be agreed upon and evaluated. As long as you get the shares of Fengxiang Jewelry, the Su family will definitely be in a hurry. Not only Su Xuehui may be able to get his hands on it, but he can also make a big profit. On this day, he also came to the hospital to look for Su Xuehui. He naturally came over only when he heard that Xie Bingyan was hospitalized. And he came over to look for someone in the name of coming over to visit his mother-in-law, and he also brought a large batch of gifts over, showing enough sincerity. Su Xuehui and him are also considered childhood sweethearts. They knew him before. If it was in the past, they might not be so disgusting to him. But after something happened, Su Xuehui has been disgusted to the end, and she didn't want to go out with him at all. Since Xie Zhen and Elder Master Xie and the others were also in the hospital, Chen On-cheon naturally could not force Su Xuehui and could only pretend to be good and obedient as he greeted Xie Zhen and Elder Master Xie and turned to leave. This Chen On-cheon is quite capable. Don't you like it? Xie Zhen looked at Su Xuehui and asked. Su Xuehui took a look and shook her head. She didn't tell Xie Zhen and the others about her kidnapping, this kind of scandalous matter. She didn't really want to be known by others. Besides, she also wanted to see what kind of trick Chen On-cheon was playing. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Xie Zhen sighed. Xuehui, you're already old enough, and you can't keep waiting and waiting. Tianhua is already settled in France and definitely won't be coming back. I know. Su Xuehui nodded. But this Chen On-cheon is a demon, a shameless man. Oh, what happened? Xie Zhen was surprised. Su Xuehui said to him, Second uncle, you don't know about those things on the live streaming platform? This? Xie Zhen was instantly embarrassed and touched his nose. I don't know what exactly he wants. I need to see. Su Xuehui was now gnashing her teeth at Chen On-cheon. Su Mo will definitely deal with him. I trust Su Mo. Although it's right for you to be like this, I still have to remind you that Su Mo hates you guys very much. So don't be accidentally brought to the ditch by him. Xie Zhen was still holding a grudge against Su Mo for getting rid of his position. No way. And Junshul. In retrospect, Junshul was really a good brother, Su Deming's illegitimate son. So it's no wonder Su Deming gave most of the family fortune to Su Junshul. Su Xuehui was now also considered really angry, if possible. This account must be settled clearly. Chen On-cheon was more or less upset that he hadn't been able to invite Su Xuehui out at the hospital. But he wasn't in a hurry. Su Xuehui was already fish and meat on his chopping board and couldn't escape. As long as he took control of Fengxiang Jewelry, then things would naturally be resolved. He started driving to the bar he frequented for drinks. As he walked into the bar and ordered a drink, he suddenly saw a few people sitting not far away chatting, froze for a moment, and with a twinkle in his eye, he smiled and went over to them with his glass. Long time no see. Su Mo, Mr. Su. On the other side, naturally, were Su Mo and Tang Lei and the others. Chen On-cheon was very happy when he thought about Fengxiang Jewelry, and now that he saw Su Mo suddenly appearing here, he was naturally even happier. Su Mo glanced at him and didn't say anything. Don't remember me? Chen family, Chen On-cheon. Met with your boss, Su. Chen On-cheon laughed and directly sat down on the chair next to him. I've wanted to meet with Boss Su for a long time. I didn't expect such a coincidence today. He looked smug and a little pompous. Su Mo was silent for a moment and said, I've heard about your affair with Su Xuehui, and I've also heard about Fengxiang Jewelry. If it's possible, I think it's best if you don't touch it. Chapter 260, I don't know if that child recognizes us or not. Oh, Boss Su threatened me. When Chen On-cheon heard these words, he immediately narrowed his sharp triangular eyes and stared at Su Mo. It's considered a threat. After all, Fengxiang Jewelry belongs to the Su family's ancestral assets. And if it falls into the hands of someone else, the Su family definitely won't settle for anything less. Su Mo calmly said. When Chen On-cheon heard this, he laughed. What ancestral assets? It's nothing more than a larger company. This company is still almost old. If I want it, no one can take it away, including you, Boss Su. Su Mo stared at him without speaking. Boss Su doesn't think he can stop me from getting the shares of Phoenix Jewelry, does he? I heard that your relationship with the Su family is at a stalemate. Resolved yet? Chen Anxiong started to reveal Su Mo's scars. Today, I merely want to warn you. If you must reach out, then there's nothing I can do. Su Mo spoke indifferently. Chen Anxiong laughed. Boss Su is still sensible. Don't tell me what ancestral assets are not ancestral assets. Even if they are ancestral, what can be done if they are lost? I suggest that Boss Su still mind his own business. It seems that you didn't listen to my warning. Su Mo sighed. The corner of Chen Anxiong's mouth drew out a hint of mockery. I admit that your business is doing great, but you can't cover the sky with one hand. After a while, I'm afraid you'll still have to call me brother-in-law. When Su Mo heard this, a hint of sternness instantly emerged in his eyes. What? Don't believe it? Chen Anxiong had a smug look on his face. Just wait. Maybe after I get the shares of Phoenix Jewelry, we'll be a family. Sumo thought for a moment and asked. Su Juanja should be working with you, right? Where is he hiding now? Where he's hiding, I don't know. What I can be sure of is that you certainly won't be able to find him. I say, you're blood brothers. Why do you need to die for each other? Chen Anxiong seemed to find things even more interesting. Meddling in our affairs indiscriminately won't lead to good results. Do you know that? Suemo stared at him and said seriously. Chen Anxiong instantly laughed even more happily. You know what? You've always irritated me. What a tycoon. What a 100-billionaire. What a genius. All of them have been taken up by you. Obviously, you are far younger than us. You make us lose face. Suemo frowned. Right now, most of the big families in the capital are talking about you and the Su family. I have to say, your fame is indeed great, stealing a lot of the limelight from us. If it wasn't for you, perhaps we would have been a little more honorable. Thick jealousy emerged in Chen Anxiong's eyes. And then what? Shuama asked. And then? Just wait. Chen Anxiong laughed. Fengxiang jewelry is very interesting. It belongs to a high-quality asset. Not to mention me. Anyone would salivate over it. It definitely belongs to me. Suemo was silent for a moment and spoke. Good luck then. Good luck to you too. Chen Anxiong laughed. When I'm done with my business, I'll invite you to drink the wedding wine. My wedding wine with your second sister. Sumo's face sank as he watched Chen Anxiong leave. Behind Chen Anxiong was the Chen family, a family that mastered rare earths. It was very troublesome, and he was not willing to offend the Chen family if possible. These days, the impact of rare earths on high technology is very large, especially in the field of chips, which requires an adequate supply to be able to do. Once offended by the Chen family, it is very likely to affect the development of future technology. Originally, he had wanted Chen Anxiong to retreat in distress, but now it seemed that Chen Anxiong had already settled for the Su family. Since this was the case, there was no need for Su Mo to hesitate. He had to bring down Chen Anxiong first. Offending the Chen family is not expected to affect us much. Our reliance on technology is still very limited. The chip industry hasn't reached scale yet. Tang Lei analyzed. Then do it. Suemo didn't hesitate. Yes. Hit the snake to hit 7 inches, and to beat it to death. Either do not do, then do absolutely. Suemo led Tang Lei and others back to the office, took out the information and spread it out. By solving Chen Anxiong, Su Juanja would lose a backer. As long as he didn't have a backer, then he wouldn't be able to accomplish much and would have a bunch of people staring at him. Su Mo thought that perhaps it would be good to let Su Juanja go abroad. After all, if Su Juanja went abroad, it would be much easier for him to find an opportunity to finish him off. It shouldn't be much of a problem to kill someone in a foreign country. Of course, thinking about the pain Su Juanja had caused him in his last life, Su Mo didn't want him to die easily. Su Mo wanted to make his death worthwhile. Things have to be done step by step, slowly, the same planning that was done 7 years ago, nothing more than doing it again. Or force Xie Bingyan to go and kill him once again. Let Lu Kaikong kill him once. Let Su Deming kill him once, whatever. Su Mo all felt that he was a devil. While Su Mo was doing his planning, Chen Anxiong and Su Juanja were trading quickly. There isn't much to assess for Phoenix Jewelry's shares, and they can be assessed in a few days. Su Juanja was eager to get rid of it, so he sold it at a 20% discount, which counted as a big profit for Chen Anxiong. On the other hand, Lu Kaikong also wants to get rid of the equity of Fengxiang Jewelry. After Su Juanja withdrew, the plan of Fengxiang Jewelry can almost be declared bankrupt. Lu Kaikong estimates that he can only get back the principal. Chen Anxiong is also considered to be rich. In order to completely control Fengxian jewelry, he also wanted to get the equity in the hands of Lu Kaikong, began to frequently contact with Lu Kaikong. What are you going to do after you get rid of the shares? Chen Anxiong asked to Su Juanjia. Take back everything that is mine. Oh. Chen Anxiong was surprised. Su Juanjia stared at him and said, Are you interested in piecing together the CC group? Chen Anxiong froze for a moment and burst out laughing. I thought you would hide and not dare to come out. You still have such a skill? There are other people contacting you? Not bad. Su Juanjia nodded his head, a hint of sternness emerging from his eyes, as if he still felt a vague pain in his belly. Chen Anxiong looked at him and thought for a moment, then suddenly came over and said with a smile, Then I can tell you a good news. Do you want to hear it? What good news? Hyo Juncheol was surprised. Smugly, Chen Anxiong took out his wallet and opened it, pulling out a photo from it and handing it to him with a promising smile. This photo must be of great interest to you, and must be very much needed. It will definitely be of great help to you. Su Juanjia froze for a moment, took the photo and glanced at it, and his face violently brushed and went pale. This, filmed 2 years ago. It must be very useful to you, right? Chen Anxiong laughed with a smug expression. Su Juanjia's eyes instantly flickered with coldness, momentarily clenching his fists as killing intent surged forth. High color, already gnashing his teeth. On the other side, the third hospital in the capital. Xie Bingyin's resuscitation has passed the danger stage. The doctor has come out, and now she is still sleeping. Old Master Xie and Old Lady Zhao were slightly relieved to see that Xie Bingyin was fine, and said to Xiejin, Eldest, take me to see that child. After so many years, it's about time we met. It's also Xie Bingyin's fault for always not bringing him home, and I don't know if that kid recognizes us. Yes. Xiejin opened his mouth and helped them leave. Su Wanning sat paralyzed on the side of the aisle, tears dripping uncontrollably as she sniffled hard and put the papers away. She had just read it again, and there was so much written in it. To this day, she still couldn't imagine how much Su Mo used to expect from Xie Bingyin and the girls. Chapter 261. I Want Her to Kill. Su Juanjia gets a picture of Gao Kaier meeting Su Mo. In the middle of the photo, Gao Kaier was dressed up in a flamboyant way, wearing a halter dress, with fair skin and a playful face, blowing in the breeze, as beautiful as heaven. It was as if she had starlight in her eyes, an expression that Gao Kaier had never shown in front of him before. Gao Kaier, to him, always seemed to be high and mighty. In an instant, Hyo Juanjia was almost furious. He clutched the photo with a death grip, his nails seeming to embed themselves inside the flesh of his palm. Back then, he spent a lot of effort to chase after Gao Kaier. At first, Gao Kaier didn't like him at all, and then he revealed his family background, and only then did Gao Kaier agree to go out with him. He loved Gao Kaier miserably and used to want to give everything for her, before Xie Bingyin and Su Xuehui and others did not promise him to marry Gao Kaier, and then only after seeing Gao Kaier's sweet mouth did the Su family agree. It hadn't occurred to me that Gao Kaier had long been secretly colluding with Su Mo. Where is this picture from? Su Juanjia raised his head and stared at Chen Anxiong, his breathing heavy as if he was breathing fire. Qingbei University. 2 years ago, presumably both in graduate school. They seem to be doing well, and have probably met more than once or twice. Chen Anxiong couldn't help but feel pleased when he saw Su Juanjia's face change. Su Juanjia's face changed. He could tolerate anything, but there was only one thing he couldn't tolerate, and that was his wife. In order to marry her, Su Juanjia had resisted the Su family and spent countless efforts, but as a result, she had unexpectedly betrayed him long ago and thrown herself into Su Mo's arms. Chen Anxiong took a look and laughed. I can see that the two do have a certain relationship. You shouldn't have much of a problem now. It's completely possible to turn light into dark. I know what to do. Su Juanjia's face was filled with gloom. You've signed a contract. Remember to credit the funds to my account as soon as possible. Don't worry. Chen Anxiong nodded, very satisfied with Su Juanjia's response. He was already becoming more and more interested in the Su family's affairs, and if it was possible, it would naturally be best if the two killed each other. Only if they killed to a certain extent, Su Xuehui and Su Mani might come over to beg him, and at that time, enjoying the happiness of all people might not be impossible. Unwilling to say more to him, Su Juanjia turned around with the photo and left. He knew very well that it was no longer possible to compete over Su Mo in business, and he needed other means. He wants him dead. Su Juinja's heart bubbled with thick malice. Xiejun brought the two old men over and jabbered about a bunch of stuff. It's the first time they've been over here. Both old men are in poor health, with inconvenient arms and legs, needing crutches to walk, and are said to have been abroad for the first few years, returning to the country only in the last 2 years to recuperate. The Shea family also has a young daughter who emigrated. What's the story? How is Xie Bingyan? How is the Xie family? Su family and how cloudy? And began to say now Xie Bingyan's situation. Suemo could understand what they meant, which was nothing more than asking him to drop everything and go home again. What with whoever was backing him up and all. If it was 10 years ago, Suemo might have needed these, but now he had long since stopped needing them. These two old men, too, have long been old. I know what you guys want to say. What I want to say is that Xie Bingyan's current situation is entirely her own fault. Even if she died once and again, it doesn't make much difference to me. Isn't she still alive now? Suemo spoke calmly. This Major Xie's guess before was also right. I didn't want her to die. At that time, when Su Juinja tried to kill him, I wanted to pass Su Juinja a knife. It's really a great fate that she's not dead now. You guys don't talk about forgiveness or anything, it stings my ears. Who gave Su Juinja the guts to do that back then? It wasn't them. You're saying they're not responsible? It's fine if you want me to forgive her. Let her take out Hyo Juinja again. I might consider it. Suemo, Xiejun frowned. You don't have to say much. I understand what you all mean. As long as Su Juinja is still alive, this matter cannot be finished. She must personally cut off Su Juinja's head before I can even consider it. When Xiejun and Old Master Su heard this, they sighed. Did Xie Bingyan really kill Su Juinja before? Xiejun asked. Isn't he not dead? It doesn't look like there was any real killing, just a scare at most. I'm guessing she couldn't do that. After all, this is the son she's been raising for decades. The corners of Sumo's mouth drew out a mocking sneer. So now the results don't just come out. You guys want a solution? I'll give it to you. You want results? I'll give them to you as well. Suemo, killing people, it's against the law. Xiejun said. You guys also know that it's against the law. Sumo's face was full of mockery. If I were you, I'd go and arrest Su Juinja right now. He's definitely still hiding somewhere. Where's the evidence of his poisoning? Do you have any? As long as you have it, I'll arrest him right away. Xiejun said. This is no longer available. But Major Xie, do you still need evidence to arrest someone? When you arrested me last year, you didn't talk about any evidence. Suemo mocked. Xiejun was a bit embarrassed and immediately scratched his head. That's only because I don't care what you're doing it for. There's only one result I want right now. Xie Bingyan dies first, or Su Juinja dies. I'm not quite satisfied with the others going to kill Su Juinja. I want her to do it. As long as she really kills, I can consider it. Suemo said, suddenly remembering something else. Oh yeah, there's one more Manny Su. Colonel Xie, there's no way you're going to let this one go, is there? Suemo looked at Xiejun again. Xiejun sighed. Tomorrow, I'll grab Manny Su and bring him over to you. You can do whatever you want with her. You can beat her up if you want. I'm afraid it's no longer a matter of me beating her up. Suemo sneered. But it's fine if you bring her to me. I'd like to see how she folds. Xiejun nodded, but added, I hope you keep her alive, and also, it would be even better if you can keep your career. Other than that, I will tell Xie Bingyan. Then let's wait until Xie Bingyan finishes off Su Juinja. The fact that he's still alive right now is very unsatisfactory to me. Suemo began to send off his guests. Once Old Master Su and Old Lady Zhao heard this, they didn't know what to advise and could only shake their heads and sigh as they left the office. When leaving the building and walking outside, Elder Master Su suddenly turned to Xiejun and said, Elder Tu, see if you can arrest Su Juinja. We really need to give him an explanation for what happened back then. This? Xiejun thought for a moment and nodded. This is fine, but it's hard for us to fulfill Su Mo's request. Let's arrest it first. Listening to you guys, Su Juinja really does have an evil heart and is ruthless. He must be taught a hard lesson. Good. A hint of sternness also emerged in Xiejun's eyes. Fengxiang jewelry has been sold. Su Deming is shaken. There is no way to stop it. He couldn't find Su Juinja either, so he could only return to the hospital with his head hanging down. Su Wanting and Su Xuehui were guarding the area, and Su Shujing and Su Manny were also present. A few sisters were stunned when they saw him come over and asked him about Su Juinja, and once Su Deming heard that, he could only shake his head. Su Shuoei thought about it and suddenly asked, Dad, is Juinja really your real son? Su Deming was stunned and raised his head, only to see Su Wanting and Su Shujing and the others looking at him, waiting for his answer. Su Deming instantly knew that this matter could not be concealed after thinking about it. He could only harden his heart and said, This matter, first don't let your mom know. This is something that happened a long time ago. I didn't know about it at first. Chapter 262, A Great Drama. When Su Wanting and Su Shuehui and the others heard him say this, they all stopped talking and there was a dead silence. Before Su Deming came over, they still had some expectations and hoped that what Su Mo said wasn't true. But now Su Deming admitted that he did have evil intentions. If Xie Bingyan knew about it, there was no telling what would happen, and perhaps Xie Bingyan's reaction would be even more intense. Su Deming saw that they didn't open their mouths and didn't dare to say anything this matter. He really wasn't in charge. Previously, the Su family wanted a son to inherit the family fortune, and he also wished to have a son, and he really didn't know about Su Juinja's matter at first, and he only reacted to it after someone told him a few words later. In any case, he was indeed pretending to be confused within this matter, and now that it was suddenly exposed, it would definitely bring great harm to Xie Bingyan. If possible, Su Deming wished to hide it forever, but I'm afraid that's no longer possible now. Xie Zhen and Old Master Xie both quickly returned to the hospital. After seeing Su Deming, the two old men and Xie Zhen were naturally extremely angry. Su Deming is definitely the culprit for all of this. Because of his cheating, he caused the most harm to Xie Bingyan and Su Mo. Now that they saw him, Old Master Xie and Old Lady Zhao weren't going to let him off the hook and wave their walking sticks to beat him. Su Deming hurriedly dodged, incredibly vain. However, Old Master Xie and Old Lady Zhao couldn't really beat their son-in-law. Just teach him a lesson. Su Deming is, in the end, a member of the Su family, and if he wants to fight, he should let the Su family fight. Elder Master Xie and Old Lady Zhao were just too angry to see things so bad. It's a good thing people can be saved, or I'd see what you do. If Xie Bingyan has 3 deaths, it must have a huge relationship with you. There is also Su Mo. We went to see Su Mo, already not quite recognizing us. Su Deming, you flunked as a father. Old Master Xie scolded word for word. Su Deming was weak and didn't dare to respond. Xie Zhen glanced at him with disgust in his heart, looking down on him more and more. Now that we've checked, it's Su Juinja who had an incident. He's not a victim. He once poisoned Su Mo and belongs to the suspects. We have to arrest him, Xie Zhen said. Huh. Su Deming was surprised. You shouldn't have a problem with that, right? Xie Zhen stared at Su Deming with a stern gaze. Su Deming was silent, his expression struggling. He was more or less in disbelief that the poisoning was done by Hio Junqiu. In his mind, Su Juinja had always been well-behaved and obedient, and it was unlikely that he would do such a thing. But now all the signs indicate that Su Juinja is indeed the murderer, and if Xie Zhen wants to arrest someone, he definitely can't stop him. After thinking about it, Su Deming had to say, Su Mo doesn't have anything going on right now. It's fine if you want to arrest someone, but I don't want you to hurt Juinja. And now you're siding with your adopted son? He's all set to kill your own son. Xie Zhen stared at him as if he couldn't believe it. Isn't Su Mo fine now? The poisoning was already a long time ago, and it was very mild. I went to ask Su Mo, and there were no symptoms. Su Deming gave Su Juinja a defense. Very mild? No symptoms? Su Deming, are you talking like a human being? That's your own son. If he had left one step slower, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Xie Zhen was furious. Su Deming's heart was weak at his words, but he still insisted on speaking. I will apologize to Su Mo and tell him everything so that he can forgive. However, this absolutely cannot be at the cost of having Juinja go to jail. Is this your attitude? Xie Zhen said angrily. Nice. That's my attitude. No matter what, they are brothers and sisters. Su Deming realized that Xie Zhen was serious and couldn't care less, so he could only redden his neck and say in a loud voice. His attitude also became serious, realizing that this time, when Xie Zhen was angry, he would definitely take Su Juinja to task. If you don't get it right, you'll kill Hio Junqiu. All he could do was keep the man first. Good. This is your attitude, Su Deming. I've already understood. This is the attitude of your Su family, Xie Zhen said angrily. Su Deming looked at him and said, Elder Xie, this is our Su family's business. I advise you to stay out of it. Whether it's Su Mo or Su Juinja, I will speak to them. We're a family. We definitely can't fight hand to hand. Are you a family? That's just your adopted son. Xiejun was furious. Su Deming became more and more vain. No matter what, it's all family. Xiejun stopped talking and turned around, only feeling that Su Deming was incomprehensible. Su Deming was relieved to see him leave. The matter of Su Juanja being his illegitimate son, naturally, could not be given to the Xie family to know for the time being, or else the Xie family would have to eat him. Now that Xiejun was furious, he would definitely go to Su Juanja to vent his anger, and he needed to think of a way to keep Su Juanja in order. When things get to this point, I'm afraid that no matter whether it's Su Mo, Xie Bingyin, or Xiejun, I'm afraid they won't be able to spare Su Juanja. Su Deming thought so, and didn't dare to stay in the hospital for more time, fearing that Elder Master Xie would get angry again. He could only hurry home to find someone. He went back to the Su family in Shuzhong this time. He had to move some people out of the Su family in Shuzhong in order to save Su Juanja's life. Otherwise, after the matter of Su Juanja being his illegitimate son came to light, I was afraid that Xiejun and the others would really kill Su Juanja. Su Wanting and Su Xuehui didn't know what to say to Xiejun's outburst. They want to expose Su Deming, but Xie Bingyin is still hospitalized, and they are afraid of affecting Xie Bingyin's recovery, so they can only hold back. In the end, if Su Juanja was truly Su Deming's biological son, then he was also considered their half-brother. Things like this require caution. If they were to say that, they could only wait until Xie Bingyin got better, or else the Xie family would absolutely kill Su Deming and Su Juanja. The Su family was already in a mess now, and they didn't want it to get any messier. On Su Mo's side, the plan against Chen Anxiong had already started. In the past few days, Chen Anxiong was very happy. Getting the shares of Fengxiang Jewelry made him organize several banquet celebrations and continuously open several bottles of champagne worth more than $100,000. Now that Fengxiang Jewelry was pretty much in his hands. As long as he got Lu Kaikang's portion, it would be fine. In the future, he will be the master of this property of the Su family. If the Su family wanted to take it back, then they had to show enough sincerity to do so. This was a big business of billions, even tens of billions. Cheers! Holding champagne and wrapping his arms around the tiny waist of a long-haired girl, Chen Anxiong toasted with his partners, feeling only hesitant. This time we made a lot of money. Fat Choi. Haha, Phoenix Jewelry shares are quality shares. Su Juanja is almost at the end of his rope. Buy it, and you've earned it. Cheers! Chen Anxiong shouted. Did not see a few hat uncle walked into the middle of the meeting with handcuffs. After he raised his glass again to gulp down a drink, one of the hatchet uncles put handcuffs on his hands. Mr. Chen Anxiong Chen, right? There's a report that you've been gathering people for gambling. Please come with us. The entire venue was suddenly dead silent, and a pin could be heard. Chapter 263. Maybe in humiliation. Chen Anxiong this thing. If ordinary people cannot be solved, he is a huge head, deep background, is the eldest son of the Chen family. Although it is a dude, but single-handedly founded the live broadcast platform, is extremely famous, is also considered a model of entrepreneurial success, is a lot of people talk about. Someone had reported him before, but it was useless. Su Mo had even questioned some of the legal affairs of the pensioners group to get solid evidence when he sent him to jail this time. This live broadcast platform is the premier live broadcast platform in China. Many big anchors are live broadcasting games or singing on it, and various kinds of card drawing activities are countless. Due to the family's huge power, resulting in Chen Anxiong rampant, specially authorized some big anchors raffle, which is a very huge amount of mob gambling. Chen Anxiong was handcuffed by the police, but also some disobedience, angrily looked at a few hat uncle roared. Who are you, Dare to arrest me? Do you know who I am? You're Mr. Chen Anxiong, right? It's you who's being arrested. Yeah, you guys have a lot of nerve. Who are your superiors? I want to see your superiors. Uncle Hat also knew that Chen Anxiong came from a very large background and was not willing to be overly offended, and the police side soon sent a few people over to talk to him. I'm sorry, Chen Anxiong, there's solid evidence this time. Come with us to the police station first. Do you have any law? How dare you arrest anyone? You're all dead. If you arrest me, none of you will be safe. You'll all lose your hats tomorrow. Chen Anxiong was unconvinced and roared madly. But this time there was a big order in place, and there was no way the police were going to let him go, and he was quickly escorted to the detention center for custody. At first, Chen Anxiong roared with rage, quickly looking for people, lawyers, and family members to ask the police to release him. The police also had a huge headache with this kind of person with a huge background. And after thinking about it, they suddenly dispatched a person to whisper a few words in Chen Anxiong's ear. Chen Anxiong froze and snapped his eyes wide. Sumo? Good. The evidence is overwhelming this time. Not to mention you, Mr. Chen. Most of the anchors under your live streaming platform will have to be arrested. The evidence Su Mo provided is very strong. Uncle Hat spoke. Chen Anxiong was immediately stunned. It didn't occur to me that Su Mo would screw him. Chen Anxiong knows his platform very well. And he also knows that his platform does have a lot of illegal things. Those big anchors are pumping cards and gambling every day. And now, because of Sumo's matter, the police seem to be serious about pursuing this matter thoroughly. Sumo, how dare? Chen Anxiong gritted his teeth and roared. Sumo is the old boss of the 100 billion group and now has two 100 billion enterprises in his hands. His background is equally very deep. We have to pay attention. Uncle Hat said, so Chen Anxiong, you're planted this time? You quickly have someone go to the Su family to discuss. Perhaps the Su family agrees to let you off the hook. Otherwise, you'll definitely have to spend several years inside a jail cell. Chen Anxiong's entire body shook dramatically, not anticipating Su Mo reaching out to mess with himself. He recalled that he had once met with Su Mo, who had warned him not to reach out, and that he hadn't listened at the time. At that point, Su Mo guessed that he had gotten conclusive evidence. Su Mo wanted to move him, surely not because of justice, but because of the shares of the Su family. After thinking clearly, Chen Anxiong couldn't help but be completely furious. Su Mo, damn it. Surprisingly, it's Su Mo. I will definitely not let you go. Hate bubbled up in him. Su Deming is very panicked when he realizes that Xie Zhen wants to arrest Su Juanjia. He made several consecutive phone calls back to the Su family in Shuzhong, looking for connections, and had already bought a plane ticket with the intention of making a trip back to Shuzhong to pull some of the old people over to put pressure on the Xie family. Su Deming doesn't want the Xie family to ruin Su Juanjia. Before he left, he even made a phone call to Su Mo to plead for mercy. He had been in frequent contact with Su Mo during this period of time, and had long since gotten Su Mo's phone number. Su Mo, it's kind of like Dad is begging you. Don't agree with Xie Zhen and the others to deal with Juanjia. If there's anything wrong, Dad will apologize to you, and you can have whatever compensation you want. Dad begs you to let Juanjia off the hook. Oh, Su Mo's voice was inaudible. Your second uncle Xie Zhen is going to arrest him about the poisoning. That was a long time ago, wasn't it? I know that Juanjia is sorry for you, and Dad is sorry for you too. But you are all brothers in arms. You should never hurt each other. Dad is no longer asking you to settle the Phoenix jewelry matter. Dad only wants you to let Juanjia go. Su Mo didn't open his mouth when he heard these words, breathing heavily. And Xie Bingyin's matter. Dad hopes you don't hate anymore. Xie Bingyin became that way. I don't know if she can get well yet. I don't want you to irritate her with that Juanjia thing. Just let them off the hook. Su Deming begged bitterly, as if he was almost about to kneel down. Su Mo hung up the phone directly after listening to a few sentences. Hey Su Mo, why did you hang up? He hurriedly called Su Mo again, but soon realized that Su Mo had already pulled the plug on him. Su Deming took a look and hurriedly called both Su Wanting and Su Xuehui, asking the two of them to properly persuade Xie Zhen and Su Mo. Juanjia is your brother after all. You share a blood relationship, and even though he wasn't born to Xie Bingyin, he's just as important. More than 20 years of sibling love, one should never kill each other, hand to hand. It's considered that Dad is begging you guys. You guys must persuade Su Mo properly. Su Wanting and Su Xuehui sniffed without opening their mouths, and also quickly hung up the phone. Now the two of them didn't know what they should do. If Su Juanjia's status as a mere adopted son was fine, they had little reason to stop it. But now, he suddenly had an additional status that made them hesitate. Is it really good to fight each other hand to hand? Once Xie Zhen captured Su Juanjia, he was only afraid that it would really destroy Su Juanjia. We can't interfere. The poison was given by Juanjia. I'm afraid he had very bad intentions a long time ago. Su Wanting sniffled. This time, Mom's matter was also very unexpected. I just hope that second uncle will arrest him as soon as possible. Maybe Junchul doesn't know who he is either, and that's why he's so crazy. I hope he dies. Su Xuehui also spoke up. Remembering that Su Juanjia had sent people to kidnap her and set her up, there was simply no way she could endure it. But Dad seems to be crazy. He really wants to keep Juanjia. Su Shujing only felt speechless. When the others heard this, they all stopped talking and looked sad. Now it's true that none of them want to interfere. If Su Juanjia got caught, He deserved it. On the other side, Su Mo was dead silent after hanging up Su Deming's call. He looked up into the distance, his gaze as deep as if he was trying to penetrate the clouds. He knew that sooner or later, there would come a day when Su Deming would really kneel down and beg him. He'll wait for that day. When the time comes, he's going to say no hard, maybe, and humiliating. Chapter 264. I'll take her to you. At your disposal. Word came from the police that Chen Anxiong strongly requested to see him, right in the guardhouse. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the Chun family has long since begun to exert pressure toward the police, using some of their connections and not ruling out directly taking action against him. The relationships of people from such large families were generally disjointed and extremely large. They had power and influence, and there were definitely some outlaws in their hands. Su Mo did not agree to go to the meeting for the time being. He needed to spare some of his energies to deal with the Chun family and suppress them first.